Yo, what up, guys? We are live. So we got NotsoErudite joining us for our bi-weekly podcast. It's going to be a good time. We're going to do some Q&A. We're going to answer some questions. We're going to open up the panel. Again, these things kind of free-flowing, so sometimes they turn into debate. Sometimes it's just more of a fun, lighthearted discussion. Never know how it's going to go. Never know. But yeah, what's going on, Kyle?
It's going well. I just finished dealing with drama. I noticed Undead Chronic has been molding about me and Ali still in his comments, which is, hasn't it been like a month? More than a month? A month. It's been like for sure.
It's been like a month. Yeah, it's been a while.
That's crazy. Imagine me so.
What is he saying?
He's just like calling me a slut and stuff again. Like the normal Undead Chronic shit. It's just like I just can't imagine being like so like fixated on somebody. So
yeah,
mad.
typically, if like the black pillars are arguing with guys, they call them cucks, and they're arguing with girls, they call them sluts.
Yeah.
If I had $1 for every time I get called a cuck, which I don't even know why, since I have like a very loyal girlfriend, but apparently I'm still a cuck because she, I don't know, has a job or something. I don't know. But
you feed her lunch sometimes.
Yeah, I feed her. She doesn't live with me. But yeah, how's your? I watched that video you sent me about this President Sunday dude. That's got to be the most insufferable human being I have ever encountered.
Yeah, he's up there.
From listening to him for 2 minutes, I already like started to hate him.
Yeah, he's kind of got that like I'm smug and I haven't earned it energy. Hey.
So what's the? So he made that video. You did a response. Has anything more happened?
On my side, no. Basically, now that I've cleared it, because he made a bunch of claims that seemed credible because he like lied so much. So I felt like it was something I needed to like have my side out there about because I could understand like the random person coming across it and being like, this seems credible. So I got my side out there. I'm just gonna now ignore him into oblivion because it doesn't really matter. I just wanted to make sure my side was out there.
Yeah, his whole hit piece against you was the most anticlimactic thing I've ever seen. The crux of his argument is that Kyla one time during one live stream misspoke about her career.
Basically. And that I was a psychometrician in the past, but he's not sure if I'm a psychometrician now because he's really convinced that psychometrist and psychometrician are different words. And so because I was a psychometrician in the past, and even though I'm working in this field right now as a psychometrist, it might not be enough. And therefore I'm also taking $40 to help people find therapy. And that could be really bad. Like, it's just like this giant circle of like nothingness. It's so stupid. It's like chronic online energy.
Yeah, I mean that whole argument was just really, really bizarre. It seems like the most random, irrelevant thing to like go after someone for that they misspoke once, like 2 years ago, and like who gives a shit? Like to me, it's the most like if I was watching that video, I mean maybe I'm biased because I know you, but like I don't know. I feel like as a person who didn't even know if I'm watching that video, I'd be like, okay, and like what's the point? Who cares?
Yeah. Just be careful. I know he pinned your comment, so he's a bit of a clout goblin. So he tends to give a lot of extra fixation to larger content creators. So, yeah, just a heads up.
Oh, I should try to get him on for a debate.
Sure, I won't participate. Like I will not.
No, not tonight. I just mean like in general.
Sure, go for it.
That could be interesting. I feel like it's gonna turn into a shit show. I don't really like ultra smug liberal people, and he probably
just
doesn't
gonna
like
call you stupid. Yeah, he's really left, so he's just gonna call you stupid.
Yeah. All right, so let's do a little Q&A. Let's see what we got here. Actually, let's kick it off with this. Something slightly controversial. What have you been following the whole Tate case?
I haven't updated myself in the last like week and a half. So if there's been any changes, probably in the last 2 weeks, I haven't really followed it. So if there's been any changes, I think the last I heard was that he was still held in jail, although he's also tweeting. So I don't know, big question mark I have about these things, but he's still in jail. And then the 2 victims that came forward are still some people are saying it's on the victim list, but I haven't seen any first order evidence that the 2 women that came forward are part of the trial. So I don't know.
There's been many plot twists in this case. It's like a Stephen Hitchcock movie or something like that. Just like M. Night Shyamalan, that's the director I'm looking for. Just constant twists. Yeah. So yes, there has been a lot that's happened like the last 4 or 5 days. So in terms of how is he tweeting? Yeah, he's just having his cousin take over his Twitter. So I think that's what's confused some people because they see him tweeting and they assume he's out of jail.
That last tweet was so cringy. Okay, can I just say the tweet with the girl kicking him and him saying that he's still getting ready for war? I was like, oh, this is so embarrassing and so cringy. Getting ready for war.
I didn't actually see that.
4 woman kicks me. It's just like, are you a like Naruto character? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, well, this is actually really good branding on his part. Create kind of like it's type of like cult building 101. Create like an us versus them mentality. Create like an external threat. In this case, the external threat is a matrix. It's actually like really genius, like fucking brand building, because you'll see that no matter what evidence will come out, his fans will defend him. I mean, he could testify and say, "I did everything they say," and they would still defend him, right? They'd be like, "Oh, well."
As a child rapist, and they'd still defend him. Like, it's just like it just doesn't matter. They'd be like, he had good reasons to rape that child. She looked very sexy in that bikini, and you're just like, okay.
Right, but yeah, that just goes back to like the cult building. Like, I don't have that luxury. I feel like if I get caught of anything, like 90% of my audience is just gonna turn on me, right? But okay, so anyway, so the update that's happened is there were some WhatsApp messages or texts that were leaked by Tate's team, and they made it seem like the girls were conspiring and the whole thing was set up. And then there was another leak that happened that showed all the text messages, like not just the ones that cherry picked.
Not
and
the
that
cherry
one
picks. Yep.
is a lot more open to interpretation. But yeah, there's just been like a lot of little leaks, strategic leaks going on by both sides. So
cringe. Why would you leak cherry-picked DMs? You know that shit. You know if you're painting in such a way that the rest is gonna get leaked. Like, what a dumb thing to do. Like, that's insane to me. They should have just leaked all of the logs and found a narrative that they could swing with. Like, not that I want to give them advice because I think they're pieces of shit, but like, man,
I mean, he has like literally the best lawyer in the world. I think he's whatever strategy exists, he's gonna do. I mean, he got that lady that defended like all those rappers, I forget, but she's like the cream of the crop. I mean, he's probably like her retainer must be like $500,000. Like he's like this is like the cream of the crop of like fucking international lawyers.
Yeah, which we expected, right? I wouldn't expect him to do anything less than that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like his biggest thing is staying out of jail. Like there's nothing worse than spending 20, 30 years of your life in a Romanian jail cell. So, he's gonna do whatever it takes. But yeah, I'm like at a point where I'm not even gonna make any more judgment calls about the case because it's had so many plot twists and so many little like fucking left turns that I honestly don't even really know what to make of it anymore at this point.
Yeah. Probably a good call. Probably that's where we should all be. Is just like let's just wait for the evidence, guys. Let's just chill, wait and see.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so let's take a look at some Q&A. Okay, let's see. We got Knight and Bishop in the chat. All right. Not so. How does it feel to be, as a woman? Not so. How does it feel to be the last man standing in the PWF universe?
Am I the last man standing?
No, I don't think so. I feel like there's a whole bunch of people who are still standing with PWF.
I think he's probably implying because like the first guy on our podcast isn't here, and now Kevin's. That's probably what he's getting at.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a shame.
Well,
yeah,
I gotta say, all the people who complain about how mean, I just play a man's game. Okay, I play rough and tumble.
Playing with fire. Who won? BMAC. Oh, I can't say. Let's just say it was a close contest. There is a winner. I know who the winner is. The video will come out on Thursday, and then you guys will find out. But it was a close contest. That's the only clue I will give. Fun fact: Ganstar 6 really high in this rating scheme. Fun fact: Ganstar rated this. Fun fact: Ganstar rated Erudite 6, which is really high in his rating scheme. Oh yeah, that's 3 points better than my girlfriend. So in his rating system, not that it should matter because this guy's a totally relevant loser, but his rating system is 1 through 8. So 6 is like technically an 8. I think at first my girlfriend was a 3 and then she went down to a 2. So I don't know. I guess she got uglier in the span of a few weeks. I'm not really sure how that happens.
You didn't feed her enough lunch. She got too skinny.
Indeed. Live show open benefits. Okay, control question. Oh, we got Fresh Prince CEO in the chat. Not really, but
After Betty Houston.
Erudite is my favorite. Okay. Jeez,
Wait, what was that one? What was that one? I rate Kyla a 10. What?
I rate Kyla a 10, baby. Come fly me. Let me open up your husband's marriage.
Oh, that account is always on Fresh and Fit too. I remember when I was there, the Fresh Prince CEO would come up all the time talking about his cock, and it was so funny. And they like went out of their way to not show it as much as possible. Oh, that shit cracked me up.
The troll Fresh Prince account is actually more interesting than the real Fresh Prince dude. This was funny.
Yeah, like literally, it's so funny. Whoever you are, well done, well played. Very funny.
She's satisfied with her sex life. Was a hit. There was a hit. Okay. Ask Erudite if she's satisfied with her sex life. There was a hit piece on that about her. Oh, wait, there's a hit piece about your sex life?
Undead Chronic made this. So Black v Silva, I gotta give props to you, man. You have bar none done still the best hit piece on me, okay? Galadriel, effort put in, well done. Close contention with President Sunday, truly. Undead Chronic's hit piece, I thought was a meme when I watched it, because it would be a hit piece I would make about myself as a meme. Like, I just assumed that it was a joke, and then I realized that it was like a semi-serious attempt, and they take one line where I make a joke about pegging Nick or something like that, and he just like creates this world out of it. And it's like, I guess you've just never heard of humor, my friend. I don't peg Nick. I have an incredible sex life, but we don't peg.
Undead Chronic, that's some poor reporting there, my man. Some poor reporting.
I don't think he's like known for his like high quality, like empirically tested, validated, and shared truth bomb reporting. So
yeah, technically not, but it's ironic because he's a scientist. So you would think that if anyone's gonna like do their due diligence, it would be like someone who works as a scientist, but apparently not.
You know, is he a scientist? We'll never know. Maybe he's just a goblin that smokes weed.
Alex, why did you remove the live stream speed date that Indian P and Hugh posted? Mr. Slave and Sid both got yes on that stream. Yeah, it was just the views on that were really low. It was lower quality. We had a lot of people show us their penises, so we had to keep restarting it. And the backup version is on Rumble, so everything that I take down from YouTube is still on Rumble, so you can find it there. But yeah, it's low quality content. I'm not going to keep that on my YouTube channel. I feel like I've answered this question like 20 million times, but people are still like confused about like how, like, yeah, guys, like everything that you want to see that's not on the YouTube channel is on the Rumble. Okay, let's see. I know if anyone was incredible. By the way, if you have any interesting questions on your end, feel free to bring them up too.
Yeah, if you guys want to send in questions, just attach like a super chat or bits. It'll be the easiest way for me to see it. People just want to know, does the Rumble include the penises?
No penises on Rumble.
That'd be the only reason they want to watch.
But this question makes no sense. Nick is not overweight. I feel like he's in good shape, isn't he?
I asked Erudite why her husband sells fitness courses, but he is overweight. This must also be if this is from the Undead Chronic hit piece. Undead Chronic says that because God, he's so stupid. He says because Nick eats ice cream at night, that he must be like fat, and it's just like, bro, like, you know, this motherfucker's some obese fuck who knows nothing about fitness or health. Like, just thinking fit guy who eats ice cream at night must be fat. It's just like, bruh.
Has he not like seen him? I mean, if you just look at like videos of him, like he's clearly pretty fucking ripped.
Yeah, like when he cuts, he tries to get down to about 12% body fat, and he usually sits around like 15 to 18% body fat, depending on whether he's bulking or like not.
Yeah. Is Nick all natural, or does he like use any PEDs?
Yeah, he's fully natty right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if that, I say now because I don't think he plans to change it. He's kind of got like, you know, people who are natty and get like their weird obsessive pride about it, where they're like, I must be natty. And you're like, okay, you can. Just know like you won't have as many gains. And he's like, yeah, but I've come this far, and if I do it once, then I'm never natty again. And it's like, okay. So yeah, I don't. Right,
that's true. I stopped being natty in 2017. Yeah, never went back. I was like, this is just, it's like once you try.
You can't go back technically. Like once you've done it once, you can't say you're natty again. And so he's got like this, like, kind of pedantic pride about being natty. I don't know if he'll ever.
I mean, I guess you technically all these like compounds have a half-life, so you could like if you do testosterone, then you get off it and you wait till the half-life is over, it's no longer in your system. Technically, I guess you could like still, if you can pass like a drug test, technically you're like.
Well, even in like sports, it's really argued about whether or not you can ever go back because of like the myonucleic like element to your muscles get multiple nuclei, and so if you get really big once, you've immediately jumped up your ceiling because your body will just inject a bunch of extra nucleuses into the muscle cell. And so like your ceiling is always higher than if you hadn't taken the drug at all. So there's kind of questions of like, can you ever really be natty again? And myonuclei don't go away. They're like permanent.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't know too much about that. Alex, quick question. Would you agree that it's harder to fuck a warm approach than a cold approach? Fuck up. Okay, that's the key word. I missed that word for a second. Fuck up, because it's a totally different sentence with the word up. Is it hard to fuck up a warm approach? I personally think it is, because the girl knows you, and so she's probably going to put in a little bit more effort. What are your thoughts on that?
Is a warm approach like somebody you're friends with already?
Yeah, like someone you met through social circle.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you have more social rapport, you just have way more like I kind of view it as like coin exchange. Like you have like more money in the bank, which means if you fuck up, you've got like you've got some cushion. You know, she'll probably forgive you if you've already got good rapport. But if it's a cold approach and you fuck up right at the beginning, she has no reason to give you grace. That would be my view.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what else we got. When it comes to Erudite, is there something you agree with when it comes to Evo Psych and Red Pill?
Yeah, there's lots of things I agree with. For example, I think that like charisma is super, super important. I think that like acknowledgement of the fact that like descriptively almost all couples will fall into like somewhat traditional roles of like gender roles in the dynamic and like what women seem to prefer and men. I would say the red pill is decently descriptively accurate, particularly like the Alex bend of the red pill, where they're just like describing like, yeah, women dominantly want like markers of success. They want charisma. They want you to be decently attractive. I think descriptively the red pill does a lot better than like the blue pill. Like the blue pill just like copes. They just like describe. They just try to describe reality, and you're like, that's just not how people work. Like this is just some idealized version of reality. EvoPsych, there's tons of really good findings from EvoPsych. The issue is that like the theorizing that occurs on top of the EvoPsych findings is really, really crappy in my view, right? So like doing a cross-cultural David Buss study where you like find out what people seem to prefer in their mates across like 37 different countries is fascinating because EvoPsych is best when it's like testing universal axioms of like human psychology. But a lot of the shit about like pair bonding, just not a ton of evidence for it. It's mixed at best and increasingly suggesting in the opposite direction. Dual mating strategy hypothesis, the replication of that study is really poor. It tends not to actually replicate very well. So there's a lot of problems with EvoPsych as well. But yeah, like things like universal findings of human psychology are based. Like men prefer young, women prefer stability markers.
I think I more or less agree, but I think there's also a little bit of cope in the red pill as well. The biggest one is this idea that if you get your life together, girls will come to you. Like as if girls have an app that says like, oh, Alex got his life together. I better go over there and like hit him up. It's like this idea they act like, yeah, if you just, start making a certain amount of money, dating part will take care of itself. It just doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unless you're paying for it, in which case it does work that way, but I think they don't want that. Ask her if dressing in a classy way, gentleman way, like Tristan Tate, make you more attractive to women. Do you think they dress up are more attractive?
Some women. Some women. Like some women are definitely very attracted to kind of like a business casual, business professional look. Other women in different niches would find that a pretty big turnoff. But like the type of woman you're probably going to attract is going to be more likely a material girl. She's probably a little bit more interested in specifically money, not just other markers of stability, but explicitly money because usually suits indicate money. So it's going to select for a very specific type of woman. But like, yeah, most women find suits attractive. But if you're wearing like a suit to a baseball game, that would be kind of weird. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be appropriate. Alec, what do you think about Jay Vincent? Are you familiar with Jay Vincent? Have you heard of him?
No.
Nick probably knows who he is. He's like a fitness influencer. I don't know too much of his stuff, but from what I've seen, he seems like a smart guy, good head on his shoulders. Everything he says logically makes sense. But again, don't quote me on that. I haven't really deep dived into his content. But from the little I've seen, I didn't see anything I didn't like. Kind of put him in the same category as like More Plates, More Dates. Like they're pretty straightforward. The only thing I think Jay Vincent doesn't acknowledge that he's on steroids, or I could be wrong on that. I don't know if he owns that part or not, but yeah. I don't even know. Yo, Nick, do you know who
Jay Vincent? Do you know who Jay Vincent is?
No. Show him.
Oh, you don't?
Show me.
Oh, you don't. He's a fitness.
He's a fitness. I don't think so.
He's like a YouTuber influencer.
Jay Vincent. I also got a super chat in.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think it's plausible to cold approach an introverted culture as a
I don't know shit about him. No.
Yes.
Okay.
Is he a TikToker?
No, he's more like a YouTuber.
YouTube.
I don't know.
Doesn't know.
I figured you would know because he's like kind of in your community.
Yeah, he hasn't started in the space yet. Okay, the super chat is: if you had a daughter, how would you use like the red pill at all in raising her, and would the way you raise her be different than you raise a son? That's for you.
It would definitely be different than the way I raise a son. I think it has to be, but maybe not in the ways that people think. If I had a daughter, I would really, well, just if I had any kid, I would go out of my way to program them to be as successful as possible. So I would create like little challenges for them and like have a reward slash, whatever non-reward system where like, hey, if you get good grades, you get this, but if you don't get to use your cell phone. I would try to distance them from technology to the best of my ability so they don't become scattered. But at the end of the day, sometimes you do everything right, none of it works out. I would basically with my daughter, I think I would just be like, hey, listen, what makes you happy? Pursue what makes you happy. If it's a career, then do that. If it's higher education, do that. If it's being a housewife, then do that. Versus, I think if I had a son, I would be like, listen, you don't have that luxury of just doing whatever you want. You have to at least, like you're not going to find someone that's going to take care of you. Like you have to be at least somewhat successful, regardless of what field you want to be in. So I think in some ways the daughter would have more like leniency because it's like, hey, listen, like if you just want to be a housewife, you can accomplish that. And I don't have a problem with that. Versus with like the son, it's like, hey, you can't be like a house dad or whatever. You have to like kind of make it. And I think I would probably push him a little bit harder. Would I use the red pill? I mean, I would give her like, I don't think I would be like an overprotective parent. I don't think I would be like, you can't go out with anyone. I'd be like, hey, listen, here's what it is. Be careful. This is what guys want. You need to learn how to defend yourself. I think I would insist that she takes like a jiu-jitsu class or like some kind of like defense training. I would push for her to get like a taser or something like that. I would just really like stress safety, physical safety, and try to make her as able to defend herself as possible. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. That's like a short version, but yeah. I don't know.
Nice. Okay. So no helicopter parenting and feminist gun position.
I don't know about a gun. More of like a taser. I don't know. I personally don't own a gun. I feel like a gun can like backfire because it's like maybe you're mad in the moment and then you use it and then you're in jail for the rest of your life. Versus with a taser, it's kind of hard to like do something that you're going to regret.
I feel like we see like the only people who tend to do that though are more almost like 90% of them are men who are gonna like impulsively shoot somebody.
Sure.
They're just much less inclined towards like violent outbursts specifically. They're more likely gonna like gaslight you and like stuff like that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's all about like risk taking. At the end of the day, I would like if I had a child, I would try to mitigate any risk that they could face to the best of my ability. Playing with fire. When is Destiny cold approaching? It will be great. I don't know. He said he wants to do it, but we're still in limbo about that. So I don't know. I guess whenever he replies to my message.
Oh, is he ghosting you? He's running. Tell him he's running. Tell him Destiny, I see you. Destiny, if you ever see this, you're running. You're running from the cold approach. You fucking.
I think he like just doesn't see my message because I saw it was actually pretty like touching in one of his videos. Someone sent me. He was like, yeah, I don't have any friends in Miami. He was like, well, except for Alex and Sneeko. I guess they're my friends. So I guess he like thinks of me as a friend, which is like sweet. But then like yeah,
that's probably the response he wants to saying he's your friend. But it's very sweet.
But he just like won't respond for like fucking weeks, and then he'll send me like a message being like, "Yo, dude, I'm so sorry, I didn't see my message. Message me on Discord, and I'll respond faster." I'll be like, "Okay," and I'll message him on Discord, and then he won't respond for like another 2 weeks. But I get it. He's a busy dude.
Busy boy.
Busy boy. Is there any topic for the debate, or are they just answering question? Anything is free game. So yeah, if you want to come on, Grace.
Grace and who's speaking of ghosting? I'm 90% sure that Grace and I were DMing, and I'm gonna guess that I ghosted her, which I didn't mean to. I just always forget to message people back. I always tell people just poke me because I get like I'm sure you're the same. I get like 120 messages a day. I like it. It just happens. Shit happens.
Yeah, I get quite a good amount. Sometimes I miss people. All right, Grace. So if you want to jump on, post the link. All right, here's an interesting one. Does Erudite think body count matters for women?
Matter in what way?
Like in terms of your inherent value as a woman or your desirability in the dating marketplace?
I think it's gonna like map on to like more important factors, like probably a lot of women with a high body count, not all, but probably a lot of them are like getting into sexual situations that are probably like impulsive and not super wise choices for them, especially if like their high body count is correlated with like a low satisfaction with that. That's probably a marker of like low sense of self-worth and possibly, although somebody just said recently that body count has nothing to do with self-worth, so that could be wrong. I need to read that study still. But at least like could indicate like certain factors. The issue like in society is that like increasingly it's not showing these things. So in the past, when it was a really bad thing to have a high body count, it was really bad to have lots of sex. So like 60s, It was much more indicative of a woman who's probably a lot more antisocial, a lot more willing to rebel against society, and might even have like impulse control problems, or if nothing else, like doesn't give a fuck about like what society thinks. Right? Nowadays, it's not really the best marker for all of these things. So I don't know like if it maps on super well to a bunch of like psychological factors that will actually matter to a partner.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we're gonna have a good discussion. We got Fury Notes backstage, back for the first time since his little outburst. We got Knight and Bishop saying he's gonna come on, and we got Grace saying she's gonna come on. So I think we're gonna have a good discussion.
Grace.
Let's bring
Actually,
on.
I do want to talk to Grace, so I'm excited.
She's actually like a.
I didn't mean to ghost her. It was an accident. I was keen, and then I was a piece of shit.
Very, very unique, nice human being, but quite unique in a lot of ways. All right, let's bring on Fury Notes. What's up, buddy?
Hi. I heard about your tweet about like
Whose tweet? Sorry.
grass fed.
Which one?
Grass fed meat. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah.
I was wondering, like, that was a lot of vegans are puzzled, and since I'm vegan for 6 years, I was wondering, like, well, why not lab grown meat?
I mean, lab-grown meat would be the maximal ethical thing. It just doesn't really exist in a way that like is highly consumable.
Yeah.
So in the theoretical future, yes, I would say grass-fed, grass-finished is probably the most ethical, and I even argue that it's more ethical than being a vegan. And in the future,
that's why I'm here. I disagree with that. Well, I don't want to go on for too long since there's obviously other people, and this is obviously off topic for the general discussion of things like that.
I don't know how much I want to hear about a vegan debate. That's kind of its own thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I mean, I wanted to just get this one because I mean, aside from your like views on veganism stuff, there's not much I disagree with you on.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, just to be clear, I don't hate vegans, right? I think vegans are in many ways choosing a much more ethical lifestyle than most people, because most people eat grass-fed, grain-finished animals. And grain-finished animals just like, it's not good. Like grain finishing animals, the feedlots are fucking horrific. They're horrific. As somebody who has worked in the cattle industry, they're really bad. But grass-fed, grass-finished cows live maximally good lives. And I don't think like death or like killing an animal to eat it is immoral. I have no problem with that. So if you're maximizing the quality of the animal's life before death and then consuming it, you're more ethical to invest because you're taking money away from the grass, like the kind of abusive industry of the main way that people eat meat, and putting your money towards a better industry that maximizes quality care of animals, which is more ethical than just not supporting any industry, because now you're supporting an industry that treats the animals better, whereas vegans don't support any animal industry, obviously.
I don't want to dwell on the veganism thing too long because I think we're going to just rapidly bore everyone to death. Did you have anything else you want to discuss for your notes?
No, not really.
Cool.
I mean, obviously, there's other people who want to debate Erudite, or at least have a better understanding on her viewpoint on that. I just wanted to.
On veganism? Yes, yeah. I'm gonna set up something with Abby.
But obviously, my debates, my knowledge on vegan stuff is not as strong as others, like for example, Vegan Gains and so.
More importantly, Dr. Abby, because he's a medical doctor and he's a vegan.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
That's
you know Avi?
Sort of. We've talked once, and he wanted to debate me on fish sentience, and I was like, I do not care. And now I'm gonna message him and set up a debate about my vegan.
Oh yeah, I debated him like 4 or 5 months ago. He's good. He's probably one of the few people that I can say like definitely beat me. But to be fair, it was a topic that I wasn't super knowledgeable about. But yeah, it was interesting. It was a private debate. I don't know. I guess we should have done it publicly because I thought it was interesting. We for some reason did it privately, but it was good. We went for like 2 hours. Yeah, it was an interesting discussion. But yeah, smart dude.
Yeah, so I mean, I disagree on the ethicalness. I mean, like it's like why would we why would we do that really? Why not just be vegan then?
Why don't I be vegan?
Because it's less socially acceptable. I mean, it's more social socially acceptable now.
No,
But
I have a really high sensitivity to plant fiber. I would literally die if I tried to be a vegan. I can't do it. There are multiple bouts where I have to basically cut out all plant fiber from my diet because I get so sick. I have really bad IBS with like a weird plant fiber fucks me. So I cannot be a vegan. It would kill me. Like I would die of malnutrition. The moment my IBS
So you're
kicks off with the
saying,
plant
so
fiber,
you're
I
saying
start
like
absorbing food.
beans just like tear you up inside.
Well, we don't know specifically what
Yeah,
plant fiber does. But it
let's
stops
get
my
back on track. I really just don't want to get into a vegan debate. Like literally, I see like the numbers.
Well, okay.
Just boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
Let's keep like somewhat related to the dating.
Well, all right. I just wanted to ask. And that's all. I mean, and thanks for the answer. And thank you.
Yep.
I do. Have a good one. Oh, Fury notes. It was interesting. He had like a low key breakdown on one of the speed dates. It was pretty intense.
Oh no! Like got really upset.
Yeah, it wasn't good. He like flipped out on this chick who's like super sweet. But okay, let's move on. So we got Angry. What's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy. How have you been?
Pretty good. What's going on? Are you
Not
7
much.
yet?
7 feet. Not quite. But I am walking.
One
so
day, once you climb that beanstalk, right?
yeah, Jack and the Beanstalk. How have you guys been? Doing well?
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good, man. Same
Yeah.
old.
Sometimes
What do
sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I've been pretty good, man. What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, so sometimes I set some time aside just to catch up on Manosphere stuff. But so do you know Vanta by any chance? Either of you?
I personally do not.
Oh, I've heard that name. I don't.
Yeah,
I
so-
can't connect it to something though.
I think he was in the same panel as either only Alex or both of you on Modern Day Debate. So I checked out his channel.
Okay, that
because-
wasn't me.
Oh, is that the Black Pillar dude?
Yeah, so he's not
Yeah, okay, I do know him.
typical
Yep.
black pillar because he's very intellectual. He's not like a Spurg or he's not toxic. So
Oh, is that the black guy who's also a black pillar?
he's a black
Yes.
guy. Yeah, yes,
Oh, okay, yeah, he's so informed. He's extremely empirical. It's super cool.
exactly. Which is why I was interested in his stuff. So I came across his channel and I saw something very interesting. He did a video on Transmaxxing. I'm like,
Oh.
this is interesting. So I was wondering, what you
That's a pro
guys.
tip. I'm on Twitch. We can't say that word. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to Tom Felici, but we can't. I can't have that word. It's okay. I know.
What word should I use instead?
Just trans people is fine.
Okay, all right. Can I say
Transmaxing would probably be fine.
Transmaxxing? Okay.
It's just specifically like the NY
Yeah,
added
totally.
there. That's a slur.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was his take on that?
So his take was that basically as a logical thought process, this is what he was saying, that he was in support, that he supported it. And he actually interviewed a former inkwell, basically, who he obviously hasn't ascended from being an inkwell, but instead of, trying to be more masculine, basically he nuked his sex drive by trying to get HRT. He faked gender dysphoria. So he wanted to basically remove his sex drive so he could exist in modern society as a woman because of the perceived benefits.
Wait, this was Vanta who did that, or someone he interviewed?
No, Vanta interviewed someone who did
Oh,
this.
okay.
Yeah.
Man, where did they?
So the
where did
more
they-
I thought about it, the more
go
I
ahead.
actually thought it was warranted for some people who just are not able to make the cut. So we can wait for her to get back, or do you think it's completely outlandish, or do you think?
I think it is beyond completely outlandish to fuck with your hormones and potentially endanger your life because you can't get laid and you want to remove the sex drive. I would say, if you're at that point, at least fucking jerk off to porn or pay for it. That seems better than fucking with your hormonal system and in a very dangerous way just because you're getting boners. To me, that seems like the pinnacle of craziness. I think I would be more in favor of people doing the shit like you did, which is the hiding.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Compared to
I
that,
think what I did was like less crazy.
I think it is definitely less crazy than
Interesting.
that, but it's still kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, I think like again, my issue is that a lot of these people, like I talked to Vanta, and I remember like I was offered to like help him lose his virginity, and like the vast majority of like these black pill virgins are like they really don't put in an effort. Like he didn't take me up on my offer, which again, free. I would have done it for free, helped him because he's a pretty jacked dude. I could get him laid on Tinder in like days. It's not that hard. But yeah, like I think for a lot of these people, it just becomes the identity. They don't really want to deep down side not be virgins anymore. And yeah, so I think that's, to me, that's like the most insane thing ever, to like fucking fuck with your hormones.
Okay.
It is
So
like
what
the
about?
maximal version. Sorry, if I can just chime in. It feels like
Yeah,
the
of course.
maximal version of I'm the greatest victim out there with a complete lack of grass touching. Nobody looks at a trans person's existence and goes, that sounds great. Like, it's not. Like, trans people do not have an easy existence. They're not broadly accepted by society. It's incredibly difficult. Most people who transition do not pass super well. So like one of my trans friends has said like very strongly, like, don't try to transition if you're not going to be okay with the fact that you won't be a pretty woman, because it's unlikely that you will be, right? And so it's like, it feels like the maximal, like, I'm just a victim and the rest of the world doesn't exist around me kind of syndrome, where like you would think like, you know what, I can't get laid, so I should transition because that'll make my life easier. And it's just like, bruh, like, that ain't it.
Okay. So I think personally, the determinative factor is whether the person will end up passing. So, for example, I forget her name, Taftaj, is it?
Mhm.
Yeah. So let's say in a hypothetical world, she didn't have gender dysphoria and she wasn't very masculine to begin with. I saw the before after transformation. Not a super masculine dude. Let's say, she was struggling in the dating market. Would you have condoned her decision to undergo that transformation, even if she wasn't dysphoric? Or
But you have
dysmorphic?
to. But I think the biggest point that's being missed is that if I transition to a woman, I'm going to be banging dudes. As a straight guy, that seems
Well,
like
no. You could just completely forego sexual contact altogether, right?
But why do you have to
trans
become
people
a
still
woman?
have-
You could just go monk
a lot of
mode.
the time. Yeah, but
Sorry, what?
like, if
Well,
you
why
just
can't you
wanna-
just do monk mode without transitioning? Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
or just take SSRIs. Like, there's a way to kill your libido without transitioning, and most trans people still have a libido. Oftentimes for trans women, it's less, but it's not like it's still not killed. Like, it still exists. If you want to kill it, look into the medication that they used to prescribe pedophiles when they left jail. Just take that.
Yeah, sure. But if you take SSRIs, you don't really experience the social benefits of being a woman in modern society.
Yeah, but like being a trans woman doesn't experience the.
If you
benefits of
pass,
being a
though,
cis
remember, didn't I say like if you pass, that's the determinative factor?
What are the social benefits that a trans woman would have over a man? I don't understand.
Well, not like just women in general, right? So if you pass, you're hypothetically no different from like a cis woman.
Like what? That you can get like a free drink or something? Like what are these benefits?
No, it's not that you can get a free drink. I mean, I can get into it if you want, but we can start with the education gap. I know Erudite, you listen to the Richard Reeves. He's an
These
academic.
benefits are like that exist through like a systemic experience of being a woman. Like, most trans women don't just get like white women benefits. Even passing trans
I think
women
they do.
don't just no, they don't, because they didn't benefit from like the positive experience of being a woman growing up through childhood, which is where probably a lot of these benefits are conferred, or anything like that. They also have to at some point disclose to their partners, hey, I'm a trans woman, which leaves them at really high risk for rejection and also high risk for violence a lot of the time, right? So it's like, and like any idea of just like being a woman, it's like, it's not like it's just instantly bestowed upon you the moment that you appear a woman. It seems to be a lot more systemic and like brought up.
Interesting. Not instantly bestowed. Okay, so it's mostly for me, like, it's about the labor market and the, I guess, transition from a labor-based economy to a service-based economy. All the obvious stuff. We could. I even read something about the Pentagon, for example. It's pushing hard for like autonomous weapon systems to develop as quickly as possible, like autonomous like naval vessels, for example, that are cheaper, because it has a strong motivation to like take humans out of the equation of global military capability, right? So basically, where I'm coming from is, men are useless in the modern world, or at least low status men. And I don't know why you're not
I'm going to
getting
tell you
it,
right
though.
now, low status men are useless. Trans women are hated even more. Like, by and large,
So-
there are a couple of niche circles that care about them, which is other trans people for the most part. Like, I'm sorry, I do not want to paint it like grass is greener on the other side. Trans women just have an easy life. Even passing trans women have just this easy, perfect life. Like, the reality is, like, you're still gonna have to disclose that you're trans at some point. The economy stuff, like domestic versus labor jobs, just don't be a laborer. If you're a man who doesn't want to be in construction, just don't be a man in construction. You don't need to transition for this.
I literally
Yeah, but I think women are far more appreciated in what did he call they're not the STEM, the opposite of STEM. Did you remember the acronym? The
help.
help.
It's help.
Yeah. type jobs, right? Because if you don't have the aptitude, for example, as a guy to do well in STEM, and you don't want to be a laborer, and again, you're
But-
low status, let's
if
say
you're
you're
transitioning not because of
fairly
gender,
unattractive. Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
but if
I
you're, sorry,
honestly
if you're
have.
transitioning because you don't have gender dysphoria, it's not like you're magically going to build a predilection of a woman for healthcare. You're probably still, if you're transitioning exclusively to kill your libido, you're still just going to be a dude
in
with
that
tits.
industry. You
right?
let's say you have the initial predilection, but you think that people will be suspicious of you in those industries if you're a cis man, right?
Oh my God, I gotta step in. Okay, I literally I've never heard. I never even know this was a thing up until like 10 minutes ago. I thought the
Yeah.
only kind of people that
That's
transition.
why you have to find the dude who did it. I think, or her, the woman. Her name is Tina, and you
But
have
this
to
is
interview her.
this is just beyond insanity. Like this
It's
is
just insane.
insane
It's
times 1,000. This is insane according to NotsoErudite's semi blue pill brain. Even by her standards, it's insane. By my standards, it's like the pinnacle of insanity. Like because you're having a hard time in your career or getting laid, you're going to become a woman and hope that the problem takes care of itself. This seems like an excellent way to spend a lifetime of a whole bunch of things. Like you're going to mess up your ability to have children. You're going to mess up so many things to get room for yourself. And then you're going to become a woman. You're going to realize that a lot of those issues don't go away. In fact, some new issues rise up. Like you're going to have a bunch. Yeah. Like, so this is just like crazy. Like if anyone, I would say for anyone who's contemplating this, go to psychiatrist, get mental health, because this is like you're so off base that you're not even like in the
Again, I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying I was compelled when I found out about this. And again, from my perspective, obviously I had the means to do the height increasing surgery. It's very expensive. Not all men can do it. HRT, if you can fake dysphoria, is provided for by the government. So
Yeah, but then you're still like living as a woman, so now you have to chase only lesbians if you want to sleep with women. Like it's so insane, and it's this weird like actual like people. I know you're not seriously advocating for this, but like people seriously advocating are committing like maximal like childish I'm only online, grass is greener. Even people who dislike trans people acknowledge that trans people have on average really shitty lives. Like it's just insane. It's just like a complete like I don't know. I've never touched grass, I guess, or something.
I mean, it just seems like a massive cope to like get out of approaching girls. It's like, well, I could like approach girls and like learn game.
You'd still have to as a lesbian because like typically in lesbian dynamics, there's typically a more masked person.
Well, unless you want to bang a dude, in which case you probably don't. But I'm assuming most straight people.
Even then, most straight dudes don't want to date trans women. So like you're gonna be more lonely.
Yeah,
have less options. I don't know. It's just
seems like it's just only downsides, really.
Okay. I don't know if anyone wants to argue on my behalf. Like I don't want to take up like too much time, but my suggestion would be interview that guy Vanta, because I think he's writing his second book, and ask him about this. And also interview Alex Dateside. He has the same name as you. He's, I think, doing a master's right now in psychology. So that might be an interesting convo. And he's like kind of he's kind of like erudite, like he has 1 foot in the manosphere, 1 foot out. He's written some interesting articles on the dual mating hypothesis. So, it might be an interesting convo, but thanks for having me on, as always.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I would debate him. I don't think I would interview him, but I would definitely debate him. But
yeah, go for it, because he's really reasonable. So, yeah.
Thanks for coming on. All right, buddy. Have a good one.
All right, peace out.
Man, I didn't even know about this shit.
That is like actual, just like if it's done in seriousness and there isn't like some sort of, if it's not a troll, then it's just like maximal like I'm a victim and nobody else is syndrome. Like it's just like bruh.
Dude, imagine telling some like older person about this, like some like your parents or grandparents. Yeah, so dad, grandpa. So the thing is, I'm having a really hard time getting laid, so I decided I'm going to become a woman because I think it'll be easier for me to navigate the dating marketplace. They would just look at you and be like, "You crazy dude." Yeah, all right.
It's just it's just a complete neglect of the trans experience entirely. I don't even understand it.
Grace and Knight and Bishop, I dropped the link, so you guys can jump on. All right, let's bring on Hugh. What's up?
Yo, I didn't have any like point of contention at the moment with her. I was just kind of like waiting to see what debates ensued between Grace and Knight and Bishop and her, and then put my 2 cents in.
You're gonna jump in? Oh, so
Yeah.
you want to wait? You wanna
Because
plot on
I
the
did.
sidelines?
Yeah, I
You
did have.
gotta power up your gun.
Hang
Get
on,
ready to
hang
go.
on. I'm not done. I'm not done. I did have points of contention with you before, but I kind of forgot because you talk a lot. Like not in a bad way. Like I talk a lot too, but it just made me kind of forget what I was gonna talk to you about. So yeah,
That's fair.
I'm
No
just gonna
worries.
sit on the sidelines for now.
Okay, I'll keep you on. Let's bring on the next person. Yo, what's up?
Yo. Hey guys,
What's up, dude?
NotsoErudite and Hugh Jassy. So Erudite, I'm not familiar with your content. What's your major topic that you're familiar with?
Oh man.
Well, yeah, that's a very broad question. I mean, like,
No, because I don't want to talk about topics that you guys are not familiar with, right? So what's your
I
major?
mean, anything dating, relationship.
No, I know you, Alex. I'm talking about
Same
Jassy.
stuff. That's why
And
I'm here. Yeah.
You're
that's why
here
we're all
about dating?
Dating, gender roles, that type of stuff.
Okay, so do you guys feel like, well, obviously this is an easy question to answer. If it's in the future of the world, like with technology, even though it is helping us to find dates, but at the same time, it's like bringing us like further and further away. So, like girls, especially, just because they're having so many random DMs and matches and in all the dating apps, they can just like easily dismiss someone off one message, right? So because of that like discrepancy, like I personally just I don't do dating apps or social media. I just meet people in person and like take them on dates and get them to the bed, right? Like live instead of on dating apps. So but in the dating app world, it's much easier, and girls are getting harder and harder to pick up in real life because they're like just add me on Instagram instead of go out with me, kind of brushing that off. What's your offset to make these guys get more dates online, Erudite, where and offline?
Sorry.
Because
So you're
girls are just
The
it's a
question
loaded
is, how
question.
can guys meet more girls online and offline?
No. Without like auto rejection, because like for me personally, it's easy because I just meet girls in face to face and take them on dates instantly and go to bed with them. But even for me it's difficult because sometimes they get like shy. They're like they are like, okay, just add me on Instagram, blah blah blah, trying to delay that process. So what can guys do, because girls get so much DMs and just block guys. From my clients' experience, they just get blocked on dating apps on one after one message, even after a good match, like even after a good conversation, just like
Bro, you're
one
just
wrong
you're
thing.
honestly, no offense, but you're just repeating yourself right now. So
Yeah,
what is
I'm just repeating
the
it for clarity's
yes. So the question is, how can guys get more matches without getting blocked? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well,
probably
so
just get
just
more matches.
say it in like one
no,
sentence.
not how to get more matches. Okay, so if it's already matched, because they're in a mentality, girls are in a mentality of, okay, like fuck this guy, block this guy instantly, right? How to prevent that shit?
I don't know
Because
if I believe
everything
that.
nowadays is toxic masculinity, right?
So I just don't agree with your framework. I don't think most girls think I'm going to block guys who are messaging me that I match. They're going to ghost you. They're going to not respond long before they're going to block you. I'm not going to lie. If you're getting blocked by women, that's a whole other conversation. Like most women aren't going to go through the effort of even blocking you. If you're doing something that's so gross and creepy that they're blocking you,
No,
like,
no, no.
I don't know. I
I
need to
see
see the
these guys.
conversation. They're mostly ghosting you, right? Like
I
that's the
see
most
these
common
guys'
difference.
profiles, like they're like getting matches, and like okay, then they message live, and the girls are just like, just block,
Are they
block.
blocking them or are
And
they
these are
just
not creepy
ghosting them?
messages either. These are like
Dude, I work as a dating coach and I literally never see that. Once in a blue moon, a girl blocks a guy for no reason, but I am not seeing. I coach hundreds of
Yeah.
guys. This pattern of women just randomly blocking dudes in mass. I have not once ever seen that. So I don't know
Yeah.
who are these people that you're talking about, but I never see this shit at all.
I'm not gonna lie.
It
If you're,
happens once in a blue moon, maybe once in a blue moon. Like
yeah, if
very
you're getting
rare.
blocked all the time, I don't know. That's on you, man. Something weird's going
That's-
on.
that's
Because like
on
that's
you.
a whole extra step for a girl to go through. Like click your name and then block you, right? They're mostly just going to ghost
Yeah,
you.
ghosting. Yeah, if the question is how do you not get ghosted, I think that's a fair question because that does happen fairly often.
Sure.
But like getting mass blocked, that just doesn't happen.
Sure. Let's focus on ghosting if that's more easier.
I mean, I have videos on this, so I don't want to like repeat myself.
Okay,
but
all right. So with psychology, with the okay, how world is turning right now with like the Western side, like with the females and the males as well, becoming more and more feminized. What do you feel like your opinion would be for men without being toxic masculine, but still
Be
staying
healthy
masculine?
Yeah, be healthy
don't-
masculine.
And don't be paranoid about being toxic masculine. Like I don't give a shit if some people on the internet think I'm toxic masculinity or not. I think that that's like kind of just like why would you?
So
be caring?
no, yeah, but like
I
nowadays,
would-
all
I
these
would say
guys.
don't be toxically masculine. Just be masculine. Like there's tons of positive masculine traits. Just build those. And if you're being like domineering and shitty and controlling and stuff like that, don't do those things. If you're being super aggressive, don't do that, right? Be assertive. That's healthy masculinity. Just be healthy masculine. I don't know.
Like no, so these guys are super scared of being exactly like what you're saying. I'll mention that, but there's like being too nice and being toxic masculine, and you're saying be assertive, but there's a line between being assertive and domineering.
Yes.
Right? So it's that fine balance that they choose to like just get pussied out and just be like all the nice guy all the way on the other side, right? So it's like, I guess other than practice, you know what? Practice is the best solution. Okay, regarding the last person's angry debate, I do understand where he's coming from in the sense that because he feels that it's women are getting much easier treatment nowadays, and the system is out to protect the woman and not the man in this world, like that when he was talking about the government regulations, right? I do understand where he's coming from, but like chopping your dick off to be a to be a trans person does not make sense, right? However, where he's
It's
coming
just
from,
insane. It's just
I do
insane.
understand.
It's literally insane. It's like wave a wand and be a woman. Okay, yeah, every trans person's fucking dream. Great. Okay.
Yeah, I know. All right, we got Grace backstage. I want to get her on. Is there?
I think to be fair, chopping your dick off in any like measure of anything is probably bad, but yeah.
Also, to be clear, tons of trans women keep their dick. So you don't have to chop
The
your dick
issue is
off.
that the government is out. I do believe that like the media is making men more feminized, and that's what they want, and women more masculine, which is an interesting combo. My advice to the men in here is just be like, suck it up, just be more and more of a man, and you're just going to be 10 times more better than any other man, and just out fucking pace every other guy and become like a fucking playboy.
Yeah, be
But-
Andrew Tate. Good advice. Awesome.
Well, not
Thank
you don't. Yeah, be Andrew Tate, but
Just
You
be a Giga Chad, or cultivate your strengths. It's good
Giga
to
Chad.
cultivate both masculine and feminine traits, right? Being kind and understanding is a feminine
Well, yeah,
trait,
Andrew
and
Tate-
it's based.
Andrew
Cultivate
Tate
both of
is
these
pretty
things.
kind and understanding. Like he
Well,
has his
unless he's
artistic.
sex trafficking women, and that would be not.
Well, he's
kind
not
or
sex,
understanding.
trafficking
Well,
women.
if
He was
is, if he,
he was-
is, that would
he
not
was
be kind.
deporting women from Ukraine.
Sorry, don't
he was
deport
working on
women
an
to do sex
adoption
work for you
agency.
and then take part of their money. Correct.
Are you talking about the adoption agency where he was helping women from Ukraine to fly to US for free?
Yeah, he's
You're talking
really
about that sex trafficking where
Yeah.
he was giving orphanages free tickets, plane tickets from Ukraine to US?
No, I'm talking about the actual sex trafficking. If you did
That-
charity as well, that's great.
So, but that's what's considered sex trafficking. That's the sex trafficking allegations
he's
when he was
helping
helping
orphans
Ukrainian.
It's not. That's not. Those two things are completely separate.
You're just non-sex.
What was the sex trafficking about? Maybe you can enlighten me.
The sex trafficking is about multiple women coming. Again, I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying it's not what you're saying it is. It's multiple women coming forward and saying, "Hey, I was exploited sexually. I was my passport was taken away. I couldn't leave. I was I was physically and emotionally in danger. I was exploited." Andrew Tate has publicly confessed to stealing money from women through his little tax thing. He has publicly confessed to stealing money from men. He has never publicly confessed to human trafficking, although there's some things he has said which are very indicative of it. So that one's open to interpretation. But
yeah. With his OnlyFans account, if you're talking about his
doing
OnlyFans,
sex work for him, though, that would be in the vein of that's called fraud, which is part of sex trafficking. So
he's 100% guilty of fraud, according to himself, not according to me.
Right. And so if he did fraud over sex workers, that's now called sex trafficking.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I think you might be wrong about that, Kyle. I think there's three elements.
So it has to be one of the three. Not all three have to be satisfied. There's three.
It's just one of the three?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, because coercion is like your classic, like chained up in a basement and on drugs, right? But that doesn't account for necessarily fraud. A lot of human trafficking is all three at the same time, but it doesn't need to be all three of them.
Okay. I was under. I'll fact check myself. I was under the impression it had to be three. I mean, coercion doesn't have to be like chained up in a basement. It could just be emotional pressure. Like,
yeah, that's true. But the coercion argument is a little bit more under question right now with like tweets and DMs, whereas the fraud one is not really under question. He's just openly admitted.
Yeah, the fraud one is not under question because he was publicly admitted to it.
Yeah, stealing money from them. Yeah.
Well, also stealing money from
the issue is that I do agree with you that taking the passport away is kind of fucked up, but taking 50% of what a woman's making on OnlyFans, if he brings it from a $3,000 month.
That's not the issue, though. That's a straw man. The real issue is that he was telling women that he's going to take 50%, but he was taking like 80%, and he was lying to them and saying, "Hey, I had to pay a bunch of money in taxes," and he would literally say, "You can lie to them because women don't know shit about taxes." So it wasn't the fact that he was taking 50%; it was the fact that he told them he was taking 50%, but he was taking way more than that through the use of lying and basically, like just straight up, he would say like, "Yeah, women don't know shit about taxes," which there's an element of truth to that. I think most people don't know shit about taxes.
That's like war dog maxing.
Doesn't mean you should like fucking lie to them. I don't know. It's just like
the tax rate is 50% at that kind of high rates, right? So it does make sense if he's. It makes as long as the girls are making $6,000 a month, $10,000 a month, $15,000 a month, then they shouldn't really.
Bro, he straight up said in a video that, hey, so what you can do is you can lie to them about how much you have to pay in taxes. Lie. The key word here is lie, so that you get to keep their extra money, so you don't have to pay them 50%.
There's something called a contingency fund that you need to create as a businessman for tax purposes as well. Now that he set it up in Dubai, it's a little different story.
Are you really defending someone who has personally admitted themselves that he lies to women and steals money from them? I'm like, I don't know how that position is defendable.
He also admits that he steals from guys as well.
That's better now. You know what? Now they're stealing equally, no misogyny, just a con man. Great.
But it is fucked up if he's betraying his own employees.
That's exactly what he's doing.
That's kind of fucked up.
And the woman, yep.
Well,
but if the woman is getting $15,000 then per month, then she shouldn't be really.
That's not how this works. If you tell them that they get 50% of the cut and they only get 30%, you're conning them and defrauding them. That's illegal. It doesn't matter if you're like, yeah, but she's still getting 15K. Cool. She should be making like 25. Doesn't matter. Not the point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine what would happen if I use this logic with my employees. Like, hey, you know how like Indian P, you know how you get 22% of our payouts? Well, I gave you 15%, but you still made like $4,000, so it's not a big deal.
That's why you set it up in a way. You set up a contingency. You set up a contingency, Alex, saying that once we make millions of once we get like above $250,000, you get 15%. You should have
none of that was. We're not talking about him having contingency. We're talking about him bragging about the fact that he lied to these women so he gets to pocket more of the money. There's not a contingency.
He probably did set up a contingency as well. Like this guy probably with the lawyer probably said, "Hey, listen, if
we're just gonna. I don't think we're gonna make any progress on this. We're just disagreeing way too much."
He rapes that kid, but they were cute. Okay, they deserve.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
I'm just walking down your line of
But
logic.
but he,
Okay,
he did
reference
openly
T.
admit saying that, yeah, I don't give a fuck about stealing from these like men that are like, instead of paying for their tuition.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's
Yeah.
horrible and deplorable.
But that is how life is, right? Like these men nowadays are giving money away
It's
for
not
like
point.
$50,000 for 3 minutes of face to face, which is
That's
they
just how
do-
life is.
when I first heard
Kids are
Destiny,
really
Which
cute.
is why they should subscribe to Alex Playing with Fire so they can talk
Exactly.
to women in real
Right.
life.
exactly. But these guys don't give a fuck. They're willing to pay $3,000, $10,000, $15 fucking.
do you think it's
$50,000.
okay to steal from men who are kind of lost and don't really know what they're doing in their life? Is that acceptable? Let me ask you, if I start stealing from men, just straight up lying to them and
Well,
manipulating
obviously
them
you
and
wouldn't
their
have
money,
the followership. You wouldn't have the sub. If you're a female, maybe if NotsoErudite, yeah, she could probably still not you. Who would want to pay for you, right? Like,
I could pretty easily steal if I want to. I could say, hey, you guys want to do one-on-one coaching? Send me $5,000 and I'll give you a special deal. And I just don't deliver and don't give them any coaching. I make it seem like it was their fault. Yeah, it's not that hard.
A lot of Middle Eastern people will be down for that, Alex. I'm not even gonna lie.
But do you think that's okay? Do you think that's ethically acceptable?
That is okay if there's a market for it. If you charge $5,000 an hour and
It's
people are
money
saying
made.
yes, no,
It's
let me finish.
okay.
Let me finish. If people are willing to say yes and pay you $5,000, then you should charge $5,000, right? That's where the market is. So there's people everywhere. You can charge $50,000. We had a conversation before.
If there's some like creepy old pedophile who's willing to pay $20,000 for a little kid, would it be okay for me to?
That's your prerogative. That's
so
your prerogative, Alex.
It would be,
That's on
so,
you.
it would be, so you think it would be ethically acceptable for me to kidnap a little kid and sell him to some old pedophile because the market basically means that there's
that's on you, Alex. That's on the person.
But is that,
So if it's okay with you, then the legal system will be fucking you over.
okay? But is it ethically acceptable according to your standards?
That's why I'm saying it's your prerogative, because if it's ethically
It doesn't
acceptable
matter.
for
That's a
you,
valid
you will
point.
be
Are you
in
just saying
jail
whatever you
for doing that,
personally would like to
right?
do is ethical?
We're talking about legal and illegal here. If
No,
you're
we're talking
charging
ethics.
I'm not talking about
$50,000, if you're
I'm not
charging
talking about legal or
$50,000
illegal
for
at all.
one-on-one
I'm talking
coaching
about
call,
No.
and someone says yes, here's $50,000, that's good. That's a good capitalist strategy.
No,
That is
it's not.
horrible.
it is.
First of all, that's a horrible strategy because you're going to
If there's a market for it, if someone random ass lonely guy in Dubai doesn't give a fuck about money, he's paying millions of dollars just to have
Yes, it's
whatever
okay
he
to
wants.
rip off
Do you think that
lonely
things are
men.
right or wrong? Ethics? You don't
Sorry,
believe in ethics
I didn't
at
hear
all?
you. What was
Do you
that?
believe in a sense of ethics? That's something. Do you think it's okay for somebody to rape a kid?
See, why are we talking about raping a kid when we're talking about dating coach
Because
business?
we're trying to. Okay, good job. We're trying to establish ethics because you keep talking
Right.
about the law, and we're not talking about the law. We're talking about
Right.
ethics. Do you think it's okay to rape a kid? Do you think
No,
that would
it's
be
not.
bad?
Okay,
Do you
so
think
we got
anyone who rapes a kid is a bad person for doing so?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
me too. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so
We're
we have a
talking
little bit
about
of a
the
common
ethics of
ground.
money.
Yes.
Okay, how is this coming from that? Of
I'm
course
gonna
it's
tie it back. Do you
Alright,
think?
enjoy? I got this.
Do you think
Okay,
if
so
you acknowledge
now that we have
raping's
common
wrong.
ground.
So do you think if I like fucking kidnap a little girl and sell her to some pedophile for $20,000, even though the pedophile market pays $20,000 for a little girl, according to your own ethics, would that be acceptable or would that be unacceptable?
If I were doing it, I will never do that. If you're doing it, I would be like, okay, call the cops on Alex.
You're not answering the question. Do you think that's ethical or unethical for me to do that?
It's unethical for you to do it.
Okay, great. So it's unethical for me to do that. So then what is the big difference between that and me basically, even though your argument was, well, the market allows for it. There's a lot of things the market allows for. How is that different than me lying and stealing $20,000 from people, telling them, hey, there's free coaching or whatever, there's coaching, but then not deliver it? How's that ethical?
Yeah, if you do not deliver it, that's fucked up. That's on.
Okay, so then you're just so then that's literally exactly what Andrew Tate was bragging about doing, is the fact that he would text us the girl, say that he's gonna fly out to see them, right? I just need money for the plane ticket. The guys would send the money for the plane ticket, and then he would just ghost on them, right? And then he would gaslight and blame it on them. So he was doing exactly that. He was not delivering on something he was promising.
Yeah, that's fucking unethical.
There we go.
Unethical.
Oh, there we go. There's some price.
Okay.
All right, let me get
Holy shit.
Let me get Grace on. All right, thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, I'll stay on here. I'll just listen.
No, no.
Okay, cool.
No, no. Please. Don't take it. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
Well,
I'm
I think
curious to see-
in the end he was starting to come around to the. I don't know how anyone's defending.
I cannot be trained.
I mean,
around you.
to be fair, I think it gets a little bit pedantic when talking about
Yeah.
Andrew Tate. You know,
Ethics are
I'm-
really complicated, you.
No. Don't misinterpret my point. Ethics, okay, you could spout about bad ethics to the end of the world and how capitalism can propagate bad ethics all day long. But also a lot of people thrive in capitalism and make a lot of money in capitalism, and a lot of people at the bottom line are also suffering from capitalism. So we can get into pedantics about good and bad ethics all day long.
This is
Just
okay.
to be understood, though, you understand, Hugh, that that's not what was happening in that conversation.
Yeah, that's not what's
No,
happening.
I know. I'm talking about in general.
Yeah, like we could have
his
a complex
overarching
conversation with you.
His overarching point, the idea, the concept behind what Andrew Tate did was unethical. Yes.
Yeah,
But I think
we
his
can have
point-
we can have a very detailed, nuanced, intellectual discussion about the good and bad of capitalism. That is a perfectly valid discussion. But if someone is unwilling to say, or at least for like the first 20 minutes, unwilling to say that stealing money from lonely men is unethical, and the argument is, well, they're lonely, so they would spend it on something anyway. It's just like that's fucking tough, man. Like that's not a smart intellectual discussion. Let's
Yeah,
What
no,
about
I was
the
trying to be
answer
on
of being
his.
a sex, like if Alex sold children for sex, if that would be bad. He was like, well, if Alex wants,
I don't really
to
think
do
it's.
it, like,
I don't really.
whoa.
I don't really think it's that unethical.
Grace,
He was
hang
trying so
on,
hard to
Grace,
steal
stop.
wrong.
No,
I mean, you're not
I'm-
steal. Like I'm not saying stealing, but like if lonely guys want to give you money, like go ahead. What's the problem?
But do you
Okay.
think lying to those lonely guys and telling them that you're going to come and visit them and you need money for a plane ticket and then pocketing that money and ghosting on them is that okay?
No,
course
I don't
not,
think
it's
it's. I
unethical.
don't think you should lie. But like, if you're not lying,
Well, he
and
was
people
lying.
wanna
Well, then we're talking about two different things because Andrew Tate was straight up lying. He was bragging.
yeah,
about it.
yeah. I don't think you should do
Yeah,
that.
I was.
But
just
I also
playing
think they're
devil's
idiots.
advocate
I
with
also think they're
Prince of-
idiots.
Prince of Gash.
Sure,
I-
they're idiots, but that also doesn't change the fact that's extremely unethical to lie to lonely men and steal money from them.
Who's echoing, by the way?
Probably
That's me.
It's not. Let me check Grace's.
Is it?
Yeah, Grace, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hang on one second.
How could it be? She's wearing a headset.
You can echo with a
You
headset.
can still.
How?
I think I should be good now.
Okay. Yeah, you seem good.
It's
Okay.
linear, not exponential, Mr. Slave. Remember
Oh
that?
yeah.
I have something. I have an Instagram post that I saw. It's from a Christian woman, but it's about like the role of women and like whether they owe their husband sex in marriage. I thought if you wanted, I could bring it up and be curious to hear what you guys think. I shared it, so you. Yeah. Okay. So I did a stream reacting to this. It kind of went like viral on Instagram. So it's from this woman called Lexi. She's like a Protestant sort of traditional wife or whatever. But
Wait, Protestant?
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Protestants?
God's wrath.
Are you Eastern Orthodox?
Me?
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say? No.
Orthodox or Catholic?
I have a we could talk about
Okay,
like
I
what
just-
I believe in. It's
Most
just
people
it's a
who hate
different
Protestants are
view
Orthodox.
of Christianity. I'll say that.
Yeah,
much.
that's fine. That's fine. It's just a lot of Orthodox hate Protestants. That's right.
So what was your position on this? Oh, let me bring up Radical Coder. I think you could.
Oh yeah, he should be interesting. Hi Ryan.
Hey, Grace.
I'm also-
That was the most unenthusiastic "Hey Grace" I have ever heard.
I've said it enough times already.
He wants me to cash app him because he thinks I owe him for emotional
labor, yeah. I'm waiting for it.
Okay, so-
Anyways, so this post is basically saying that women not only do they not kind of have the right to deny their husband's sex, but they actually should anticipate when their husbands want sex and like make it fun for him. Like within marriage. And I know like maybe not everybody agrees with marriage, but I would think a lot of people would someday want to get married. And like I think that's like an extreme take because a lot of people say like you have every right to like have your own consent, have, control over your body and not have sex with your husband if you don't want to. But this is kind of saying like not only should you whenever he wants, but you should anticipate when he want to have sex and make that like good for him. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I agree with it essentially, but I think it's hard for a lot of women to do that. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think it's like beyond like kind of sad if your relationship is at a point where people are having sex just because they feel like they have to and like just doing their duty or whatever. I mean,
I agree.
If my situation ever gets even close to that, I think I would just rather end the marriage. No, I mean, I think like women, I mean, this is kind of like a hardcore red pill argument is that they don't say this explicitly, but the implication is, hey, listen, you woman, you are basically kind of like property. You stay at home, you cook, you clean, you suck dick. Don't talk too much. Don't disagree with me too much.
Time.
It's kind of like just kind of stay in your lane. You're kind of like just like this object.
Sucks.
They don't really see the woman as like an equal in any way or like as a partner. They see it more as like kind of like a child or something that needs to be like watched and like toddled over. And that post kind of implies, I don't know. I've just personally never been a big fan of that because I feel like you miss on like a whole bunch of beautiful things that having a real relationship has to offer. Like, I mean,
yeah, it's very cartoonish. Like, I don't agree with that. Like, you know, barefoot in the kitchen. It's so extreme. It's so ridiculous a lot of the times.
I personally, here, I'll give you my take. I personally always pay all my girlfriends for sex. Always. I demand to pay them. I turn them into, I mean, I feel prostitutes are a good thing, and it gets to a point that they realize that it's a turn on to be a prostitute, so they dress like prostitutes. They, you know, so it's, and yeah.
Good job, Mr. Swift. You're doing a service to the world. We need more prostitutes.
I guess
No, they're not prostitutes. They're his girlfriends who dress up as prostitutes because that's the kink, right?
Right.
Do you pay them in Bitcoin?
No, I pay them in whatever, either cash or however they want.
I don't even know what to say about that because that seems like ultra simpy, but I don't think it's unethical because it's like consenting. So hey, it seems more of like a kink or whatever. So yeah, to each their own.
But it actually makes sense because think about it. I mean, otherwise you have to spend money on them. So you either spend money on them or you just pay them.
You don't. That's the thing. You don't. Like,
no, I mean you have to take them out to dinner. I mean you have to spend money on them.
And the plan B.
That's just fundamentally not true. That's like that's what like Donovan was trying to argue, but you don't. Like when me and my girlfriend go out, we take turns paying. Like sometimes I pay, sometimes she pays. She buys me gifts sometimes. I buy her gifts sometimes. But in terms of like money flow, it's pretty neutral. Like we both spend money on each other. So no, you don't have to shower women with money in order to keep her in a relationship.
Wait, you guys go to dinner for the first date?
No, not for the first date. I'm talking about my girlfriend, like the girl.
Oh, okay, yeah. I get it'd be a little bit different if you're like dating them, but like first date going to dinner, that's crazy.
Well, for the first date, you don't have to buy them anything.
Me, I like to do something more nuanced. You know, I have like little special places I like to go, little secret spots.
Pray tell.
Like rooftop spots, you know, slightly illegal activities. I've alluded to this before, but we'd have to speed date if you wanted to really know.
Okay.
But this is not the time and place for
that's
that.
That's how.
Can you stream from the rooftop and like show us around on the speed date?
The cell service is pretty bad, but I could try at some point. Yeah.
Wait, so Mr. Slave, do you pay them because it's like the kink to pay them, or do you pay them because you're trying to get around taking them out on dates? Like I'm confused.
I get turned on by taking care of a woman, and at the end of the day, they get turned on. It's a whole turn on, but it's real. I wouldn't call it a kink. I wouldn't call, what turns me on a kink. What turns me on is me.
That is
like I get turned on by having
kink, sir.
I get turned on by having sex with a woman, and I get turned on by paying a woman, by taking care of her. Just taking care of a woman, just sending her good morning, good night, and and emojis, just making a woman feel good turns me on, gives me a real hard on.
So you got a pleasing kink.
It's not a kink. It's just me. It's like saying, I got a pleasing sex. I mean,
a kink can be just you. You're making a difference where there is none.
Is having sex a kink? I get a hard on when I have sex. Is having sex a kink?
An interesting question.
Arouse you, right? It doesn't seem like everyone gets a boner just from texting their girlfriend.
I didn't say anything about everyone. I'm saying that's me. Just as much as I enjoy having sex, I enjoy making a woman happy.
Yeah, that's your kink. That's
Yeah,
fine.
so a kink is something that is non-conventional sexual practice. I just looked it up. So having sex is not a kink because that is very conventional. Something that is unconventional, like paying women for sex, is a kink, right? It has to be something sexual. It has to be something unconventional. Both of those criteria are met when you pay a woman money that you fuck.
But I think all men enjoy taking care of women. It's like a built-in thing.
I like pleasing my partners. Yeah.
I think a lot of men do, but I think a lot of men does Andrew Tate like pleasing his women a lot? I don't know.
We don't know. I think he does because I mean, from the few times that I heard him, yeah, I mean, he's very similar to me. I mean,
I don't know.
I
if he
think
likes
you guys are literally polar opposites. You guys have absolutely like
Sometimes it comes like it's so extreme that they meet back up again. You know.
Not with these two. I think if you told Andrew Tate that, hey man, we found your doppelganger and that's Mr. Slave, he would literally punch you in the face. Like he would not take that well at all. You guys could be more different. He's like ultra masculine, almost to the point of like where he's like really worried about like even like seeming soft. You're like the exact opposite of that. You're like ultra like, yeah man, you know, it's just what I'm into, bro. Like you guys are literally could not be polar opposites in any
taking care of a woman is literally what Andrew Tate teaches, and this is what I teach. So I don't see the difference.
Okay, Ben.
All right.
I just could not imagine. Andrew Tate may be guilty of many things. I could not imagine him being guilty of like walking around with a leash and like a fucking ball and gag. Just I don't know, man.
Okay, NotsoErudite, your audio is very weak. I can barely hear you.
No, it's fine.
Okay, which is annoying because my chat, I bumped it up a little bit, and my chat's like, you're way too loud. So I don't know. I'm trying to find the happy medium so you guys can hear me, but I'm not like.
I can bump you up manually.
When Grace speaks, it's very loud. When Erudite speaks, it's very low. Everybody else is in between.
Yeah, we can try to change those levels.
I have it like automatic, so I don't know, Alex.
I would say
turn it
just
down or whatever.
I would say turn it up just a little bit.
Check.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. And I'll just turn it down on my side so I'm not too loud. Okay.
So I was thinking about Grace, your Instagram post is the is the idea that like the woman, because I was kind of half paying attention, but is this the situation that like women who or the woman was arguing that like she or the wives should be obligated to like please their husband whenever he wants to have sex? Like is that
I mean, she quotes a verse from the Bible, which I understand not everybody here is Christian, but I actually think it's more like natural law, which is that when two people get married, the man gives his body to the wife and the wife gives her body to the husband. So they kind of own each other's bodies. So you're no longer in control of your body.
So that's the question I was going to ask is like, I wonder if a lot of people who subscribe to this, I feel like they probably wouldn't necessarily subscribe to like the inverse setup happening where like she got to like whenever she wants to be pleased, like that he is obligated to do that for her, right?
Yeah, I do think that's part of it.
Yeah, well, I kind of feel like most people who subscribe to that probably wouldn't agree with you though. Like they'd be like, no, the man is the one who has like the authority over that.
Yeah, I would.
It is interesting if you read the actual verse. I think it's from Corinthians. It's actually it says the man gives his body. Well, I guess my point about it is if you have a marriage, but both of you can sort of like deny sex whenever you want, or it's sort of like you're negotiating, then that's not really much different than like just sex outside of marriage. Like you're not really giving each other yourself to each other.
What if you're like sick or you have a headache? I mean, like I feel like at that point it's kind of like, what are you gonna like suffer?
But that's like within the relationship.
The bigger problem here is that you're making the defining characteristic of marriage like an obligation to sex, like even if like it's unwanted, which is like a weird hinge to like put a marriage on, right? Like are there like more important things that like a marriage should be built on than like you have sex with me whenever I want?
Oh yeah, of course, but I'm just saying that's obviously part of it, and it's kind of like it's like a really extreme take, but it's kind of like, well, if you're gonna be together forever, like you kind of have to give each other fully to each other. Like there are no rules, there's no boundaries.
Well, there has to be boundaries. That's a very unhealthy marriage if you have no boundaries. I have massive boundaries in my relationship. If my girlfriend ever lies to me, that's violating my boundary. If she ever cheats on me, that's violating my boundary. You should have boundaries in any relationship. That's normal. I mean, like I understand the sentiment or like the general, like I guess, feeling behind the point. But I will say this: if you're a good lay, your girlfriend will want to fuck you. Like, I've never been in a relationship where I couldn't get sex. Never once happened. Like, it's typically like, babe, come on, like, can we just chill out for 2 hours? So I don't know. I feel like you could just like fuck the girl really well, and then like she'll want to fuck you, or you could like logically guilt her into fucking you and get like subpar sex. Maybe, I don't know.
Allow me to interject in. Grace, you said that you believe it's natural law to like to have like a co-ownership between each other's bodies if your marriage is based in Christianity.
I'm just saying for anybody, if you get married, which I would assume is like you're saying you're going to be together for the rest of your lives, then I would say that's just natural, no matter if you're Christian or whatever. Like, it's just part, like, kind of, natural.
Yeah, I suppose, but then doesn't that take like free will out of the question?
Yeah, I think once you choose,
kind of like what it's about.
Because you freely choose who you get married to. Of course, that's important, but then once you choose that person, there are no boundaries, at least sexually, but also I think in other ways there are no boundaries.
There must be boundaries. Of course there are. There's boundaries in the fact that you're not fucking other people, right? In most monogamous relationships, that's boundaries.
But those are boundaries.
There's rules, but not between you two.
Yeah, those are boundaries based on like.
Right?
Well, okay, if like my girlfriend wants to put on a strap on and fuck me in the ass, should I just do it because
you're obligated, Alex?
That's a question. Like, okay, so what about immoral stuff? I don't know. I don't like if if your husband wants to.
All stuff should be negotiated in sexual exchange, right? Even between me and my husband, there are things that I like and dislike that I would never want him to do. Absolutely, because if our sexual situation is he keeps doing things that I don't like, but then I just never tell him, that's not good for the relationship.
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying you can't tell him, but I'm just saying he is in charge of what he does to you, and vice versa. And so if you married a jerk who just wants to do stuff to you that you don't want, that's who you married. So you have to do it.
Are you still this position, or is this your position? Sorry, just to be clear.
I guess it's my position. Yeah, as of now.
So you think that the moment you've married somebody, there are no boundaries sexually other than monogamy?
I don't quite know, because I saw this post and I was kind of like, okay, I'm not sure how I feel about it, but then it's like, yeah, I kind of think, like, if your husband doesn't respect you sexually, that's who you married, so you have to deal with it. Like, you have to...
The issue is that, like...
You have to give it up to him!
Well, what if, for example, a woman's had a child, she just had a baby, her cooter is full of stitches. She doesn't want to have sex, but he really wants to nut. Do you think that she should just allow herself to basically, like, allow her stitches to be ripped out and her vagina brutalized because he wants to nut that moment?
Wait, isn't there?
Well, that's the guy you married, right? He's a jerk. I don't know what to tell you. Like, your body is his and his body is yours.
Well, what if he just doesn't realize, for example, like, what if he wants to do something sexually with you that really hurts, and he doesn't know beforehand? He's not an asshole, and you negotiate that. Like, there's an element.
Of course, you can tell him. Of course, you communicate. Of course, not like you're just a slave.
We have to have marriage constitutions that account for things like abuse, right? So this idea of like, yeah, that's who you married. It's like, well, sometimes the person that you married changes over time, right? There are plenty of people who marry somebody, and then 5 years into the relationship, that person goes through trauma, that person gets a TBI, major things happen, and now he's a different person. So are we still going to say, well, that's just who you married? Or what if you made a mistake?
Well, that's the whole beauty. That's the whole
choice.
But that's the whole beauty of marriage, right? Is like you're together forever, no matter what happens to each other. If your wife goes into a coma, that's
not even biblical. Like, there's tons of precedents in the Bible itself for allowing divorce. Physical and like sexual abuse is included in there. Like, even in biblical times, they're allowing women to divorce their husbands if they were being abused. Like, we can't have this.
Yes, but that's
old. You agreed to it at 19. You agree. Well, yeah, but I would hope in modern times we've actually got even better enforcement of marriage.
Divorce is no longer. That's not. I mean, I'm a Catholic, so it's not allowed. It's not a Christian thing.
Sure.
All right, Grace. Let me pose the question like this: how do you feel about like a dude taking a shit on your chest? Does that like gross you out?
No way, I'm into it.
Not if
no,
it's
but really, like this guy turns you off. I'm sure that's what it is for most people. I'm assuming.
Okay, sure.
Who gets turned off? What if your husband was just like, "Yo, Grace, you know what? I've been watching a lot of scat porn. I want to start taking dumps on your chest." What would you do?
I think you got to say like, all right, if that's what you're into, that's what we're doing, and I could talk to you about it, but like I'm not in control in that area.
Really, you would just every night just like put up with a fresh pile of shit on your breast?
Well, I might ask myself like, is this guy like, did we actually get married, or like, You know what I mean? Like, is this
But you
actually?
just
But
question, like the validity of the marriage. Like, isn't that the same thing as?
I think
basically
that's
saying, normally people would say, "I would just get divorced." Like, I'm gonna be honest, Grace.
Yeah.
Even in a Catholic marriage, there are boundaries about things like abuse. If you think that in relationships that there could be no negotiation about like what roles, I'm sorry, this is just
Of course,
a
of course.
non-realistic interpretation of relationship.
Of course, there are
you can
boundaries,
say
like,
things like no. And
yeah,
yes,
you
if
can
marry a
get
guy-
separated. Yeah, of course.
Yes,
I
if
feel
you
like
marry a
it's
guy
a lot
and he really
healthier.
wants to shit on you all the time and you don't want it. I don't think everyone's cop out would be like, well, that's who you chose to marry. I'm imagining when you married him, you didn't realize that he wanted to shit on your chest every time because in Catholic world, you're
Well-
not even allowed to have sex before you're married.
What the fuck? are we
Okay,
debating about
wait,
anymore?
okay. Yes, but that's why you should be like extremely honest before and take marriage really seriously. You should be super honest about it. And if he lies that he has some kind of crazy sexual issue, then maybe you didn't get married because he lied to you about who he is. So, like, it
Don't
works.
you think it would just be a lot easier, simpler, and healthier just to be like, hey, you know, I'm just not really into having someone shit on me, so I don't want to do that, babe. Like, I feel like that's like so much more reasonable than like second guessing your relationship because your partner wants to do something that you're not into.
You could say that, but if he's like, well, I think you just got to like work together. Like, you can't just say no. You don't have the right to say no.
Grace,
I don't think
do you
do.
recognize? Do you
I said
recognize
no
Grace?
to my girlfriends all the time. I had not Natty, but 2 chicks before that. She had a really weird fetish where she wanted me to wear her panties. She would beg me for it. She'd be like, "I do anything." I'd be like, "Not gonna happen." She's like, "Come on, babe, can we just try it once?" I'm like, "Nope, zero chance, zero fucking chance." I wasn't gonna negotiate or work with her on that. I was just like, "Nope, not fucking doing it." Sorry, not sorry.
Wait a minute, Alex. It sounds like she's a dominant woman.
I guess, Grace, would you be okay, as Ryan said at the beginning?
Wait.
Because this verse talks about both genders. So are you okay with a woman insisting on pegging her husband, despite the fact that he absolutely does not want to be pegged?
I think I don't know. Like the question with like the guy with the girl too. Like I'm not sure how it works. I'm not sure. Like I know it's extreme, and obviously I'm not married or whatever. So like I don't have like all the experience. I'm just saying like I think he has to at least be open to it because that's her thing. That's the girl he married. That's what she's into. There's no boundaries. He can't just refuse it.
Do you recognize?
This is not true. This isn't even biblical. I wouldn't find anywhere in the Bible where it says after you're married, no boundaries at all. Partners cannot say no to each other. That doesn't exist.
I want to know, Grace. Do you
Well,
recognize?
yeah,
that
of course,
this
if
is
you're doing
this is a
something immoral
premarital
to
rape,
your-
or do you recognize that your opinion here is
I knew you were gonna
premarital
say
rape?
this.
Like, I mean, you can roll your eyes, but like, this is literally what you're advocating for. Do you recognize that?
I don't think there is rape inside of marriage. Rape is a legal term for a crime. I do not think you can rape your spouse.
Okay. Noted.
I mean, they're negotiating. Anyway, if
Not
you,
true.
if
no
if
can
she says,
exist, and then
wait a
you're
minute,
enforcing your will on somebody, that's abuse. And you already said abuse shouldn't be occurring. So in a case
Yes.
where somebody is not interested in it and you force your will anyways, that's now abuse, which you've said is wrong to do. So you've already said that in this case, abuse shouldn't occur.
hold
That's
on.
a hard
What if
line
you?
that we're
Yeah.
draw, right?
Okay, hold on.
It's
Wait,
tricky. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so what if you negotiate
I'm not sure
and
how
she
it all
says,
works.
hold on. So she says, listen, I don't want to be whatever shit on, but if you do something for me, then maybe I'll consider it, including why don't you pay me and I'll consider it. So they can negotiate. Is
No,
that-
no negotiations.
why
Not within
Why
marriage.
not? Why
No
not?
negotiations.
Of course there's
Why not?
negotiations. in
No,
marriage.
once you're married, that's it. No negotiations. You
Why?
are
No,
you
must
are each other's
negotiate.
no
you
negotiations. That's for
Why?
before marriage.
Hold
Why?
on. There are going
What's
to be
the
things that
difference?
come up. Hold on, Mr. Slade. There are going to be things, I'm sure you'd agree, that come up in a marriage that you couldn't have prepared for. Would you agree? For example, the birth of like a child that has Down syndrome. You can't really
Yeah.
prepare for that. Okay?
Sure,
So
yeah,
there
yeah.
are going to be negotiations in a marriage no matter what, because a marriage is forever. There's no way you can perfectly prepare for a marriage before you're married. There's no amount of carefulness you can have so that you have all the negotiations sorted before you get marriage. Most of marriage is constant negotiation. Most of marriage is teamwork, right? I would agree that like,
No.
absolutely it is.
Okay,
I would say
Grace,
the
I've
man
never-
the man should lead and the woman should listen to him. Of course, the woman can bring up, her concerns or whatever, but like essentially you can't have two presidents. There's one person who's in charge,
Okay,
and it's the
that's-
guy.
That's it. You're
Why-
just conflating absolute obedience with submission. Even in the case of biblical submission, submission doesn't mean absolute obedience, because it says husbands treat your wife like somebody like the body of Christ. Like
Of course, yeah.
Wait,
in this
there's no red
situation,
line. What about if he wants to murder her?
You're constantly talking.
Apart from immoral stuff, of course, that's not.
Marital rape is
You've
immoral.
already agreed that abuse
There's
is
no
immoral.
such thing.
You've already agreed that abuse is immoral, right?
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I really want to punch you, and I'm like, I don't want to be punched, and he punches
Right.
me anyways. Would you call that abuse?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
beats me, so that would be immoral.
If you did nothing to deserve it, then yeah.
But if he punches you with his dick, it's just part of,
Whoa,
it's part of the marriage.
Holy
Punches me,
moly.
penis in my face, and he hits me really hard, and I say,
If he's
no.
if he's violent during sex,
Sure.
is that what you're saying?
No, he punches me in the face with his dick.
He's got a humongous ball, like a 14-incher.
All right.
And I'm saying,
Okay.
no, he's doing it
Man,
to
I
punish
can't even
me.
do
Would you
that.
call that abuse?
I mean, yeah, if he's just being violent and just yeah, I mean, there is a certain like if you want to hurt your partner sexually, of course some people would want to do that. That is abuse. Yeah, I think you would have to say like something's really off here.
But what if
What if he was just like
people can agree to sadistic BDSM stuff, right? So not all.
What if
Yeah.
he was like? What if he was like? You know what? I want to take. I've been eating fucking Mexican food for the last 3 days. I have the worst diarrhea ever.
Wait. Can
Why
I
are
just
you
respond? Can I
bringing up
respond
that
really
point?
quickly to Erudite though? But if he's into sadistic sex stuff, like you would know that from getting to know his personality. Like he's a dark person. You like there's no way it would just come out of nowhere. Like you're attracted to him because he's into dark stuff. You even if you don't have sex before marriage, you would like that's the guy you're marrying. Is like this guy with issues probably if he's into that like super hardcore stuff.
Let's assume.
In the case of rape, most rape is non-reproductive sex, correct? Because it's very low it's going to result in childhood. Probably most times a husband's raping his wife. He's not hoping to get a baby out of it. Would you agree?
Well, it depends what you mean by rape.
He sticks his penis in her when she's absolutely saying no. Do you think he's trying to get a child out of it, or do you think he's trying to get sex out of it? What do you think is more likely?
Sex. Yeah, sex.
In that case, according to the Catholics, that's non-reproductive sex. That's a sin.
Well, I mean, if he has a condom on, yeah.
No, even if he's like going into the sexual exchange exclusively
having
for
sex with
the
a condom
power
is a
dynamic. Yeah, in this situation, he's going in with the pure goal of just having power over his wife and having sex with her. He's not trying to have a child. Because let's be honest, if he was, he'd probably want to be like a bit of a team about this. He'd want her to want the sex as well, so that the sex is good. There's a higher chance of like fertility when like she's lubed up and all that sort of good stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to be trying for a kid every time you have sex within a Catholic marriage.
Yeah,
But-
non-reproductive sex is a sin in Catholic.
Well, it's not non-reproductive.
Which pope they're talking about, but yeah.
But it's not as long as you're open to it. It's not non-reproductive if you're not stopping the reproduction process, but if it doesn't result in like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think you as long as you're not preventing it, then it's fine, I think.
Okay, so as long as the rape is condomless, then it's good.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying within
Would you say it's
marriage.
bad?
I guess I would say you have a fundamental problem if the woman is just saying no, 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 and the guy's saying I'm going to do it anyways.
Yeah. What's the
That's
situation
you
for
have
your
like maybe you're not even married. Like it just seems crazy. But also I would say sometimes if a woman's just not up for it, but the guy is, she should do it. I don't know.
Sure, you should definitely try to negotiate the situation, right? I think there's absolutely something in a marriage where you recognize the different libidos and you try to make up for it to some extent. I'm totally for that. But imagine a situation where the woman is saying no, like absolutely not, no, for whatever reason she has, and he is forcing it anyways. Can you really tell me that that's not a sin?
I would say, yeah, of course, you can abuse your partner sexually in a marriage.
Marital rape is a
It's
sin.
called rape.
I wouldn't call it rape,
You
but
might
I
not.
would say
That's how we would call it. What other word would we call it when a woman is saying absolutely no and he's doing it anyways? What
I
other
would just
word we
say
call it?
I would say taking your anger out on your spouse sexually. I wouldn't call it rape because that's a legal term for a crime. I would just say it's you know.
Wait, I want to ask Grace this question. Grace, so let's say you and I get married, right? And there's absolutely,
Ooh, okay.
I'm a totally normal dude, right? You know, like everything checks out. And then like 2 years into our marriage, I start going down the dark path on the internet. I start watching a lot of porn master videos that leads me to watching a lot of like really degrading, weird shit. And then I realized, you know what? I have a shit fetish. You had no way of knowing that. I'm like, Grace, from now on, every night before going to bed, I'm gonna take a massive dump in your mouth. Would you just like go along with it for a while, or?
Well, I mean,
Girl.
Are you
Alex,
trying?
I think you're
just. I think you're trying to tell everybody that
sub
you.
5 for. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm really not. I don't
What
have
if
any
you didn't know he was
I'm
into
actually,
shitting in your mouth until like it happened by accident?
Well, okay, so you're watching.
Chad can shit on her
So
chest.
he didn't lie to you.
That's
Your marriage
true.
can't be annulled. Your marriage can't be annulled. He didn't lie to you. He didn't even know. He didn't know. This
Well, there's
was
some.
fake.
Okay. I know you could say I'm coping, but like obviously, so if you're watching porn, there's something off in the marriage because you're looking for sexual gratification outside of me. You're finding
Shit
yourself
in your
going
mouth
in.
by accident once. Something happened in your.
yeah, it just popped up on my window,
Popped
and
up.
then and now I really want to take a dump in your face, Grace. I really
Yeah.
want to do it. You can't
Yeah.
say no to me. I'm your husband.
I mean, I think you have to be open to it and kind of say, you can talk about it obviously, but I think you can't just say like, no way, I have my boundaries. I think you got to say like, okay. Also, if a girl just wants to do something crazy to the guy, like if she just wants to just like, you know, what, I don't know, it's different, but like, to me, I don't really understand what that means when they say the woman owns the man's body, because obviously the libidos are different. So like, what does that mean for the woman? Because it must be equal, but everybody just thinks of it as the man gets to do whatever he wants to the woman whenever.
Well,
But
one of
it's
the reasons
also true vice versa.
Well, Grace, one of the reasons I asked the question I did earlier is because I think that like part of the narrativization about this is that like it kind of implies, or it kind of like women like sex. Like there's a lot of people like kind of like downplay this.
Yeah.
But like women have pretty high libidos. Like on a like
yeah.
like women like
Wait,
women generally like sex.
I want to get back to my question. Okay, so you kind of said
Back to the shit.
Yeah,
You said we'll
we have
talk
plenty of
about
shit coming out of Grace's
Well,
mouth.
what I'm like, hey, listen, I really want to do it. You can't talk me out of it. There's no negotiation. I'm like, I want to take a dump in your face. It's going to be liquid. It's going to be diarrhea. It's going to smell really bad. And we're going to do this every single night. Every single night. Would you just let me do it? We're married. You can't say no.
Well, I think I would ask you, like, where does this come from? Like, do you want to humiliate me?
That's such a stupid.
No, babe. I
Like,
think
it's-
it's really, I think it's really
No.
romantic.
That's a
I
dumb
wanna
point
do it
of
for us.
contention, Alex, because the idea of Christianity, you know, this isn't what I subscribe to. I think Christianity as a whole, I think a lot of the Christians get it completely wrong in terms of like not sinning at all. Because if we're supposed to not sin at all and become like obsequious pupils of God or Jesus, right? Why did God send Jesus down in flesh to save us from our sin? So, you know, in reality, we can live in sin all we want, but if you're gonna follow the Christian belief, usually you try to live as a better man. So if you
try to be perfect.
If you present yourself in a way that comes off as this perfect Christian man before you marry this woman, and then you actually switch sides and become psychopathic and start wanting to partake in these like degenerate retard tendencies of like wanting to shit on her chest, you are not a real Christian man. This is completely like, no, that's just,
Well, I think
does not even.
Yeah, I think you have to take like getting married way more seriously. Like, okay, would I give myself in any situation to this man and expect him to do the same to me? And do I trust him? Like, you have complete freedom in choosing that. So choose like really carefully. But once you choose, like, there's no more negotiating. You're in. Come hell or high water.
Same question, but instead of your husband, it's Coach Whitefield. He wants to take a shit in your mouth.
Unless one of you is doing immoral stuff. Then that's.
Hold on. You already said, imagine
your
things
coach,
come
bro.
up in your relationship that you just didn't expect. In the case of sexual dynamics, especially if you wait until marriage, there's going to be a ton of stuff that you don't even expect to come up. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Then you would
especially
probably-
people my age, I would think it would be crazy.
So you would probably agree that negotiation must occur, because you cannot blame somebody for not preemptively negotiating something that they didn't know would even be needed to be negotiated.
I don't think you negotiate any of it. I just think you give yourselves to each other completely, and
What do you think
it's
that
gonna be
means?
crazy.
Fuck you,
No,
Alex.
it's not crazy. I want you to walk me through this practically. What do you mean?
Okay.
Give yourselves to each other. What does that look like in a relationship? So I'm married.
Okay, whatever the other person is into, you have to be totally open and no boundaries sexually. And you could talk about it, and you could say, of course, you can say like, I'm not into that or whatever.
Isn't the talking about it the negotiation piece?
Not negotiation in terms of power, though.
What do you
Like-
mean negotiation in terms of power? That's not what negotiation
Well,
is.
no, negotiating is saying like, I'll give you this if you give me this. Like, I'm saying
No.
communication, not negotiation.
Okay. Communication is the same thing as negotiation. I'm using the same words.
No,
for the same thing.
because
Okay,
no.
I'll use your word. I don't care. I don't care about the semantics. I'll use communication instead, right? When we're talking about sexual dynamics in marital relationships, especially ones that have had no sex beforehand, there's probably a lot that they'll need to communicate about. For
Yeah.
example, what if you're just scared? Like, what if he's like, I really want to try this? And you're like, that just kind of scares me. Do you think it would be reasonable to give voice to that?
Of course, I'm saying communicate.
Do you think a good partner would respect that fear?
Yeah, I do. But if you married a jerk, I don't know what to
That's
tell
not-
you.
Well, the issue is if you married a jerk around a situation that neither of you knew would come up, what do you do now?
I
just
mean,
fuck?
yeah. I mean, if it's forever, like, you're fucked. I don't know what to tell you. That's who
So do
you
you
married.
think that these people should aim to procreate?
I think you could maybe consider whether you actually got married, whether you actually knew the person, whether like this is real or not. But,
Okay, but you just opting to annulling the relationship is essentially saying that you can say no. Because if you're basically saying this is something so far out of the bounds that I'm not comfortable with, so maybe the marriage is null, you're basically saying at that point there's a functional no. Because that means I'm not willing to do this, which means maybe you weren't the person I thought you were.
well,
right?
yeah, I'm saying like within marriage, like either you're all the way in or you're all like or you're not married.
Sure, you can be all the way in though and still communicate about boundaries.
Yeah, and I would say if you married somebody that you trust and who respects you and you love, like he would respect that you're afraid of something or whatever.
Ideally, but the situation is things happen, right? Say you marry a guy and he's great, but he gets a brain injury 5 years into the relationship, and it does sometimes happen where severe brain injuries will cause a major personality shift. And now this guy sucks. Are you just
Yeah.
saying basically annul the relationship?
Nope, you are married to that guy because that's not something he did. If you're
Just
if you're
accept abuse instead.
well, I mean, I think you can be separated too. If you cannot live together because of him, like there's some kind of immoral thing, you can live separately, but you're still married. Like if your
Okay, but
husband
wouldn't you agree
falls
that
into a coma.
Sure. But wouldn't you agree that if you're living separate, you now have a functional boundary, which is you're not allowed to do anything to me. In fact, you're not even around me. So there's nothing you can do to me. Isn't that a functional no?
Yeah, but I guess my point is like
So you're basically saying you can say no. You just have to do it in really drastic physical ways, and rather than just saying no and your partner listening to that.
if you're like if it's abusive, you have to get away from that. Yeah. You might still be married, but you have to get like if your wife is just doing drugs, you can get away from that.
Would you agree that
Doesn't
getting away
necessarily
from
mean
that
Wait,
is a functional
Erudite,
no?
can I try to ask Grace some questions because you've been having a very long conversation and I'm about to kill myself. You're not getting anywhere.
Don't
That's
kill
actually-
yourself.
If you-
Let
My
me-
if
next
you
topic
think
is
that
related to
somehow
that, so-
magically you're going to do much better, go wild, buddy.
No,
let me
no.
just-
I'm not saying I've worked all of this out. I understand
We
it's
know.
extreme.
I'm not holding it to you. I'm
I
asking
know.
you questions.
I said
I'm literally thought testing your own idea because obviously I
Yeah.
disagree with you.
I appreciate it. I'm not sure. It's like, new. But
Okay.
I
Let me,
think it makes
there's
sense.
there's one person. I promise you're gonna get the mic next, Mr. Slave. There's one dude backstage who's been waiting. He's been spamming like crazy. I want to get him on. He says, Kyla, that he really wants to expose you about something that he has. No, not expose. He's the word that he has. He's been watching a lot of your videos. He has a lot of points of contention. Do you mind if I bring him on? His name is Foppish Knight.
As long as I have the opportunity to say he's just a troll and to like not waste too much time on him
Yeah, for
because
sure.
he's been
Okay.
in my chat.
I'll be right back.
Make
Oh, you
him
know this
show
dude?
finger. Make him show
Yeah,
fingers
he can
on
come in.
the
He can come in for now, but
camera
I
first, before.
yeah make
Okay.
him cam up.
No, I was gonna say make him show fingers backstage first, so he can't just like cam up and peen flash. But I don't know.
I'm not too worried. He's invested way too much energy in getting onto Peen Flash.
You underestimate peen flash energy givers.
I do recognize him though, Hugh. I've seen the name and stuff in my chat.
Could be
What
a
do you
role
mean?
player.
It's just
we
it's
thought
just an
Dennis
image.
Wynn was here
Anyone
the
can do
other
it.
night.
We had this problem with Dennis.
I know Mr. Slave remembers, but it's okay. Foppish Knight, you're on, bro. Unmute yourself. Cam up, as Carrie Sontag would say.
gonna be a peen. I
I
guarantee.
got my hand on the bun.
Well, if he doesn't want to go,
What good is that? It's gonna
there
be
it
too
is.
late.
Whoops.
Oh, he's here.
Give me 1 second.
Wow. we
What
got
the
a
fucking
stereophonic
Morgan
His
Freeman?
voice is like way different than I expected.
I am Foppinch. What's your name?
Grace
Foppinch.
is gonna have like 20 million DMs tomorrow from like dudes who have like weird fetishes and kinks. Be like, hey, you seem
Hey, I
like
heard
baby.
that you like shit on chests.
But Erudite, I think your line of questioning. I mean, every time she answered something, you said, "Okay, that's rape. That's rape." But she kept saying, "Yeah, rape is okay," or "I wouldn't define it as rape." You were trying to corner her on the rape, but she just, swiped it away. She swiped left on the definition of rape, on using rape. She doesn't like to use the word rape or whatever. I mean, I would
use
ask.
the word abuse instead. I don't know if you caught that one.
No, you don't need. But you don't need to go there. The question, my line of questioning would be, Grace, what's driving your decisions about
That's fine.
these?
That's fine that that's the direction you want to go, but that was the direction I would like to go.
Like, I was curious.
I honestly think that Grace is just trolling. I don't actually think.
No, stop it,
No,
Alex.
it's
No
not-
one trolls except for you. You're the only one who trolls.
Yes, I'm the only.
Everybody else is completely
person who trolls.
serious.
I'm the only person who trolls on the internet. That's a hot take there, Mr. Slave. No, I don't think Grace would actually let her fucking husband take a shit in her mouth. I think
Again,
she'd be like,
unless it was
hell no.
Chad.
That's an
Unless it
extreme.
was Chad.
She'd be like, hell no, hell no, get the fuck out of here with this.
Okay, Alex, by the way, I have something to say to you. Very interesting, very deep, like prognostication. It goes back to our second conversation ever. If you're interested, we can discuss it. Up to you.
Sure, we can at some point. Yeah, let's just let Foppish Knight, I guess, make his point, and then we can talk about that later.
And I do have a
So,
topic.
Kyla,
Yeah, here you go.
should a man control his woman?
I would rather you just get to the point of what you're trying to ask.
Repeat.
I'd rather just get to
saying get to the point.
You're like gonna do a whole bunch of leading. Just ask what you would actually like to get into.
So, I mean, that's my first question. Should a man control his woman in a relationship?
Okay, but the problem is that I'm gonna have to respond to all of these things because it feels like you're begging the question with what do you mean by X? So I'd rather just get to the point, the direction that you're hoping to go, which is what you're begging the question with. Or I can answer with, what do you mean by control?
Or you said that a marriage is a negotiation, but a man should lead.
There's a question.
So if
there,
he's going to
I'm
lead, he's going to have control. But to you, that's abuse.
assuming? Well, that would be a straw man of what I said.
Okay, so a man shouldn't lead?
So I don't think leadership means absolute power.
Why?
Because if you require basically forcing people to follow you, you're not a leader.
That's
You're a
fake alpha.
Facts.
Hugh
Well,
knows.
you're not forcing her if she chooses to marry you.
Oh my god.
It's not force.
Yeah,
At the end of the
but-
day, she said lead. Now she defines lead. Done. What's the next question, Mr. Foppish Knight?
Yeah, can we get to the point?
Yeah.
Please.
Well, you mentioned masculinity. What is a healthy masculine role model?
Like, do you want examples of good masculine role models?
Sure.
I think Jocko Willink's a
Put your,
pretty good
put
example.
your hand down, Ryan.
So
Just
Jocko
kidding.
Willink, do you want multiple? Is Jocko Willink sufficient?
Yeah, and why?
Because I think he has both a super solid blend of tons of really strong masculine traits and strong feminine traits, which make him a really good leader. I also think, I'm sure this is where you're actually trying to go with things. I think my husband is an extremely great example of masculinity.
Jocko milk is delicious too. I tried some of that. I got some at the Wawa the other day. It was actually
He makes
pretty,
milk now,
pretty
too?
based. Yeah, it's like protein milk. It's got like 30 grams of protein. It's
Yeah,
actually
but it's
pretty
not
sick.
the kind of milk you think.
Wait, Foppish Knight, are you gonna get to a point? What's going on?
He's trying to build
Working
the
through
ominous nature. Very
Just working
spooky.
this up.
What voice changer
So
do you
why
use?
wouldn't Tate?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Foppish Knight,
Why
I'll try
wouldn't
and
Tate
help
be
you.
a
Let
positive
me
role
help
model?
you. I'll try and help you. Where do you want to go? What do you want to prove about Mrs. Erudite?
Well, she argues in feelings versus facts.
What does that
Okay.
mean?
What's
And
what's
who
the
cares?
actual point that you want to make?
Yeah. So
Do you feel
let's say
that
she
way?
does.
I think
Okay,
I
feelings,
think it's
facts.
from the
What?
Undead Chronics community. They're pretty upsetty spaghetti because I brought up Undead Chronics' daddy issues. He was embarrassed, and then I brought up that he's like living in sin when he was trying to criticize me of sin, and then they've been like cycling, obsessing about me for a while. So he's looking
Okay,
for like, a
Erudite.
sin
Okay,
to
okay.
come
Okay, if
on.
we're gonna
But
talk
I'm
about
guessing
sin,
that's essentially what's going
That's a
on.
psychoanalysis
Or
of the situation.
matter.
Let's
Or
let's try and
virginity.
give Foppish Knight a chance. Go ahead. What do you want to put? Okay, so she feels feelings are more important than logic. Okay, that's her opinion.
Getting
So
to
what?
the point would be very masculine, by the way.
No, no. By the way, no, it's okay. Feelings, by the way, feelings
Mr.
and
Slade trying to
logic,
deviate.
as far as the brain is concerned, is identical. So who cares?
Mr. Slave the Peacemaker. All right, yeah, Foppish Knight. So what's the actual point you want to make?
So to her, she was saying that virginity isn't a good indicator of a good relationship. But why?
Do you want me to walk through my argumentation again?
Yeah, go ahead. You know, do it fast.
Yeah. Okay. So you're wondering why
curious.
I don't think virginity maps on super well to relationship markers because
But Erudite,
virginity.
you're very quiet,
Wait,
Alice. What can you
wait,
do?
let
I can
her
barely
finish.
hear
That is
her.
not at my end. I don't know what to tell you.
I can hear her.
I can hear it just fine. Just let her
Yeah.
talk.
Okay. So, my arguments for virginity not mapping on super well to marriage is that virginity is essentially like a heuristic for other things. So it doesn't map on super well because there are better individual predictors of good relationship metrics than virginity. So at a normative level, virginity is correlated with longer relationships. That's true. The problem is that you can't take large normative studies and apply them super well to the individual because a lot of normative findings aren't predictive at an individual level. It's what we call, I know your guys' favorite word now, an ecological fallacy.
It's also a meme.
So what
Virginity
would
is
be a
not
better
real.
indicator?
It's a tool to
Virginity
impress
is not
women.
real.
Yeah.
So a better indicator would be something like similar personality types and values. Those are going to be probably mapping onto a longer relationship overall because you're going to have less of conflict over it because your personalities are similar and your values are the same, so you're probably directionally headed for the
I
same
would
things.
I would agree with that entirely.
Erudite, you're a genius. Super genius. Super duper I love it. Super. I heard you when you debated Mr. Unbeat Chronicle. Genius. Absolutely genius. I love it.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Slave.
th-
That'll be $20, Mr. Slave.
Fun panel.
Thank you for that little,
No, you owe him
thank you for that little
$20.
outburst,
Awesome.
Mr. Slave.
No, that's
Alright.
the thing, right? I'm just kidding.
Oh,
So why is
okay.
it
I get it. Nice joke.
statistically that higher body count increases divorce rate?
Yes,
So,
everyone's seen that
again,
study.
we've already agreed that that normative claim is true, right?
Correct.
So at a large population sample, we see that, for example, things like low body count predict less divorce rates, correct?
Correct.
The problem is when you pull one single person from that normative distribution, and then you try to map on which factors will predict the length of their marriage. Virginity falls short. It doesn't do a very good job predicting it. So better things that will predict whether that individual is going to be a good partner would be things like moral character. Are they forward thinking? Do they delay gratification? Right? Do they have good impulse control? Things like that.
Erudite, you're a genius.
But you're making it about the individual. But if you take 100 people and 80 of them had successful marriages and they had low body counts, then you can't dispute that it's a big factor, correct?
So I'm not disputing that it's correlated. Would you agree that correlation does not equal causation?
It can.
No, it doesn't, ever.
But it can.
They're literally
No,
different concepts.
this is like a classic fallacy. Correlation does not equal causation. So here's a good example of a correlation, right? We want to know, so crime rates are correlated with ice cream sales. As crime rates increase, so do ice cream sales. When ice cream sales decrease, so do crime rates. Does that mean that ice cream is causing crime or crime is causing ice cream sales?
Yeah, they put chemicals in it.
No, it means that there's something else causing them to occur together, which is summer temperatures.
Okay, so
But it
going
can
off that logic,
be cause it can be
No,
sometimes.
okay, Kyle,
never
going off that
causation.
logic,
With
then why are
nuance.
80% of crimes committed by fatherless homes?
Because typically in fatherless homes, there's not a good, because almost all crimes is done by boys and young men, because in fatherless homes, there is no same-sex parent to map onto the child's experience of what it means to be masculine. So a lot of times, for example, they will find this masculine figure elsewhere. It also seems to be the case that in people who cannot delay gratification and are unforward thinking, that they will often have unprotected sex and end up having children. The problem is, in our society, we just assume that women should always be the caregiver. And so in the situation where you have two people who are impulsive, not good at delaying gratification, and not forward thinking, when they have a child, the woman ends up with the child, right? I imagine that if we had a society that forces men to take the children more often, it would be single father homes that would be raising a lot of these like criminological children, right? Because of the same factors, because it's typically non-forward thinking people who are resulting in children out of wedlock, children out of a good like home environment.
Wait a minute.
Does that make sense?
Hold on,
Would
but
you agree that PUA could also have adverse effects towards that, Erudite?
No, you 1 second. Erudite, you did not need to answer that question. No, he changed the topic. He needs
you
to
1
No,
second.
it goes back to virginity because she said that
Erudite, he
causation
needs to
doesn't
concede
equal
the
death.
first point. Don't answer. Ask him to concede the first point. You won on the virginity. He has to concede. Otherwise, he's going to keep changing topics. We're going to
No,
be
it
here
wasn't a change
forever.
of topic. It was to prove the point because she said that causation doesn't equal
she
it.
said
But if a
you were
father
discussing
was
virginity.
equal
She
more
won on
time, then-
virginity. You have to concede.
Okay, hold on. All causations are also correlated. This is why in science, when we first start trying to figure out how to treat
Science.
things, no, any science, even in like medical science or anything, a lot of times the way that we figure out how to treat different things is we'll do correlate studies first to figure out which factors are just related, which ones go up and down together. And after that, we do more individual studies to figure out which predicts outcomes later on, because not all correlates are causational, but all causations are correlates.
So
Sorry, there's a lot.
Okay, great.
Sorry, I'm just taking notes.
Okay, I mean,
wait.
I think
So,
Erudite
Erudite,
wiped
are
the
you
floor with
solid
him.
in the
Done.
point? Mr. Slade, hang on. Erudite, are you concrete in your belief that there's no like overlap between correlation and causation at all in
So I
any?
literally just
She
said
is.
all causations are correlational, but not all correlations are causations. Of course, if things are overlapped, that there's probably some relationship between them. The problem is that this is why they're correlate. We don't know what the relationship is. This is why ice cream sales and crime go up together. This does occur, but we don't know
Of course,
why it
yeah,
occurs.
but that's a pretty like egregious difference there. Obviously, we're not gonna link any correlation there, but we can link the correlation between like raising crime rates and households having less fathers or whatever, or anything about unprotected sex and more pregnancies and more abortions or anything like that.
So
But when you
this is
compare
why-
ice cream, of course not.
Yeah, so this is why what we do with correlate studies is we find a bell curve, we find a whole bunch of normative things. And then what we do is a different type of statistical analysis where we try to take individual people and then
Individual is
predict
the
their
key
future.
word.
Yes,
But
because
but
it's a
you
different
said
fucking
But
type of
you're
study.
disputing the fact that they did
But
a
you
whole
said-
study.
you
No,
said
you're
correlation.
talking about rock curves. Do any of you know what a rock curve is? Just to be
want
just
to.
so that we're okay. Of course not. When we're talking about predictive statistics, we're talking about figuring out things like rock curves, which is a different type of statistical analysis, which none of you know, which is fine, by the way. But stop using your lack of understanding to bludgeon me with
Minority
it.
doesn't dispute the majority.
But you said correlation never equals causation.
Yeah,
You
she's
didn't-
trying to
I
dispute
said
that the minority
correlation
of
does
women that
not
are hoes.
equal causation.
would
You
be
said correlation
unmarriageable.
never equals causation.
they're not.
No,
they're
I
different
didn't.
things.
No, I never said that. The fallacy is post hoc ad proctor hoc. Correlation does not equal causation. It doesn't mean correlation never equals causation. It means correlation does not equal it. Just because the black cat crosses your path and your mammy dies, it doesn't mean the black cat caused
That's an
it,
extreme.
even though they were correlated
We're talking about
together.
statistics.
No, mathematically, yes, statistics is fucking math.
Yeah,
Rob.
so you're saying the
It's all the
statistics
same
are wrong?
shit. No, I'm telling you that black cats appearing and mammies dying might correlate together,
Extreme.
but that doesn't mean that black cats cause mammy to die.
That's extreme.
It's probably
I used the
more
actual
likely-
statistic of
it's
the father
probably
was
the
household.
fleas on the cat carrying the bubonic plague, which gave mommy the bubonic plague, which caused her to die. But in that case, the causation is the bubonic plague, not the cat. Understood?
But wouldn't you
It's the
say
same thing mathematically? That's what
What-
we're doing right now.
wouldn't you say correlation does not necessarily equal causation then? Not
Yeah.
correlation never
That's what's
equals
being said.
I
causation?
never said that, Grace. I said
You
correlation.
did say
does-
that.
No,
You
I
said that.
didn't, Grace.
She
No,
did
I
say
didn't.
You did
I
say that.
She
Find a
did. She's
fucking
going
quote.
back.
No.
She's getting angry.
I will. You did say that. I think you made a mistake.
She did. She
One at a time.
misspoken, but it's
One at a
Stop.
time. One at a time.
Post hoc ergo proctor hoc is like the first thing you learn when you go to like any basic college science course. There's no shot that I would have missaid it at all because it's a standard thing. We literally make memes in science about correlation does not equal causation. I wouldn't have said correlation never equals causation. After the fact, therefore because of the fact. That's what post hoc ergo proctor hoc.
I said sometimes, but I said to you correlation can sometimes equal causation, and you said no.
Correct.
So
because
why
that's
would the
an
divorce rate be
incorrect
higher?
direction of it. Causations are correlations.
Right. So correlations can equal causation. They can.
Okay,
Ah,
are you talking
got
about the
her.
statistical process of correlating?
No, I'm just no. I don't really know much about it. I'm just saying the basic ideas. Of course, if something is correlated,
I'm gonna sell
it
this
could
in,
be
like,
a cause.
I'm gonna sell this in like 10
Correlates would
seconds.
be a causation, sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell this in like 20 seconds. So correlate or causation always means correlation, or correlation does not always mean causation. Could correlation also mean causation? Yes, it can, but it doesn't always mean causation. So just showing those two things are correlated is not enough to say, hey, this is causing this. I think that's literally, I don't know why we like are going on this point for like 5 minutes. But it's actually a super simple point. All right, let's move on to the like the next point of this.
Yeah.
That's a correlation versus causation.
Well, I don't know.
So does body count matter then you're in a relationship?
So in normative numbers, yeah, it does seem to map on. But if you, as an individual, are trying to find a partner, body count is not going to be a very good metric to do so. Because
Okay.
it's not
So
predictive for individuals.
Well,
Not
and I
individuals.
would actually agree with that.
Yeah, it's true, but also like Fabish, you can kind of like logic this out, right? Because like if you're like interacting with like several different women, right, and you're considering like who's going to be your partner, like the odds of body count being the one factor that's going to decide whether or not that marriage is going to last it's very unlikely because there's so many other
It is
things that go
likely.
into a relationship.
Stats show it.
It might like you might feel like it's going to be the most
I don't
important
feel
thing,
it.
but-
Facts
but-
show it.
Well, they don't show what you're saying.
They do. They did multiple
really
studies
don't.
of
That's
thousands
not-
of people.
You're
What is
wrong.
that called?
You're
The moment
mathematically
you
wrong.
put relationship success under a ruck curve, what you're going to find is things like body count really fall by the wayside. There's going to be bigger things that actually predict longevity of relationship amongst individuals, like things like personality factors, values, and things that we would probably call moral character, like ability to delay gratification and forward thinking.
But don't you guys basically?
wait,
Don't you
wait,
guys
wait.
basically?
Men and women.
You basically agree though. You'd say body count does matter, but it's not like the most important
She
factor.
says
I don't know if
individual.
I would agree with
The
that.
issue is that in undead chronics world, virginity is basically the main thing that matters. It's the main
It
thing.
is.
And
By the way, ladies, go to
Yeah.
highshop.com.
Let
You
me
can get your
flip the
virginity
question
back.
to let me flip the question to Fabish Knight. Do you think that
fuck,
a girl's
Ryan?
virginity is the most important indicator? Her body count is the most important indicator of the success of a relationship.
Well, of course, if she's been on 100 dicks, she takes different parts from different guy emotionally.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you have.
wait,
you have one
can I
chick-
stack a point
I
onto
literally haven't
Foppish
talked
real
about.
quickly?
Let me just quickly.
Me neither.
I know. You go right after me, and then we can go back to Rod. All right. So you have one chick who's been with 5 guys, one other chick who's been with 7 guys, right? Do you think that the chick who's been with 7 guys has a significant more likelihood of like that relationship failing? Like, how important is it?
Dependent.
Because you're talking about extreme cases. She's been with hundreds of guys, and I would somewhat agree with that. But let's take
Well,
extremes.
the study goes over 10.
The average woman has been with like 5 or 6 guys. Okay, women are not nearly promiscuous as I think most people make them out to be. So one girl has been
Are
with
those
5
self-reported stats or actually
one girl,
That's not statistical.
one
I think it's
girl-
actually more like 3 or 4. But okay.
It's low.
It's actually
Not
higher.
nearly as high as most people think it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so once again, you're picking.
okay.
You have 2 options. One girl has been with 5 guys. One girl has been with 7 guys. However, the girl who's been with 5 guys, you guys have a lot more in common. You feel like she's closer with her family, but that's the girl who's been with 7 guys, but she's been with more guys. Who do you pick?
Why would I take my emotions into it if I look at it long term? I'm not going to think with my dick. I'm going to think logically.
You're gonna think logically about a relationship? What are you, a robot?
Okay, so
listen,
What are you talking about?
Guys, please let me
I will base her stats against my stats, and I will equal them. Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
Let
we'll
me
take it like
argue
this.
on behalf of Foppish, okay? So first of all, Alex, the question about are you gonna take the 5 body count girl or the 7 count girl? First of
I
all,
got
if we're
stats for
gonna
that.
if we're gonna argue about stats, okay, first we need to know, are those self-reported body count numbers to find that average, or are they actually like we know the actual? It's like it's the same
Average
thing
woman
with
is
dick
around
size.
10
let's
plus.
assume.
People, hang on.
No.
No, listen. This is
bitches be
correlation.
lying,
This is
right, bro?
correlation right here. All right, I'm on Poppish's side here. Okay, so we can
No,
say
you're
the same
not. You're
thing.
actually not on his side. You're just
Okay, anyway,
like
just let
weird
me.
shit where you pretend, where you try to play contrarian. It's like
No,
an
no, no,
ultra-
Let you speak.
Let me explain my point, okay? So the second point to that, the average, penis size in America, right? People thought it was like 6 or above for the longest time, right? And those were self-reported. And then they actually had doctors take a group of men and measure them themselves, and they found it was actually a lot lower. So the same thing with body counts in females, it's case dependent, okay? They can self-report having lower body counts, and then they can be carrying worse emotional baggage from even a lower body count compared to a higher one. It's all case dependent. It depends on who the woman sleeps with, the kind of man that they usually go for, and that is going to have an effect on whether or not the guy or the girl are going to survive in that relationship. A girl could be with 20 different guys, and they could be the best guys ever. They could be LTRs. Or she could be with 20 guys that are just one-night stands that she's going to have worse emotional baggage in the long run, which will fail marriages in the long term. That's what he's arguing.
But it is true that
Wait.
But
I have a point for this.
it's true that the less guys a girl has sex with, the more she's able to bond with her partner. That is true.
No,
That is true,
Alex.
but I'm talking
That
about
is
behavior.
true.
Alex, I have a
Based on
question.
what?
No, it's not. The data on
Yes, it is.
Paraben,
Statistically, it is.
Wait, one at a time.
But I don't necessarily think virginity in a marriage is like definitely.
Stop. I have to
Let's
start
talk about
muting
the
people.
data.
We have to do it one at a time.
Let's talk about the data, and then we can talk about our feels as well, okay? When it comes to data on pair banding, I'm telling you right now, it seems to be pretty mixed. What originally came out was
It's
there was a
not
bunch
mixed.
of, it is mixed, because I've looked at the meta-analysis on this, and just.
But it's just common
here's what I'm
sense.
saying.
It's
Grace,
common
stop.
sense.
The problem with common sense is that common sense also falls apart. This is why believing that black cats are bad omens made sense 200 years ago, but then we tested it and it didn't bear out. This is the same thing with like the pair bonding stuff. The original data that came out was funded in part by a seminary that's attached to like a Jehovah's Witness church, which is fine. That doesn't mean it's bad research, but it was very strongly in the direction of pair bonding. The issue is that in follow-up studies done by like various different groups of different biases and leanings, when you put all of that data together, what we find is basically a non-very strong significant factor, because it doesn't seem to be the case that this pair banding thing with like oxytocin and all this stuff is super borne out. The data is like possibly slightly directional in what you're suggesting, but it's not nearly as strong as people claim it to be, and it might actually just be a figment of bad data as well. We need more research on it. Just in general.
So you're saying it's mixed. So I just think it's common sense. Like the less women emotionally bond when they have sex, the less men you have sex with, the more emotionally like open you are
most
to.
of this data
Studies
comes
show
from
that too.
prairie voles. Prairie voles. This is where most of it comes from. And then what happened is we discovered the exact same type genome of prairie vole that had the opposite breeding strategy as the first one, even though they're like oxytocin mechanisms, were both similar to humans. That's where a lot of this research came from. And I don't even care. I can even bite like the pair bonding a little bit. I don't really care that much. We should probably get back to like Foppish's like post hoc feelsies.
Well, I want to get back to my question for Popish Knight because it was completely ignored. And then Hugh just went on a nice little feel-good monologue that had nothing to do with what I was saying. So once again, the question
It had
is
everything to do with the conversation.
That's true. Hugh's point was based.
I'm gonna. I know it was based. It just had absolutely nothing to do with the question I was asking. Okay, so Popish Knight. So once again, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical situation. You are choosing between two girls, right? One of them has a body count of 7, but you guys have a lot in common. You have similar values, and she has a good relationship with her parents. The other girl has a body count of 3, but you guys don't have a lot in common. She does not have a good relationship with her parents. You feel like she may be even in some ways not a good partner for you based on like the things that you're into. So your answer was, well, I just go with logic instead of feels. So which girl do you pick in that situation?
well, you're gonna go with the one that has a lower body count because she's more moldable to you as a person. I mean, I think Grace hit it on a point.
Okay, so
Well,
you
I don't
would-
necessarily. I wouldn't
my-
necessarily say that makes
My
sense.
entire
You
monologue,
go-
Alex, literally just like I just put your question on the spotlight with my monologue. I literally explained to you why those two cases
Hey,
are
Alex.
completely different.
Right.
I have a
You-
question for you
Well,
then.
it's a hypothetical. So
Foppish
when you do a hypothetical, you have to control. You have to indulge in the mental experiment. I understand that it varies. There's every relationship is unique. I get all that, right? But that's a moot point because we're talking about hypothetical.
Hey, Alex.
So wait. So okay, let's assume the girl with the 3 body count. Let's say you guys have nothing in common at all, and she is shitty with her parents, and she fucking kicks puppies. Would you still pick her over the girl with the 6 body count?
Correct, because guess what? At some point in time, the girl with the high body count is going to be an issue.
But the
Oh,
girl
no.
who
I'm like the puppy kicker.
the girl who kicks puppies and who you have nothing in common with is.
I think you're
That's
putting
an extreme.
you're putting too much.
This is actually a great example of why Foppish thinks that he's engaging in just logic, but it's actually post hoc rationalization of a preference.
Well, the
So
stats show it.
No,
Let me ask
I'm
you
gonna
this,
tell you about
Alex.
statistics.
What do you think the
Alex, I have a
stats are on
question.
puppy
Oh my
kicking?
god, no more statistics talk. It's so
Me too.
boring.
This is
Hey,
what
Alex.
Foppish is talking about. So Foppish Knight, would
Wait,
you
Papish, I
agree-
wanted to argue on behalf of you,
Wait,
but
Hugh.
you're
Wait,
Would you
what-
guys
what-
agree that statistical probability cannot be applied normatively to a population? So thinking about virginity is not useful for mate selection. Moral character,
Why?
because moral character and delaying gratification is what is going to be more important for you, Foppish, for mate selection, not statistical variables, right? A statistical variable can be a red or a yellow flag.
Okay,
But treating
I have a
it as
question.
hold on, I'm not done. Treating it as a disqualifier is really stupid. It's like being a 13-year-old girl writing down a list of all of the things she hopes her husband has and then disqualifying men based on that ideal version of a list. Disqualifiers can be things that you don't want to deal with. So if you want a virgin, that's fine. Because if you're insecure about your dick game and you have an insecurity about her body count, that's
thought she was getting
fine.
into
But
feelings
hold
again.
on. But saying you would only ever get with a virgin because everyone else is
Of
a
course.
slut with a bad character is just post hoc rationalization.
It's
It is
not.
feels before reals, and feels before reals is fine as long as you don't pretend that it's something else. You're not being objective here, Foppish. You're
I
going
am.
with your feelings. You like virgins, which is fine. You're allowed to have
No.
a virgin kink.
It's kind of weird.
I have a question for you then, Kyla. Okay,
Good luck. Good luck
let's-
getting any girl with this personality. But
Let's
okay.
let's
Well,
flip it.
let me
Okay,
let me
wait,
okay,
wait,
let me-
wait,
let me try to
Kyla.
load the hypothetical a little bit. I promise you can ask your question.
Kyla.
wait. Can we let
You're hiring
Foppish-
somebody for a job. Okay, 2 people are sitting in front of you. One of them has had, let's say, 10 jobs in a year, but they're really nice. And the other one has had 2 jobs and they have no experience. Who are you going to hire?
That's a really bad analogy because you're
Guy
probably
with
going to
10
pick the
jobs?
person who has more experience. That analogy works against you, my
No,
man.
I said they have no experience. One has had 10 jobs in 1 year. The other one has had 2 jobs in 5 years.
That guy
Who are
sounds
you
super
going to
hireable,
realistically
right?
hire?
I would go
Same
with the person
experience.
who's more hireable. So in the case of the person with 10 jobs, we're talking. Hold on. In the field of graphic design, having 10 jobs in a single year would be super normal. That would be completely fine, and I would prefer them because it means that in a single year they could get 10 different contracts. That's fucking impressive, right? In the case of other fields, though, we might
Okay.
see that as a flag because it means that they don't have like good consistency and loyalty. So it would all depend on what's actually going on in the situation.
Okay.
What
Why
led
don't-
to
do
the
it hard then.
firings?
Let's do it
Some of us
hard.
programmers get
Wait,
around.
does
Why do we
Miles.
why do we have to move it to but why do we have to move it to statistics? Isn't a virgin somebody with a certain personality, and a girl who's had like 5 guys or whatever is going to be somebody
Yes,
with a
she's
different
less than
personality?
fuck.
No.
It's related. Like you don't have to even go into that. Like
Right.
those are.
It could be a
For
simple
Kyla,
matter. It
The
could be a
issue is
simple matter.
Foppish
of-
Knight, number of jobs has nothing to do with statistical
Oh, really?
probability. No,
Well, okay.
it
So
doesn't.
first of all, Foppish Knight, your analogy it really cuts 2 ways. So if that person has had 10 jobs in the span of 2 years, then yeah, you would look at that and be like, okay, maybe they can't hang on to a job. Just like if you're thinking about dating a girl, she's been in 10 relationships in the span of 2 years, then you might be like, okay, maybe she has a hard time hanging on to a relationship. However, if your choice is between someone who's a virgin, i.e., they've never had a job, and someone who's had a few jobs in the span of 5 or 10 years, you're 100% going to pick that person person who has experience. So that analogy doesn't work for a lot of situations.
Well,
but I want to go back to
no, I'm saying they're both going in the same field, but one has left their jobs 10 times in a year, and the other one has left their job maybe 2 times in 5 years.
What about they don't have they've never had a job? They're virgin. They've never had a job.
Okay, you can teach them.
So you would.
Well, yeah, it's a stupid analogy.
As an employer,
I don't necessarily think that this
like
is
my
an
employee's
analogy.
fresh.
As
So
an
you can
employer,
use a car
I like them raw.
with high mileage.
Have you
as
ever
an
had a
employer-
job? Just so it's clear, employers don't want to hire anyone with no experience because you're right. You have to train them, which is fucking expensive, which is why your analogy is fucking retarded, by the way. Because in the case of experience versus not, you always go with the person experience because it means you have to spend less on training them. Always.
For only a
Always.
period of time, then they
I
will
want to
leave.
teach
And
women how to have
Wait.
sex, dude.
What
Let
if
me-
you train them and they
Foppish,
fucking
is it
lead
more
to a
costly
better
to
job?
train somebody, or is it
No,
more
they
costly to
train-
recruit?
You're
Constantly.
Hang on. Wait, no, Erudite.
Let's talk
Wait.
business
So I
statistics.
think
Is it more
I
expensive to
believe-
recruit and more expensive to train?
Foppish.
It is more
Foppish,
expensive to
let me
train.
say something on your behalf,
Recruit.
okay?
Yeah.
I
That's
think
true.
his analogy is actually fairly sound if you look at it this way.
Okay,
Now hear me out.
stop.
Alex,
Hugh,
don't
stop.
facepalm
You
yourself.
can't recreate his
No,
hypothetical.
stop.
I can use a
I'm
car
not
analogy
recreating.
if you want.
I'm
You're going to just
arguing
make
based on
Foppish
where I
like
think he's going.
Shift to the goalpost
Hang
to
on.
something else when
Hang
he's
on.
just
Let me
being
finish my
retarded.
point. Erudite, just let me. Okay.
Calm down, Kylo.
Slurs.
Don't get in your feelings.
So, Foppish, hang on. Okay.
I'm fine with being
Guys,
Foppish.
for fuck's sake,
That's your
let me say
shit.
this.
let's
So
let Hugh
Foppish-
finish his point. It better be a good
Foppish's
point.
Analogy about Erudite, you are correct. A lot of companies will hire somebody with that experience over an inexperienced one because yes, they will have to train them. They will have to spend a lot of time with them to make them a new employee of the business. But I think what Foppish is saying, he said, would you rather hire someone who has experience, who's been like ousted 5 or 10 jobs in the span of a year, meaning that they can't keep it, either they have bad temperament or something, or would you rather put the funds and the time towards taking on a new employee, a virgin, and they stay with your company for 5, 10, 15
Yes.
years, and they do
We're
something
talking
very
long
good
term.
for your
Let's call
Begging shit. Okay, hold on. You're just begging a bunch of shit. Why would you assume that the virgin, unexperienced person would be any more loyal to your company?
'Cause
than
stats
somebody
show
who
it.
It's the,
She
it's
gets
the-
paid
it's the
each time that
analogy
she
for
rides.
one,
Not.
She
but
takes
yeah, that's
it.
what
Literally
it
Bad
not.
analogy, though.
Most people have 5 to 6 careers. The idea that somebody gets a job in a company once and stays there forever almost never happens. It basically literally never happens.
Especially
Well, I didn't
This
say
is why, by the
forever. I
way,
said
just to
5
be
to
clear,
10
hold on.
years or something.
This is why job recruiters always prioritize experience. This is why, even if it's a fucking beginner entry job, they say 2 years experience preferred. Because are you basically what you're trying to tell me, Foppish, is somehow you've magically divined a way of business strat that is smarter than the entire capitalist industry, which always says experience is preferred over virgin fucking job entry people.
We're
Always.
talking
So
long term.
even in your
What good is
example,
experience if they're there for 3 days?
you're just assuming that
days?
somebody who's getting a new job will be with you for a few days. A lot of
Well,
people,
yeah. If they switch 10 jobs in 1 year, that's pretty consistent.
Okay.
But isn't the basic wait, isn't the basic
Here's a
isn't
better
the
one. Here's a better
isn't
one.
isn't the basic
better.
problem that Foppish Knight sees like he sees women as statistics that he's gonna match with his statistics? Like this is not a way to approach a relationship.
But he's
yeah.
aside.
There's bigger problems here. You're right.
Even
Okay,
the
here's a better one for you, Kylo.
I don't think he is.
Why
I think you
argue
guys
with
are-
this?
I think you guys are straw
Let me
manning
get my point
Foppish
across
to
and
have
then
him.
let's-
We argued with you,
not
though.
strawmanning him. The
Kyla,
problem
here's
is that
another one.
Foppish
Wait, stop,
likes
Foppish.
like somebody who's really, really good at facts and data and science. The problem is that he views individual women as normative statistics. He probably unironically thinks that most couples
No,
have
I'm just
2.5
realistic.
children precisely because he doesn't understand the difference between epidemiological normative research and rock curve research about individual predictability. And he's pretending like he understands this gap because he wants to LARP as somebody who's super logical. But pro tip,
Sound like you're in your
Foppish,
feelings.
every single, of course I am. 'Cause you're
But
fucking
you're
annoying.
making the
Calm
assumption
down,
that he
this is
carries the
emotionally
same
based. This is
behavior
statistical
into-
based.
All right.
Guys, stop. Me being in my feelings doesn't make me incorrect, Foppish. The fact
does.
that I'm a raging little woman and you're still fucking wrong makes you look even more.
How am I wrong? Okay,
You're
so
just
here's a
statistically
question.
wrong. Just because
Okay,
let me ask you this
now
question.
I want to make my point now. Okay, I've waited long enough. Okay, so Grace, there's so many things I have to address. So, okay, for you, Grace, that's not the issue. That's one of the issues is that yes, he's trying to logic his way into a relationship, and relationships are typically based around emotion. However, the secondary
Right.
problem, I think, is something that me and Kyle have been arguing against. Certainly, I have, is that his logic that he's applying for relationships isn't even correct. If he's saying that a girl who's a fucking at 2 body count, who's a puppy kicker, and fucking has nothing in common is a better partner than a girl of 5 who's like a
Yo,
fucking.
let's be clear. I don't
So-
agree
That's
with
an
that
extreme.
part of the
So
argument. Yeah.
that's one thing.
It
Now
is
to
an
you,
extreme.
Q, I understand the point you're trying to make, but that's a false paradigm because I think
Which
everyone
is
would
a false
agree.
paradigm.
Because everyone would agree that a girl who's been through 10 relationships in the span of a year or 2 years is probably not a good partner. But it's not because she has a high body count. It's because she's literally jumping from relationship to relationship.
That's
which
what I
should-
said, though. I
which
put
should
that
just-
Do you
nuance in
think
there.
she'll take that emotional baggage?
But going back to the work thing, I think a more interesting analogy is you have a choice between someone who's 25 years old, they have never had a job, they're fresh, they're job virgin, and you have a choice between someone who's had 3 or 4 careers in the relevant field. There's someone who has experience in that field. You're saying you would really pick that guy who's never been employed?
Okay, but now your
Okay,
analogies
here,
are
I
getting
can give you a
funny
better
because,
analogy if you want.
because you're saying a virgin, you're saying somebody who has never had a job in their life fresh. Of course, they're gonna pick the career person because the other person has
Well, I wanna
literally
hear from
0
Papa
to none
Schneider.
experience.
Here,
But you can
let
mold
me
them
ask you
into
this.
a good employee.
Okay, Alex, you have a car that is a 2015 Hellcat.
Oh, I hate car analogies.
Can I
Oh,
just-
it's a
can I-
relationship. It's not a car.
Can I just get an answer to my question without
Yeah,
insight?
I'm going to answer by here. Here's a better analogy. You have 2 cars that are the same year, that are the same model. One has 100,000 miles. One has 1,000 miles. Which one are you going to choose?
You're not answering my question. You're answering my question with another question. I would like to get an answer
Yeah,
to my
and it's
question.
related.
No, what you're
Which
doing
one
is,
will you choose?
what you're doing.
She's
is
a
you're asking
person!
a question with a question. So once again, we're talking about
Okay,
You
you
can have
ask the
mileage,
question.
though.
Okay, I don't want to hear a tangent. I don't want to hear a monologue. I don't want to hear any kind of like a different analogy. I would like to just get a clear answer to the question that I
Okay.
gave you. So once again, for the 5th time, one person, they're both 25 years old. One of them has never had a job. They're a virgin. The other person has had 2 or 3 careers in that field. Who do you pick?
Well, I'm going to choose somebody that I can train because they're going to train around the values that I have and
So-
the company that I created.
I
And they're gonna
think,
be
I think there's
around
something
that
to
curve.
this. It's actually interesting.
Are you
Can I
saying you would
comment on
pick the
that?
person who has no experience over the person who has some experience?
He would.
Yeah, 'cause you can
Because
teach
what-
him,
That's
why
what he
wouldn't you?
values. The
You
thing
can
is,
teach
Alex,
them and have hold them there long
teach
term
the
because their
person
values
who
are
has had
years.
2 or 3 careers. What makes you think that the virgin is someone you can treat, teach better than the person who's had 2 or 3 careers? So that's the
Okay,
hill that you're
I can
dying.
answer that.
You're gonna pick the person who has 0 job experience.
Well, going back to what you said about the virgin. So do you think that women gain a part of the guy emotionally when they have sex?
completely avoiding the question.
No, I'm answering it.
They
You
do
said about
foppish.
virginity. So do you think that women, when they have sex with guys, take a part of them emotionally?
I just really don't. I don't understand.
This is not in any way an answer to my question. You're doing this thing you do where you ask a question, you answer a question with a question.
Well,
So once again,
I
I
said
would
the
be more
I
than
said the
happy
virgin,
to answer
and I'm giving
every
you a reason
single-
why.
Stop. I would be more than
It's
happy
very
to answer
beta of you to not
every
directly
single
answer a
one of your
question like that.
questions after you answer my question, which
Okay.
you still keep dodging like the Matrix.
Deal.
So once again,
Say it.
so the question
I
is, so
get it.
if you're saying that you would 100% pick that person who has no job experience over the person who's had 2 or 3 jobs in your relevant field, if you were a boss.
Correct. Because let me ask you this. As a, sorry, I guess let's get into question, but yes. I have a question
Okay,
for you
I-
then, Alex.
That's crazy.
Do you mind if I jump in after you, Alex? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
don't
I mean, I feel like that's kind of all I needed to prove.
Well, real quick
Sure.
though, I think the thing about foppish and this like what he values in both an employee and a partner is someone that he has as much control over as possible, someone who has
course,
as little
it's a
experience as
relationship.
possible, as someone who has as little experience as possible, so that he can make sure that they aren't relating their experiences in other jobs or other relationships to their experience with him.
Yeah.
Because if they compare those things, then they might find that he's not very valuable as a boss or as a partner, and that's something that he's very deeply afraid of. Is what it
Yeah,
comes
I'm
down
going
to.
to tell you this. I'm a business owner. I just recently hired a marketing guy. To me, if this is the dumbest thing ever. I wanted the marketing guy with the most amount of experience who has help
Okay,
other
did you look at his
businesses
job history?
increase their marketing. I would never in a bazillion years as a business owner hire someone who has no experience. That to me is the pinnacle of
Virginity
stupidity.
and low body count are tied. I'm not
But
saying
she's
just
not an
virginity.
employee. She's not somebody you train. She's
Yeah,
your.
well, she
Can I
is.
ask
Yeah,
you
but
some
they,
questions?
but
Father,
they,
In a
that's
male
No.
female
they use
dynamic,
guys,
Grace. So what
we
do
have
you?
to do one at a time, okay? And we're just
in
derailing.
a male female dynamic, the male has
Okay,
to
Father.
train the woman.
No.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
You're not going to be able to do that. Good luck.
Yes, he will.
Stop. Grace, stop.
Good luck.
Okay, Foppish,
Okay,
can I
what
ask
is
you just a
marriage?
couple of-
My ears.
Foppish,
What is
since you wanna
marriage?
run away- Since you want to run away from me, I'm going to ask you some direct questions. Can you answer them?
Okay.
Okay. What is the letter used to denotate a normative probability effect size? What are some letters that we typically use for that?
Repeat that.
What are some letters that we use to denotate effect size in normative studies? Just there's a couple.
I
of them,
don't
just
know.
if you
You're
want to.
talking about something that I have no idea about. I'm just talking
Okay,
about
that's
statistics
fair.
and virginity.
That's fair. That's fair. I just want to understand. Do you
You're
know?
talking about a formula. I'm talking about what it is.
Yeah, I'm talking about math. Do you know, for example, what a split half correlation is?
Explain.
Sorry?
Or I said explain.
Okay, so you don't. Do you know what a Cronbach's alpha is?
I don't care about these nerdy terms.
But you do want to lay on the laurels of a soft science epidemiology.
Well, yeah, I'm going to use studies that scientists use to using your formula.
Sure. The problem is that your understanding of statistics is lower than a 100 level, but you're trying to interpret a whole
Okay,
bunch of
so
shit.
I'm not doing statistics. That's not what I
Yes,
do for a
you
living.
live-
I look at the
that's fine.
statistics. Doesn't mean I have to.
problem is that-
Okay, do you
the
know how a
problem is
car
that-
works?
the
Can you
problem is
work on
that-
your car?
The problem,
So you don't know how your car works, but you drive your car.
Sure,
That's
but
your
I am
logic.
not telling you anything about
No, that's your
cars.
logic.
No, my logic is we're talking about statistics. We're talking
Yes.
about statistical normal
So I don't have to know the
We're talking
science
about
behind it other than the
models.
study.
Hold on, stop. We're talking about models of statistic. I have brought up rock curves and normative probability multiple times. If we were debating about which car parts go where, I would probably defer to you. I'm assuming that you know stuff about cars. I wouldn't be bludgeoning you and being like, no, this is what this part does, if I don't fucking know, right? I would probably defer to the person who knows more about the thing. And what I'm telling you is that you have less than a grade 10 level of understanding of statistics.
Okay, so you're
I'm
giving
going to ask you
feelings there.
another question.
And that's an
that is
assumption,
just
so-
broadly about statistics. Well, you don't know, for example, that R squared, R, or D are
Okay.
typical things.
Do you
that
understand
lead
how
to
an engine
exercises.
works?
That doesn't matter. None of that
Okay, so
matters.
why do you
because
drive a
we're
car
not-
then if you don't
Hold on,
understand how
I'm
an
not
engine
done.
works?
Here's another question for you, Foppish. Do you know what factors correlate really strongly with virginity? Say I listed a bunch: age, loyalty, self-respect, religious views. What do you think maps on most strongly to being a virgin? What's
Well, a lot
correlated
of times
most
it's a
highly?
father role and it's also religion.
Okay, so you think religion and father role? Do you want to know
Correct.
what actually
Along
correlates
with
most
discipline
strongly
and
with it?
shame.
Being a minor. That's the main thing that correlates with virginity.
Well, yeah, I mean, younger she is, well, she's had dick.
Yeah, you're literally selecting, you're saying, I'm going to select my partner on something that correlates more strongly with them being a fucking child than actual moral character.
Okay, so
values.
now you're trying to say that I'm a predator. Again, you're getting
I'm not
feelings.
saying
Where
you're
are
a
the
predator.
facts?
I don't think
Where are
you're
the
a
facts?
pedophile.
Okay,
Statistically, maybe.
Hold on.
so
just
you're
because
saying
you have
that statistically an 18-year-old will have sex less than a 40-year-old.
No, I'm saying a
Or
4-year-old will
could.
have less sex than an 18-year-old. That if I had to pick between 10 girls aged between 0 and 80, more likely virginity is going to fall for those under the age of 14. I'm not calling you a pedo. I'm saying you have a preference for virginity. That's
Well,
fine.
no,
by the
I
way.
have a preference for younger women. Nobody wants a busted old chick that's been through 10 guys and she's 26.
That's fine. It's fine that you feel that way. The problem is that you're trying to pretend like this
The
is
world
logic.
feels
This
that
just
way.
feels. No, that's how you feel. You have a preference for this, which is fine, by the way. I don't care that you prefer
Okay.
virgins. That's
So,
fine. All I'm
I have a
saying
question
is
for you.
that's feels before reals. It's fine.
Okay, so Miss Feelings, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Would your husband have married you if you had 100 body count?
I don't know. I guess you're going to have to ask him.
Of course he would.
Probably. I mean, assuming that all my character traits were the same. Probably, yeah.
Well, I have a question for
Oh, man. Bro, as soon as you laugh, your voice modulator really fucks up there.
dude. I have a question for you, Foppish Nice, since you're talking about body count. If you can indulge me in this personal question, what is your body count?
Mine?
Yeah.
I mean, do you really care? Or
Yeah.
does it really matter for a guy? Guys have sex physically, women have sex emotionally.
So what is your
Oh,
body
that's extreme oversimplification.
Okay, I mean, it's true.
That
A
is
guy can bang a
Fox's
chick and not
power.
care.
Once
Most
again,
chicks
that's
care about
not
the
an
guys
answer
they
to my
sleep with.
question at all.
Look,
We
all
do
we've
the thing
decided
where you
is
go
that
Of
after
course,
them.
men have.
It's
Of course,
fine.
men have emotions and sex. I think this guy's literally a robot.
Can we
Like,
just move on to
No,
the next
I
person?
mean,
We've
you
already
can
established
literally
that
bang a
Fox
chick.
is
It's like
this
jerking
heel.
off.
He has
You
a
don't really
preference
Wait,
for
can I
care.
just get an answer
which
to my
is
question?
totally
What is your
fine.
body count, bro?
Mine?
Yeah.
Are you
40.
really going to believe a guy who's using a voice changer and has
I
a
wanted
camera?
to see how he was going to answer the question. 40? Really?
40. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
And how old are you?
29.
Yeah. Just don't believe you.
Yeah, I
well,
don't
then
know.
you're damaged. If that's true, then you're a damaged person.
How?
Well, it's not. That
That's
doesn't.
a
That doesn't
lot of
exactly
girls to go
correlate if he
through.
truly
He doesn't
believes
have,
that.
guys.
If he
Guys,
truly
doesn't
believes
I'm a
that men
guy.
have sex
Name a
physically,
point
if
in
he has sex
history
physically, then
where
He's using
body
a
counts for
voice
women
changer
have been
and no
at the top.
camera and talking about stats when he literally doesn't understand the first thing. He doesn't have a body
Okay,
count.
you drive a car and
He
you don't
came
understand
on
how it
here.
works.
That doesn't
Well,
matter. I'm not fighting
live
with
in
you
a
about
house and you can't
cars.
Most
build a
men
house.
only. Most men have like I think
These
it's
are
like
you're
5 or
just-
6
You're just
Okay,
saying
so
words
Grace.
now. You're just saying words now. And now
You're a
gonna run
damaged
away.
person.
You're gonna run away from me to talk to Grace because
I
you
s-
got pinned so
Well,
fucking
because you're
hard.
talking about feelings, Kyla. When you talk
Yeah,
facts all
you're
this stuff,
talking about feelings because you prefer virgins.
facts don't care about
which is
feelings.
fine. Yeah, you're right.
Question
You're
fit.
right. Which means
Yep.
virginity
I think that's been
by the
era.
math itself is a really bad piece of advice to give to young men to tell whether or not somebody's a good partner. You're right. Math doesn't lie. Thanks, Foppish.
Yeah,
But you have a
it
virginity
doesn't.
kink, which is fine. Feels before reels.
Amish, I have a follow-up question for
In
you.
the case of relationships, feels before reels is like the reigning supreme. That's like
Well,
the reality.
but if you've had sex with 40 women and you marry a girl who's never
He
had
hasn't
sex,
with 40 women.
let's just say he has.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are going to be like very, very different people. Like you're not going to be able to relate on a lot. I don't think that's going to
Ow.
be a good fit.
You literally built her around you.
Wait, Foppish.
No,
so you-
she's her own
Hang on.
person.
Okay,
Men are not omniscient. Like
Okay,
you're.
Wait,
so
so
are
Grace,
they-
so you
but
were
you said
trolling
men
earlier
leads in a
with that
relationship,
Instagram
right?
post, then you don't actually believe that.
Yeah, so a man leads in a relationship. The girl
yeah,
has to support
leads
and be
doesn't-
submissive to him.
Leads doesn't like mold her. Like yes, in
Yeah.
some ways they build, but like you're not. She's not your project. You like her for who
Okay,
she
but you
is.
should have control over her if you're leading the relationship.
Well,
Foppish.
she agrees to listen to what you say. Yeah.
He's not talking about physical control. He's talking about the
I'm not
fact
saying
that
I have one
you're
more
just
question I
avoiding
want to
it.
ask him.
she's dating him.
Yeah. I don't
Okay,
know
my
all
question
questions.
Inadvertently molds her to his behaviors because
Yeah,
she's with him.
exactly. Every guy knows this. If you think about your first girlfriend, I mean, shit.
Yeah, I resonate with. Okay, some of your points are like kind of like egregious, like some of the stats and stuff, Foppish. But I do agree with you there. Like the one girl that I have been with that was a virgin, that was my longest relationship and arguably best. And I was actually like that was the only time I've ever been in love, whatever you consider that to be.
Was it your first relationship?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so
It's not
well
because
in
she's a
that
virgin.
case, then
It's not because of-
anecdotally speaking, Foppish's arguments are very sound with
No,
mine.
they're not. Just because
Also,
she was a
Grace,
virgin,
do
it
you
doesn't
think that
mean
women
you're-
want a
Stop!
guy
Stop talking.
that every woman wants?
Just because she was a virgin, it doesn't mean your relationship was better because of that. It's probably because it was the first time you were both in relationship, which means you extended each other high levels of grace for fucking up in the relationship, and you're probably most afraid of losing that relationship, would mean that both of you probably worked
Right.
really hard
So you just
to try
proved
to
my
maintain.
point.
That doesn't prove
So,
that virgins are
yes,
better
it does.
partners.
Do you think
moron.
that a woman who is a
No.
virgin will have sex, will jump to gun less?
No, I don't think that that's
Oh,
necessarily the
really?
case.
So if she
Probably
slept with
women
100
who
dudes,
are
she'll go, oh, I can
unloyal-
find another.
Well, probably more likely women who are unloyal, women who, for example, have bad delay of gratification and are not very forward thinking, are most likely to jump ship. Yes. True.
But that's
Which-
also probably
which-
related
would
to
you
having
agree
more
that that's
sex.
representative
Correlated.
of
Yes, it is correlated. I'm not pretending like these things don't map onto each other. What I'm saying is that
Yeah, but
body
you're saying the
count
individual.
is a really bad heuristic. Just like, for example, if you use the heuristic of I don't want to date black men because black men do more like violent crime than white men. So if I don't date a black man, I probably won't get abused. That would be a very stupid way to think about relationship, and we would all look at that girl and go, just because the man isn't black, it doesn't mean he won't abuse you. That's a
But body,
terrible
but like
Would
you
you
say,
date a guy
you
that
say,
had a
but you
history
say,
of
but you
drugs?
say low impulse control. So isn't somebody with low impulse control more likely to have more sex? Like, isn't it like all related? You don't have to
Sometimes.
separate
It
it.
is. She's just avoiding it.
No, of course not, Foppish. You've just been proved multiple times wrong, and then you keep coping about cars and fucking like other
Okay,
shit.
so let me
I
ask you
agree
this.
that body count matters. I do
Body
agree
count
with that.
correlates. Yes, it's a heuristic. The problem
Yeah,
is
so
the
you're
whole
saying
point
it's there.
Is it's yes. I've never said it's
But what
not
is this
there.
even what is this argument about?
Okay, if you
He's
guys
trying
would
to argue
literally
against
shut
it.
the fuck up
Right,
for
guys,
2
just
seconds,
one at
I
a
can
time.
get
One
there.
at a time.
The whole point of the argument, Grace, from the very beginning, is he believes virginity is the best way. It is the main exclusion.
/low
that
body
you
count.
will not. Yes, he literally said, "No diamond, no hymen" is probably his call to action. He believes
the hell
that
is
if
that?
she's not a virgin, that okay, nice cope. If he
I think
believes
it
that
actually is
she's
undead.
not a virgin, right? He believes
Who's
that if she's
undead?
isn't
guy,
a virgin, she cannot be qualified as a good partner. That's what he
Duh.
believes. I'm not saying that virginity doesn't map onto a lot of these things. Of course they correlate. I fully believe that. You're right. A more impulsive person would more likely be believed to have more sex. However, people who are, for example, very, very low impulse but have high sexual abuse are also more likely to have lots of sex.
Okay.
I have
so
a question.
you're a
Wait,
guy.
I have a question, Foppish. So wouldn't you say
Okay.
you're a bad person then? Because you've had sex with 40 women and you've lowered their ability to get married and bond with a man.
Well, no,
You had
'cause-
sex with them with no intention of marrying them. So wouldn't you say you're a bad person for doing
You
that?
bastard.
Okay, so do you want a guy
You're a
that's
slut
been with no
maker.
women?
Isn't that what you
men
are?
and women look at two
Also,
different
don't they
things.
According
take
to your
something-
own
didn't you say
logic?
they-
Well, here,
didn't they
I
say,
can
didn't
answer
you
that.
say
Let him
earlier that they
refute,
take something from you
please.
every time? Like,
According to your
woman
own logic.
absorbs stuff from the man, right? Besides cum, like there was something spiritual to it. So, like, aren't you losing something here?
No.
Pair bonding only works one way in
Here,
this world.
I'll
yeah,
explain this.
It's
Men
magical.
and women
I forgot we're
want
in
two different
fantasy
things in a
land.
guy. Women want the man that every woman wants, and guys want the woman that no man has had.
But there's
That
40
doesn't
women
have
that you
nothing
just
to do
ruined.
with pair bonding.
Well,
If
shouldn't
believe
you
pair
follow
bonding to
your-
be true-
Shouldn't
Yeah,
you
if you
follow
believe
your
pair
own
bonding to be
logic?
true,
Don't
No,
you feel
listen,
bad
women
about
Why
want
are
the
you
man that
turning
everyone
women?
wants.
Why are
Women
you?
want
following
personality.
Why are
your
you?
logic, no
Why are
sex
you
user.
contributing to turning women into women who can't pair bond
True.
according to
Oh,
your
no.
own logic?
Hypocrisy, the
You're a
Hypocrisy.
stain on our society,
You
dude.
turned 40. You hurt
Oh no,
40
it's
women by doing
recreational
that.
use.
No, but
she's
that's
a
his
hoe
point,
on
though,
an
is
after
that
how
you can't-
her
Okay, but you said you choose 5 over 7. So every man
yeah, I'm
counts, right?
talking long
Everybody
term.
counts. So
Yeah, I'm
why do
talking
you
long
do that?
term.
Why do those women? Why do you get to
Why are
do
you
that
doing
to those
something
women?
unethical,
Because I'm a
Foppish?
man. Tell me
Why
a
are you
point in
doing something
history where a
unethical?
woman's body count has been an important thing.
Yeah, if her body count is important, why are you
We're in
adding to
history.
women's body
I mean,
counts
history
when
is
you
riddled-
have no
hang on.
intention of being long term?
History is riddled
Yeah,
with the
'cause she's
bodies
already
of women
damaged
who were
goods.
murdered for
No,
being
just to
perceived
be
as
clear.
not
No, but you
virgins.
say
that's
every.
normal.
One at a time. In church right now, body count matters for both. I'm going to guess
It
if
doesn't.
you went to your
There's no
if you
religion
go
or
to your
point of
priest-
history that it
That
does.
is not true, Foppish. Go to your
Let her
local
talk.
pastor or priest and ask if you think it's okay that men have a super high level of promiscuity. And they're going
Well,
to
we
tell
have to be
you,
careful.
"A
They might touch
synecoites,
boys."
a synecoites, very bad, not allowed to do this," because at least in Christian land, they can be fucking consistent with something.
Except for the fact when they touch boys.
Well,
Or the
school teachers
fact that
touch
people
boys.
can insult, their religion.
Oh, so you're right. Doing an unethical thing makes that better. So you agree with me that if you went to your pastor or priest right now, that they would probably tell you, very naughty, don't be having sex with all these women. Correct?
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yes.
So there were
Correct.
Oh,
conquerors.
wait, no, don't do that thing when you answer a
just getting
question with a
away.
question.
Yeah, don't be a beta.
Answer the
Be a
question.
man and answer my questions directly.
Yes.
Roll up.
Great, ask the question.
Do you not remember it?
No, you talked a lot. Ask it again.
Okay, if you went to your pastor or priest and said, yeah, I've had sex with 40 women and I continue to fucking slut around, do you think that they would say, awesome, based? Or do you think they would shun you for being promiscuous? Would they go, asinocoites, very naughty, very bad?
What is this accent you have for
Well,
Christians?
they're not going to say anything. I mean,
A
the Bible
synecoitus.
talks about virginity for a woman.
Wait, your
Not
pastor's
for a
not going
man.
to say anything? Your pastor's not going to say anything.
No.
Okay, hold on. Put
No,
$500
that's
on
not
it.
true.
Hold on, guys.
This is
Put
crazy.
$500 on it. I'm going to ask my pastor.
I don't have
tomorrow.
$500.
I will record it. I will
Wait,
go and
Kyla,
record
what's your
asking
body
my
count?
pastor. It doesn't.
No, you're deflecting
body
You
now.
count
said, no, you said it doesn't matter. So what's the
You
body
want to
count?
put your money where your mouth is. Very masculine, by the way. I'll put $500 on this, by the way. I will go and record a conversation with my pastor to see if he thinks that it's
Yeah, but
very
you're a
naughty for
woman
men.
asking.
Okay,
You're a woman.
I'll get my husband to go ask. How about that? Put
You
$500
can.
on it.
I mean,
Well, but it is true that
$500? Hold on, Grace. $500 or shut the fuck up and get off this panel. You fucking pathetic loser.
Again, feelings, Kyla.
Yo.
What's your body count? If body
Kick him,
count
Alex.
doesn't matter.
Kick him. You gotta kick him if he's not gonna put the money on the table. This is fucking pathetic.
No, I'm just,
I
look,
want to ask you a
she's
question.
talking about feelings.
Alex, you have to kick him out. You have to kick him out.
she's
Wait,
running.
let me ask
She's running.
let me ask my question. I've been waiting
I'm
for
running,
Yeah, I'm
but I
open.
won't put money on it. I won't put money on it, by the way.
Wait, okay, can I explain my point? When I say no,
Yeah.
in
Because
terms
yeah,
of
it's
like,
bad.
but I want to ask my
okay,
question.
let me change that actually. So, in terms of what they'll say, it'll be more towards the fact that you're having sex outside of marriage, but it's not so much on the body count itself. Women
put
have a higher
$500
emphasis on
it.
virginity.
Shut the fuck up and talk to Alex, or put $500 on it. I don't want to fucking hear it. You're lying,
Also,
and you know that
what's
you're
a
lying.
surprise?
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
it's
I should be
generally-
angry. You're lying and you're sinning.
It's
now.
generally
You're
immoral for
lying
you
about
to
your sin.
for
Go
you to
talk to your pastor or your priest.
She's the
Put
religious.
$500 on it,
Yeah,
or
that's
shut the fuck up. Go let Alex ask you your
Kyla,
questions.
what's your body count?
1.
I'm sure it is.
It literally is.
Yeah, she has a low body count. Anyway, going back to
Okay, but okay. We know
Okay,
people
so she's
lie. I'm
avoiding
not
it,
saying
but her whole
Erudite's
argument
lying. I'm
is it
just
doesn't
saying
matter.
like these
He's running
self-reported
away. He's running
stats
away.
about
Put
body
$500 on it.
count
And
is
what do you
just
say?
ridiculous.
What's your body count?
Kyla, I make
Fucking
more money
pathetic.
than you.
Great.
Yeah,
So
it
put
is.
$500
Oh,
money.
now
Wait,
we're doing money.
Now I'm
Oh,
gonna
come on.
because that's kind of obnoxious. So why don't you take the bet?
What?
Why don't you take her bet?
Because I'm not going to waste money.
But
Because
so, well, you would
Because you'll
only waste-
lose.
Wait, you would only waste money if you lose. So are you saying you think
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna lose?
she's not going to put up 500 and I don't want her money.
I would.
Yeah, well, I'll hold that money in escrow.
Erudite money.
He said he'll invest.
Oh, no. I'm not going to let you deflect that. I will hold that money in escrow. She will have no choice. I will hang on to that money. You make
Well,
more
okay,
money.
her point is that a priest will say something. Yes, he's going to say it's sinful to have sex out of marriage, but he's not going to say anything about virginity. Where in a point of history has virginity, or no, I'm sorry,
context.
where
Okay, so
in
you
a point of
go
history
to your
has,
priest.
We break
What?
it in. We got 5
If
minutes
you-
force intellect from all never and running.
Sorry, I can't hear you over
it. The cat
dying.
And running.
Wait, stop, Kyle. So okay, so you go to your priest, right? And you
Yes.
fucking say, "Hey, I've had sex with 40 women. You know, I think I'm gonna keep having sex with more women. What do you think about that? Do you think he'll be like, yeah, man, sure, do your thing, or you think he'll
Oh
be
no,
like,
no
hey,
priest is, a priest
maybe
isn't going to
stop
say,
being-
oh, continue to have sex outside of wedlock.
Yeah, but ask him if the promiscuity is an issue as well. Just ask him
So
directly.
yeah,
Yeah.
do you think he'll
If you
care about
say
it?
promiscuity between a man and a female, are they different? And is it worse if a female has higher sex?
That's
He's
no
gonna say yes.
one is talking about that.
Ask
No
hey,
one is talking
go
about
ahead.
that. Let's talk-
Ask him that too. I'm not even worried about it. Ask him that too.
We're
Okay,
talking
so
about
Kyla,
is-
it
No,
doesn't
I
matter.
think
Why
he would
lie
say
about
it's.
your
I
body
think he
count?
would say it's a
What
higher
he's-
issue for women.
Yeah, it's a higher issue
pastors
for
will
women.
not.
I'm
Most
sure
pastors will not.
that might be true. But
No.
would he say it's somewhat of an issue for a man to be promiscuous? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, anybody promiscuous outside of wedlock in religion is bad per religion standpoint.
I think he would say
People
you're
sin all the time.
using women
We all
to get
drink.
something
We
that
all
you're
smoke.
lacking in your life.
Yeah, sin isn't something
I'm doing
that
what?
You're
is-
None of
using
us are
women.
sinless, by the way.
You're using women to get something that you're lacking in your life. It's not
Like what?
love. It's validation.
Well,
$500 so that you
What?
can afford this
Do
bed.
you agree? All right,
pleasure. It could be.
Okay,
It could
pleasure. Yeah, I like
Simple-
women.
All right, let me try to pose the question.
Duh.
Like
Well,
this.
no,
Do
you use
do
women.
Do,
King.
do, do you,
No, I like the good women, not
do
damaged
you-
goods.
So
Well,
why do you
he-
use the damaged goods? Why do you have?
Because she's already damaged.
He doesn't
Who
actually
gives
have
a
a 40
fuck?
body count. That's the first thing. But okay, assuming that he does.
Yeah.
So do you think that basically the higher the body count, the lower the woman's value is, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you've just lowered the value of 40 different women.
Good. She was already damaged. Obviously,
You're
if she's
not
good,
even
I'm gonna keep
cammed
her.
up, and you're using a voice changer. I mean,
So you think it's okay
Ah.
to lower a woman's value and ruin her because she's
Yeah, but
what?
it takes two. If she's that type of person to do it anyhow with anybody, then it's on her.
Then I'm
Guys
not
control
bad
relationships.
anymore.
Wait, wait.
but what
Alex,
if? What if
Alex.
you? But wait. What if you had sex? What if you had? Wait, can I just say this really?
Yeah.
What if you had sex with a girl who's only had sex with 2 guys, and you're her third, right? You would say that it makes her exponentially less of a
Well,
valuable
duh.
partner.
Then you keep her.
So are
No,
you
but
gonna
you,
take my bet?
are you?
Yes,
Do you
right?
ask women how many men they've had sex with before you have sex with them?
What?
You don't know what number you are for that
No,
woman.
repeat that.
Do you ask women how many men they've had sex with before you have sex with them?
It depends on the situation. You can read into it. If you go to pick up a girl and she's willing to sleep with you the first night, then that says a lot.
Like a virgin. Said
Okay,
like
wait,
a fucking
Grace,
virgin.
Grace, do you agree that women control sex and guys control relationships?
I think in premarital
Yep,
sex, women
yep.
give out the
Would
sex.
you look at that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that
what?
instance, if I go to a woman and I go, hey, I want sex, and she goes, no, I want a relationship, who's the asshole?
Neither of you?
If you believe that having sex with a woman lowers her value and you're going around your fucking 40 women, you are an asshole. I personally don't believe in that, which is why I've had sex with hundreds of women. But if I believe that each body count lowers a woman's value, I would not be.
Well, it lowers the value of somebody that's giving it out for free. Again, if they control.
But what you're doing is
the
you're being a
sex.
hypocrite because you're literally saying, hey, I think that it is unethical for women, or I think it lowers the value, but then you're going around and lowering all these women's values.
Also,
Actually,
when you say
wait,
when you
yeah,
say
she's
it's
already
free,
lowered.
hang on.
I've been quiet for so long.
Maybe this can. So have I. You want to arm wrestle for it or what?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we will.
Brian would lose.
Foppish.
Maybe.
Foppish.
We'll see.
I think the better question now, like, how long have you like held this this viewpoint, like on like this concept as a whole, like recent times or like for many years?
No, it's been years.
Okay,
You know,
statistics
how
have
often-
proved this too. That's
how
why
often-
men have a high divorce rate and a high suicide rate too.
I know. I just want to ask you.
Although women engage in suicidal behaviors more.
I would agree.
I
Any
don't.
girl who
Well,
agrees to
how
have sex
suicide-
with this guy,
how can
any girl
suicide
who
rates be higher for men if women have a higher suicide?
Any girl who agrees to have sex with this guy is obviously
Different
damaged
I would
goods.
like
I
to
would
wrap up
agree.
this
Behaviors.
conversation by addressing Foppish again. Would you like to take my bet? Are you going to go to your pastor and ask this? Or are you going to put your money where your fucking mouth is? Or going to be a beta fucking
No, you
loser?
can get it from your personal trainer husband.
Then I have a song for you instead. It's by Bryan Adams, and it's called "I'm Gonna
You know,
Run From You."
look, I like my hearing how it is.
Gonna run from you. That's your theme song.
God,
Do
that was
you want me to send
horrible.
it to
So
you?
Karaoke.
when you say that these women that you have sex with are giving it away for free, doesn't that
Yes.
suggest that you're not offering them anything? That like you don't have value that you're offering them because you're saying it's free, like they're not getting anything from you?
Well, obviously they get something from me.
I mean, like besides like a few pumps
The
and then
man
like
is the
and
prize.
then
Do you think
You-
the man is a
it
prize?
doesn't sound like it.
You are making the sluts that you then step on.
No, okay.
You suck.
If a chick already fucked 20 guys, her adding another one does nothing. She's beyond repair.
I don't think you're having sex with women who are
Statistically,
mostly.
it shows
Most
that.
women do not have sex with 20 men. You're going to be like her 6th or 7th, probably.
Yes,
No,
it's
I
just
think-
statistically
I
what
Who
you're-
has easier
statistically what
access
you're
to sex,
saying
Grace?
is insanely unlikely. You're not having sex. Most women you're fucking are not at 20 body count. They're at 2. They're at 3. They're at 4.
Okay, we need
Okay,
to move on. We're
so
just gonna
question.
circle the drain.
Who has
Okay,
easier access to sex?
I just want to ask.
Wait, Alex,
no,
that's
please,
a little
you're
bit
gonna cycle the
disingenuous.
drain
Alex, how
forever.
many girls
Forever.
have you been with over like hundreds, correct?
It's a tiny percentage of girls that I've been with over 100 guys. Okay,
No, that's not my point. That's not my point. I'm talking about in general. Okay, let's look at the dating market nowadays and how Tinder and dating apps and Instagram and OnlyFans have really shifted the dating dynamics here. Okay, so let me make my
most
point here.
women still have low body counts.
You've slept with hundreds of women, and those hundreds of women, okay, how many of those do you know were virgins for sure? How many were just on dating apps for hookups? You've hooked up with many of these. How many have you been in relationships? Probably not a lot, because you already knew that they were most likely damaged goods. I think that's Foppish's point here. And Foppish might not be representing it in the best way by saying he has a 40 lay count, and then also saying that they're already damaged goods. But his overall point is that, like, the girl has the power to withhold or not withhold sex. I can give you from my experience, the first girl that I was ever with, she had many guys in high school and beyond trying to get with her, trying to have sex with her, right? And she denied everyone before me. And then she even denied me. We were together for 3.5 years, and she never had sex with me because, A, she really believed in Christianity, but B, like, she's obviously looking for something solid. And that comes from, like, how they're raised and how they view the
for that monologue and tangent.
It's not a monologue, dude.
But
It's
once again, has absolutely it's one, you straw man me, and two, it has nothing to do with the actual discussion we're having.
What are they
So
straw man?
the straw man is is that what's it called? What you say is that something about me, like whatever. I don't believe that by fucking a woman, I'm lowering her value. That's the difference between me and Foppish.
Really?
I don't believe in that. So
Okay.
I believe that as long as you're honest and upfront, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you having sex with a woman and a woman having sex with a
So
man.
Alex,
Wait. I'm not even finished. So I want to go
sorry.
back to you because I had this question. I'll give you the closing thoughts and then we got to move on. So here's the question I was going to say. How do you know that the woman that you're sleeping with is a virgin? Like, how are you just taking her word for it, or do you do some kind of test? Like, how do you know that the woman is being honest about her body count?
By the way, hymenshop.com, ladies.
Dude, stop.
what the hell
fucking-
was that shit?
Hymenshop.com.
Anyhow, going on about that. Well, obviously you got to take her word. I mean, that's what I tell these women that have high body counts. I mean, ideally you want honesty, but if she lies, you can sort of tell. Again, a woman who has a high body count will have tendencies. It's like a stripper. It's like a porn star. She's going to act out in certain ways more than a woman who's never done anything like that.
How are you going to tell the difference between a woman who has 2 body count and 6 body count?
Look at her actions. I mean, if she's willing to run from the situation, if she's blowing you like a porn star, I mean, that's an indicator right there alone. Like, we can go physical, we can go mental.
So if she's good in bed, you're going to assume that she's lying about her body count?
Yeah. Do you know how to? It's like
you don't
anything.
think it's
You an
possible that
MMA
maybe
match, or
wait,
you
you
know
don't
how
think
to
it's
fight.
possible that
No.
she just had one boyfriend and she like fucking practiced sucking his dick for years? Like, what's the correlation?
Well, again, there's also going to be the emotional side of it. She's going to be less tied to the guy. You're going to notice red flags. Like, she's not going to listen. Again, it goes into the girl growing around the guy. She's not going to be willing to listen to his role in the relationship. So she's going to go out clubbing. She's going to go hanging out with all these dudes and all these other
This
things.
shows me that like you don't really have that much experience with women. I've dated women
Okay, so let me ask
who have
you.
a body count of 8, 9, and I've never had a girl that I dated fucking go out clubbing and do things I'm not comfortable with, right? So again,
So you let your woman club?
lower body count doesn't mean she's less
Okay,
likely to
go
go
clubbing,
clubbing.
ladies.
No, she's less likely to
You're
listen.
using extremes. If a girl has hundreds of body count, if she's at
No,
like 2,
I'm using the
then yeah, she
statistics.
probably is more likely to go clubbing. But the difference between 2 and 6, which is 3x, doesn't mean she's in any way
so
more
Alex,
likely to go clubbing. And also, you're taking a girl's word for it, which basically what I would suspect that even if you do ever get a girlfriend, your girlfriend's just going to tell you what you want to hear. Oh yeah, baby, no, I'm a virgin.
well, yeah, that's what you investigate.
I was a virgin. How are you going to investigate?
Again, it's going to be in
Based on
her
blowjob
actions.
skills?
So, okay, would you say
Oh,
somebody
shit,
that
you're
used to be
sucking this dick too good. You must have been with more
I
guys.
can explain in a simple analogy. Well, actually, sort of the question. Would you say
I'm
that a
gonna
person
go,
who used to
guys.
be on drugs has
Hi.
tendencies
Oh,
still, even
what?
after he ends up getting off of it?
Wait, what? What's the question?
I said, a drug addicted person that got off of it has been in rehab for a year. Would you say he has certain tendencies still?
Yeah, like sucking dick is not addictive, so I don't know how that analogy applies.
Again, if she's been sleep around, she's used to jumping with different guys. She doesn't want to listen to her man. These are all indicators. Again, it's the same way as a person who's drug addicted. They're going to have certain tendencies.
Okay, most of the women I've dated have been between 5 and 10 body count. I've never had a woman who didn't listen to me. So what are these other red flags? Because this one doesn't apply.
Well, I mean, that's a big one. Again, if she's not listening to you, the woman's
Well,
supposed to
let's
listen.
assume she is listening.
Well, again, it's over a long period of time. I mean, that's why you don't get emotionally invested in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just telling you, dude. You're gonna listen. Women are straight up gonna tell you what you want to hear.
Well,
Oh
yeah,
no.
that's why you have to filter.
I've just been with you, and your argument is that you're gonna evaluate them based on their blowjob skills or something.
Well, look
like
at her history. Does she have a bunch of exes that she's friends with? Does she hang out with a bunch of dudes? I mean, these are all indicators.
Yeah. So again, like every single girl I've ever dated has, or most girls I've dated between 5 and 10 body count. Not a single one of them has ever hung out with exes. So again, that doesn't apply. You're basically using a meme or parody of something they talk about. In
Wait,
Fresh
but how do
which
you
once
know,
again,
Alex?
suggests
Yeah,
to me that
you're
you probably
using
don't
your
have
anecdotal.
that much actual experience
Okay,
with women. And
Alex,
just go
I have a
off
question.
shit that you hear on the internet.
Also,
I
being
have a
friends with
question.
exes can be a green
Alex, I have
flag,
a
to be
question.
honest.
Okay,
That's
so
all it
why
is.
is it? I'm looking at the
Nuance,
stats.
Ryan.
Mhm.
Why is it that somebody who has one partner out of premarital sex drops down to 60% divorce rate?
Why is it that well, first of all, it's not 60% divorce rate. I believe
It is. I'm looking at the statistic.
I believe it is. So someone who goes from 0 to 1 drops down to 40%, not 60%. Wait, no, sorry.
It dropped down to 60%. I'm looking at it. It's a chart.
Oh, so really? So someone who has one body count has a 60% risk of divorce? Is that what you're telling me?
Sorry, repeat that. It cut out.
Are you saying someone who has someone who has one body count, a woman has a one body count, has a 60% divorce risk? Really? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm sorry, 40.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
they're 60% likely to stay in the
exactly what I was saying.
and stable.
Okay, so that once again, thank you for that, acknowledging my point. Why do I think? I think there's many factors. I think I'm just going off what the author of the study said. He says that the biggest factor is probably religion. So people who are virgin are typically ultra religious. And ultra religious people typically don't get divorced even if the marriage is going poorly because they don't want to go to hell. So yeah.
Okay, and you
I would
said
agree,
the average woman has how many
with the
body
author
count?
of the study. What?
You said the average woman is 5 to 9, right?
I think the average woman is somewhere around 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Okay, so looking at it, a woman who has 5 to 9 partners has a 40% successful marriage versus somebody who has
No,
0 partners.
60%. It's a 40% divorce rate, so 60%.
No, I'm looking at it. Well, sorry, you're right. Yep.
You don't think that you don't think things.
You promised me that you would kick him off.
Okay,
10
fine.
minutes ago.
Why?
He's gotta go.
Again,
Because you're-
wait, one last question.
Also, like I guarantee that
Well, that's
you're
fine.
going to impact
I'll
the
answer your
likelihood of
one last
divorce.
The question is, what's your PayPal so we can make the bet go away? Because you're still running. by
So
the way.
again, she's talking about feelings, so I'm going to address Alex.
I'll let you ask your last question, then I gotta move on. What's your
Yep.
last question?
So Alex, so you're saying the body count doesn't matter too, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
I don't think
so
I don't.
what are
But
you
what I
saying?
am saying is I don't think it's the most important factor.
Okay, so would you date a porn star? She has a 200 body count. She's all over the place, but she's a golden girl.
If Lana Rhodes, who's like I think one of the hottest porn stars, hits me up and is like, "Hey, baby, I want to date you," yeah, I'll probably definitely heavily consider that. I mean, and honestly, you would too. You're telling me you wouldn't fucking date Lana Rhodes? Get the
No,
fuck out.
But
fuck
Alex,
no.
but Alex,
She's
you're arguing from
recreational
a
use.
point of like just as a date relationship, not as like becoming
We're
the
saying
mother of
in
your
long
child,
term.
correct?
We gotta move on. This guy will literally keep cycling.
Like, I
questions.
don't
No,
expect that
let
you're ever
me
gonna
answer
have
this,
children,
Kyle. I
right,
know
Would
your
you
Alex?
like to
body
play
count's
Pokemon
high,
Go?
but let me answer
about
this.
that. We get it. He doesn't want to take a bet. He's too
Kyla, I know your body count's high, but let Alex
Please,
answer.
Alex, I am
Okay,
begging you to kick
okay,
him.
okay.
You
Hey,
have to
Alex,
move
can you
on.
answer that,
Michael
please?
J has been begging
She's just
to come in
talking.
here.
Can you answer
Okay,
that?
I'm gonna 30-second answer this question and move on. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the answer to your question is I think it's more complex than that. Yes, I do think that there's a correlation between body count and risk of relationship ending. However, I think there's also more important factors, and I wouldn't look at like extreme outliers like a woman who has 200 body count as a porn star, right? That obviously there's more to it than that with a girl who has 200 body count. But if I'm looking in between a virgin, a girl who's at 5 or 6 body count, a girl who's a 5 or 6, who's at 10, I don't really care about that. I'm not OCD about body count, and I don't think it's by far the most important factor. I like agree with Kyle when she says that matches in your personality, values, that's much more important than the girl's body count. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Oh my god,
Just to be clear, he didn't agree to the bet ever.
No.
tragic.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So
We can't
Kyla-
circle the drain like that with people that long. I can't. I actually like can't do that. That's insane.
I've been
But
s-
I think it was pretty good entertainment. All right, let's bring on. We have so many fucking people backstage.
Okay.
Let's bring on Vikram. Yo.
Vikram, good to see you, buddy. I've been waiting to bring this up, and then Vikram.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask you, and we can maybe dive deeper into this another time. But I wanted to ask you, like in general, your thoughts on like the gender paradox of suicide.
Wait, say that again.
The gender paradox of suicide, like
Women
that.
do times more.
Well, yeah.
Women
What do I think about that? I think it's
No.
tragic.
Sorry, Alec. I mean, you can answer too, but I'm asking Kyla.
Oh, okay.
What do I think about it specifically? I think
Yeah,
that
I mean,
like
just
men
general
in
thoughts.
general tend to be a little bit more violent and aggressive, so it's not surprising that they select significantly more violent methods. I think like our understanding of suicide attempts is extremely banal in society. So a lot of times we'll look at like the suicide attempts of women and we'll try to be like, see, they're trying just as much. The problem is that like a lot of suicide attempts are somewhat like less serious and oftentimes classified more under like cry for help. But a lot of suicide attempts that like people, especially women, will report are like, sorry, I'm getting a loud alert. Sorry, they're making a joke about serial killers.
I
Anyways,
think it's the weed in the background.
And so
Loud joke. Sorry.
that's okay. So like the paradox is that like, are these attempts indicative that women are actually suffering more than men? I don't think that that's necessarily the case, because I don't think men often use suicide as like any attempt at like kind of crying for help and like trying to get people to like take their issues seriously. Typically we see like men will often suicide with like almost no mental illness beforehand. They're at much higher risk of suiciding without mental illness. And we also see like a much more like final immediate type response, whereas women are often selecting things where like there's a chance, for example, that they could wake up, in more of that like a lot of women seem to experience, I wish I was just not around, whereas men seem to experience, I want to be dead. And you're going to approach these two thoughts differently.
Alex, be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I was also I've been reading. I've actually been reading a lot about this because I hear a lot, especially like the fresh and fit kind of sphere. Like I hear the talking point come up a lot. And to be clear, I'm actually not trying to make the case that like men have it harder or women have it harder. I think these are like really like bad conversations to like or bad ways to frame conversations, especially about suicide and suicidal behaviors. But I usually do hear this like the higher male what I understand is being called more fatal suicidal behavior rather than like attempt, or rather than failed attempt or like successful attempt, because we're trying to like remove intent from the situation a bit. But I usually hear like men in those spheres like use this as like kind of a metric to say that men do have it harder, kind of like what you were I think maybe inferring was where I was going with it, which again is not. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting to dive deeper into that another time. But I just wanted to kind of get your general take on it. So,
well, you can't then just like make an argument and then just like avoid.
I didn't make an argument.
Right?
But
I thought you did as far as like the whole suicide attempt. So, okay.
I mean, it's true that women engage in more suicidal behaviors
than
men. And it's also true that women. It's also true that women feel more, or report at least more suicidal ideations. It's just they're, and Kyle is totally right. There's different types of suicidal behaviors that are engaged with by men and women. But I think one of the reasons that I with the attempt, the like successful attempt and the failed attempt, like. You can imagine like a situation where a guy like puts a gun to his head and doesn't actually intend to fire and then does, like and these kinds of things like can happen.
It's just generally the women, the attempt that women, try their attempt are not as such that would, lead them to suicide as opposed to like that of a man, right? Like it's a high intensity approach.
I think the data, as far as I understand, there is.
I'm just appealing to common sense. I'm not like trying to read a stat that.
Like, well, my understanding of the data that I did see when I was reading about this, there is some data that suggests there is some something to that different intent factor, but I don't think it's particularly strong. I don't think we can make like really strong claims about like whether or not these women, like the idea that like, oh, these women don't actually want to die, but the men really do want to die. I think it's a
what is the average sort of like type of suicide attempt for women? What do you think their average approach is?
Oh, well, women tend to choose things like
cut their wrists,
like pills, cutting. Yeah, cutting's one. It's a lot of times pills, I think, is a big one.
But for men, you would argue that it's like more lethal, right?
Well, they tend to use like firearms.
So the likelihood of success men and women for those two attempts, it's quite different. Therefore, it will lead to more different results.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that like the women like don't want to die when they do it, right? Like that's the leap that I'm saying like we're making here. That I don't know.
I'm sure they intend to kill themselves, but it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Although I'm also arguing that we should try to remove that intent from like what we're measuring, the stats that I'm referring to.
I think everyone agrees.
Well, it's hard to prove intent. It's just sometimes just to get attention in most cases too, right?
The reason I think it's important to try to like figure out as best as we can, even if it does turn out that intent is like a major important factor. I think it's good to like learn or try to figure out as much about what's going on, especially with something as important and like as lethal as suicide. Like it's a really important.
But the point is that we cannot prove intent, so we can't just like determine fully that.
Well, I'm not
trying to commit suicide as opposed to just like in some cases trying to get attention and this or that. So to like attribute it all to just attempt as opposed to just suicide.
Well, that's part of my point is that I think people assign intent. A lot of people who talk about these things, they're assigning intent to either men or women, or and suggesting like they're kind of like doing some mind reading that I don't know there's enough justification.
Yeah, so it's important to distinguish like attempt, like harming yourself in a way that could lead to death. It's not the same as trying to commit suicide.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right, let's get off the suicide topic. It's a little bit of a bummer. Get it? Bummer. All right, so Michael, you were quite active in the chat. You said you have a bunch of points you want to bring up, so let's go through them. We're probably not going to go for too much longer, maybe another 20, 30 minutes.
Well, it's like this thing where it's like you have all the points you want to make while you're like outside of the conversation, but like the minute you're brought in, it's like everything changes. Like the whole scene is just like completely flipped. So it's like, okay, I had a lot to say, like fucking 20 minutes ago, but like now, like the conversation is completely flipped. So it's like, it depends on like as we go on, I'll probably like be able to contribute. It's like I think that a lot of things we were doing earlier is that I mean, we can all agree that Radical Coder and Erudite, they're sort of two debate bro people. I mean, you would agree with that, Erudite, right?
That I'm a debate
You're
bro?
quite a debate bro, yeah.
Possibly. I don't know what do you mean by like I engage in debates a lot?
I mean, you're in the debate bro like sphere, so like the
I do
fact
like
that you're
to
asking me
debate.
whether or not you're a debate bro. I mean, you're
Well,
you're kind of
debate
head
bro
to head with
means-
Destiny on that, so we can agree that Destiny's a debate bro, right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm disagreeable. I like to fight people, and I seem to be pretty decent according to at least some people.
Yeah, you're also a debate bro. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
What is that? What's the larger point there?
Can we open the dictionary and look up what debate bro means? Is that the question?
I don't think it's in there.
No. What's the okay? So
I don't care.
let's assume me, Kyla, and to some extent Ryan are debate bros. What's next?
Well, my point is that you're setting up the scene for like you guys to be slain, like the blue pill side to be slain, and like where you're bringing up these randos and like having like be fucking humiliated and like this is what I talked to you about earlier. It's like you're bringing up. She doesn't know what I'm talking about.
I'm
bringing up
literally.
these people.
I haven't talked to you before, so I have no context.
Okay.
For what
I'm speaking generally.
This implication is beyond bizarre. So I bring on people who want to come on. I don't. First of all, I'm not even blue pill, so I don't know where that talking point comes from. But I bring on people who say they have disagreements with me. I bring them on in a random order. I don't cherry pick for like fucking people who I think I'm gonna be able to dunk on.
But not you personally. I'm saying the
Not his
arguments
fault
you're
they're
agreeing
losers.
with most tend to be blue pilled argument, right? Wouldn't you agree with that?
No, I think I'm probably closer to like pickup and red pill.
I'm saying that the argument that we've had so far, they've been blue pilled argument in which like
I don't think
that
it's a
side
blue,
have been slain.
I don't think it's a
for the
blue
most
pill
part.
argument to say there's more to relationships than just a girl's body count. I think that's just like common sense, reasonable argument.
It's complicating it more, but the argument of being in favor of virgins as opposed to like women that have had a higher body count, that is in itself a red pill argument. Would you disagree with that?
do you think that we pressure people into?
Wait, hold on, kids, hold on now. Can you just let him answer the question? I mean,
Sure.
Do I
tagging
think
in along? I
it's
get
common?
it. Just like answer.
First of all, red pill is a loose congregation of a whole bunch of different content creators. Do I think it's a common talking point in the red pill community? Sure. I don't know if that makes it a red pill argument, right? Because the red pill disagrees with itself quite often. There's different red pill content creators who have a whole bunch of disagreements. Same thing with pickup, same thing with black pill, right? So is it something I commonly hear in the red pill community? Sure. But just because I disagree with a red pill talking point doesn't mean that I'm blue pill.
Yeah, I'm sure you agree with plenty of rep. That's not my point. It's that
right, but so that doesn't just because I
virgin preference thing is tend to
right,
be more
but just because I have no problem with people
approach,
having preferences for virgins, right? I have no issue with that. I'm just saying I think it is silly to primarily select based on a girl's body count in a relationship. I think there's more important factors.
Right, but I'm sorry, you're going beyond the question. I was just asking, that whether or not the red pill approach would be to be more in favor of virgins, which you agree with, and I'm saying that you were pushing back against that, which means that you're siding more with the blue pill argument. That's
no, I can also side with the black pill. I can side with the purple pill.
But in that case of the virginity, you were siding with the blue pill argument. That's my point.
I don't know if that's a blue pill talking point.
Were you pushing against the red pill argument of preference to virgins?
You can push against the red pill without being.
It's whether or not you're doing it. That's all I'm asking.
But you can push against the red pill without being blue pill. It's a false paradigm. You
were pushing against the whole virginity argument, which is
you're creating a paradigm,
and you
is
just
that
like
if you're pushing. Wait, stop. You're creating a paradigm is that if you're pushing against a red pill talking point, then you're blue pill. That's a false paradigm.
No, it's not. But would you not agree that people like Ryan and NotsoErudite are in favor, like lean more towards the blue pill than the red pill?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's true.
So they were pushing back against that. Would you also agree with that?
Yeah.
You were also along siding with them, along with their pushback against the whole virginity argument, right?
Pill doesn't make me blue pill.
I'm not saying you were blue pill. I'm saying you were siding along with the blue pill argument.
Aligned with us.
Well, I wasn't aligned.
I don't know why you just like admit that you were.
I wasn't aligning with it because the implication. Because the implication, I see what you're trying to imply. It's a false implication. It's also an accurate one.
I disagree
Is that
with you
like
on that.
the implication is that like, yeah, Alex, you're more blue pill. Come on, you know it, bro.
I'm not characterizing you as being blue. I'm saying that you were siding with their argument against the whole virginity argument earlier from like the blue pill.
If your whole point is that I was
whatever.
agreeing with Kyla on her position on virginity, then the answer is yes.
Thank you for answering the question in a more concise way. I appreciate
Okay, well that wasn't your
Okay.
question in the beginning. You changed your whole proposition. But
Well,
okay.
my question was that you were siding with people that were fighting against the red pill argument, you know, when it came to virginity or whatever, and you were not also allowing people on, though, like be able to make more concise.
Wait,
and,
who was
solid arguments.
who was I not allowing on?
Well, it's not as far as like who you were not allowing on. It's like who were you keeping on to like
Wait, you literally
make
said
it seem
were
like
not
you guys
allowed-
was like slaying
you-
throughout the
Obi,
whole conversation.
Obi,
as
you
opposed to-
literally just said you were not allowing people on. Who
Well,
was
yeah,
I-
I
you were
would agree
maintaining
with Michael
some
J.
people
We kept Foppish on for too long. Michael J. was
Facts.
Wait,
again,
yeah.
Alex, speaking of which,
who was I not?
this power.
Who was I not allowing on? I want to get an answer to this.
I think it's some
you were-
powers in the chat hasn't been on for a while. He's been waiting for a little while.
Yeah, I've been
That's
also
not-
waiting for like
there's a
45
whole-
minutes.
I'm not saying you didn't let him
Right,
on. I'm
but-
just saying
okay.
he's in the background now. He wants
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of people who are waiting backstage. because
Right.
we
My
can
point is
only
by
bring on so
allowing
many
these people
that-
not attributing anything to the conversation, you're preventing people from joining in who are possibly capable, you know, adding, you know, substantive things to the conversation. That's all.
So you just
Like
don't
you
like
have?
how Alex runs his platform?
Dude, this is
I appreciate your straw manning what I'm
this
saying.
is- this
That's
is
not
such a
what- that's
dumb
not
That's
what-
argument.
essentially what you're saying.
because it
You're upset
implies-
because you wish that he had brought you.
Okay,
in
can
and
we
other people
maybe
sooner and
drop the whole-
gotten rid of Foppish
Dude,
later.
you're doing all these
I
you're doing all these like weird implications, right? So the implication is that I was cherry picking the panel so I could make a point and dunk on one of my guests. That wasn't the case. I was bringing people on at random, but we were at 6 people, 7 people at most. I didn't want to bring in more than that because it becomes too much of a shit show.
Right, but maybe
But your
intentionally-
implication, stop. Your implication that I'm cherry picking people to like dunk on whatever these guests on the panel is
No,
blatantly false.
that's
I
not
have
what I'm
no
saying at
idea.
all.
I have no idea which direction someone's going to argue in unless I either one know them or two they're being
Right,
very
but once you realize that the panel is
But typically-
lopsided, right?
but
You are able to
typically,
determine who to
the
add.
way I run the
Good.
show is to
Okay.
create for a good amount of differing opinions. So I typically like to bring in people who have different opinions, which
Okay.
is why we had that fucking voice changer dude. Then we have Ryan, who's on the far left. Then we have Grace, who's like arguing from the right from a different perspective. Then we have me in the middle. Then we have Hugh doing God knows what. And then we have Not So Erudite, kind of more to the middle, but a little bit left. We were very well represented in terms of
No,
different
fair enough.
ideologies.
I think
of
we're
how
getting
we
into this meta conversation
was
about, you know,
kind
like
of-
how to
he was
run
kind
your,
of-
properly
you
run
just-
your panel.
Nah, bro, it's just you keep making these like
Yeah.
implications, and then whenever you're
Yeah.
challenged on it, you're like fucking, you're backtracking, like, oh well, yeah, I was.
It's not the backtrack. I mean, it's reality is that you kept the sort of like the panel in a way that would have, you know, like the people from the left side, you know, sort of dominating because like a lot of people were not really
Who were people?
contributing
Who
much
were
to
the people?
conversation.
Okay, who were the people?
Mr. What's his fucking name? Is it Mr. I don't know what his name.
Who were the
is.
people from the left, in your opinion?
I'm like the most left person here, and I was quiet like most of the night.
Yeah, we have-
Right. That's
Ryan.
because Erudite was mostly dominating the conversation, right?
Okay,
And
so
you were
who-
sort of like backing.
Okay,
in
so
a way, right?
besides Ryan, Not So Erudite, who were the left people?
It doesn't matter who were the left. It matters who would dominate the conversation. It doesn't.
You
No,
just
that's
said.
not.
You just said.
Thinking
wait,
that
stop,
I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about like who's dominating the conversation the most. That's not. What, I'm not. I don't
Stop,
care
stop,
like
stop.
how many
You
of them
said-
like were actually.
Stop. You said I was stacking the panel to have more people on the left. So besides Erudite and Ryan, who are these
I'm
people?
not
on the
talking
left?
about numbers though.
It's because of my power level, Alex.
So
I'm just
because-
so
Yeah, you can
I
straw man it the way you want, but it's true. Like it's actually the way
straw man, I
that.
don't know what
it's-
that means.
it's a real-
Like two fucking debaters on the left
it's a blatantly false argument.
versus like
because
10
we
fucking
have-
retards
we
on the
have
right. Like,
Kyla
that's-
and Ryan from the left, Ryan who didn't talk. Then we have Grace and that voice changer dude on the right. So it was actually perfectly balanced.
That's because
That's all
Erudite
things
is
should
probably
be.
able to handle like 3 or 4 of those fucking dummies.
So
that
your
you
issue
brought
is
on.
that Erudite is
It's
too
not
good
about
of a-
numbers. It's about who's able to like manage.
Okay, so
yeah.
your argument is that Erudite is too good of a debater, and I should have had 5 people on the right to
have
to
people able to
fucking
push back
counterbalance
proportionally.
for
Yes.
excellent debate, bro, debating skills. Okay,
Yeah. if you
Also,
have
the
people
right's
able
just
to
not
push
sending
back
their best,
proportionally,
dude.
Yes. That is like once you realize that the panel is like you have like a fucking 2 debaters, like like it's just one like arguing against a whole bunch of fucking idiots. Just like set it up in a way.
I'm
that's
sorry
so
that the people on your team are idiots. Nothing.
It's not on my team. I don't have like a particular team of choice. I'm just saying, like, just like have it more balanced out. Whereas, like, you have
It
one
was
person
literally
dominating, like,
2
fucking three
versus
idiots.
2. I'm sorry that the people.
No,
on
it's
the
not about
team-
numbers though.
Okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
not just about numbers.
It's not about the numbers.
Of course, she's going to absorb it like it's a joke because she knows it's
It-
true. Right? I mean,
It's,
yeah.
it's the fact that the people who are arguing for the position that you want to defend kind of suck. I'm sorry, nothing I can do about that.
No, yeah, sorry. I think we got off a little bit on the meta combo about how to run your panel.
No, you made a bunch of claims,
guide you on
and
how
then I disproved those claims, and now you're
Okay.
backtracking. But okay, you can go move on to your next point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my fault, man. I didn't mean to like try to tell you like how to do your own job or anything. Sorry.
Okay, well, okay. I appreciate you backtracking. You can move on to the next point.
It's not okay. Can you not just frame? Okay, sure, let's call it backtracking just to hand it to you.
Well, thank you, sir. All right, let's move on to the next one.
All right,
sir.
Wait, what do you mean move on to the next one? You like want to drop me or just
no?
What's
Move
the
on to the next
oh the
argument.
next sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wanted to just stay on for a little bit and see what topics
I like
sort
you.
of do
You
come
know,
up.
you said I have power level at like 9,000. I appreciate it. What do you want to chat about?
Very facetious about the truth, but that's fine.
Basically
you are
saying that we
super
are too
duper
strong
pro.
of like debate pros, basically.
You are a debate bro, just like absorbing it as some sort of joke. That doesn't change the fact that you are.
Hold on. Debate pro just basically is implying that Alex and I are skilled at debate, which I would say is
Not
probably true, right?
Not
Not Alex. Sorry, Alex. You don't get
Sorry,
any compliments.
I was specifically, yeah, you are a good
Erudite is
debater.
skilled at
But like
debate.
we have like a master debater, like friggin' erudite. You're like also a psychometrist. You have like a degree in psychometry or something.
That doesn't make me better.
that's up to debate.
I don't know
I'm telling you
what.
right now, academics are shit at debate. Okay, put an academic in here. Even if they got all the facts in the world, they'll get crushed by most black.
Right, but you're also able to appeal to authority, right? When it comes to
I
these
almost
statistics,
never
which
appeal to authority. I
gives you
appeal
a
to my
leg up.
knowledge. Well, it's not authority, right? If you don't understand anything about if we were talking about neuroscience, and I said, okay, but do you know anything about like the temporal lobe? Because I think the temporal lobe is relevant for this conversation. You're like, I don't know what temporal lobe is. Then yeah, that's not an appeal to authority. That's just an appeal to basic facts. Like if he
asking
doesn't
about
know what an R
squares
square,
and things like that, and how like
yeah,
basic.
basic, like knowing what a p-value is or knowing what like a rock curve is going to be fundamental to the conversation, because that was the crux of part of my argument, was that he was making an ecological
Do
fallacy.
you think that the average person that hops on here knows what a p-value is or an r
No,
squared?
I think the average person, though, when they're talking about stats and they have it explained to them, they should try to like listen. And if they don't understand what I'm saying, ask questions, because I don't
Well,
mind.
that's not a
like, "Wait, I don't
basic
understand what's
comprehension of
going on."
stats. Knowing what
That's
a p-value
fine,
is,
but
it's
if you're
not. So it's kind of a
applying-
bad thing.
But the issue is, if you're applying normative stats to an individual, you're doing bad statistical analysis. You're failing math right now. And what do you want me to do? Just not explain that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5?
You have more depth in these, when it comes to these topics. That is my
You're
point.
right.
So bringing
You're
it
right.
up as though it's like if they tell you what a p-value is, I'm sure you will dive deeper into like more like a depth where they're not able to keep up with you. That's my point.
Well,
No,
and
Because you have more knowledge.
I'm sorry that Kyla is that good at whatever. I personally think she's decent.
Yes.
I think she's like some debate like fucking wizard. But next time I'll try to get her like an edible or get her like really fucked up to level
That's
the
not
playing
being
field.
good at it. She has more of a
Legally,
background
and,
when it comes to
where
these
she
things
lives,
than
so
the average
it
person.
should be
Okay.
pretty easy.
If
I'll
I
get her.
could-
Can
if
I
I could
get like a little bit?
If I could analogize the conversation that happened between me and Foppish, Michael.
I'm sorry, can you turn up your volume a little bit? It's like it's really hard to hear. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Your
My
volume. It's like throughout this
Yeah,
whole conversation,
for
like it's been
sure.
really
Let
low.
me
I
just
don't know
turn
what
down
it is.
Yeah, no worries. Is that better for you?
It's
Check.
kind of the same. I'm not sure what.
Okay,
it is.
then it might
It's
be
like
an
everyone
alt-
else's is fine. It's just yours.
Mine is like maxed out. Like I'm maxed on my side, and I've had to like limit my own stream because I'm so loud on my stream side.
It's like your
So
actual mic or like your headset mic could be actually
I
connected.
think
to,
it's
like,
StreamYards. I think it's StreamYards.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear her fine. Let's just move on from the tech thing and get back to the argument.
Yeah, it's using the correct line as well. Okay, so what was happening is Foppish was first saying, see, 2 + 2 = 4. And I said, yes. And he's like, so 4 divided by 1 = 2. And I was like, hold on, no. You're not understanding how to do division. You're doing division incorrectly. And he's like, no, 2 + 2 = 4. 4 divided by 1 = 2. And I'm like, no, bro, it doesn't. You're wrong about this. And you don't understand why you're wrong because you don't know how to do division. And then he coped about it for a while. What do you want me to do? In this situation, he doesn't know how to do division. Do I just go
I don't
Okay,
think
well,
the 2 hours
you're
analogous.
right. You
actually
should
make
just
any
use
sense.
virginity as like a metric because you don't know how to use division. So nah.
The
Or should I
problem
say,
with this conversation is that you're talking about something that's not commonly known, like statistics. Like how
that's not
statistics
my
are
fault.
arrived upon.
That's not my
It's not.
fault. If
It's not
Foppish
analogous
wants
with
to
division. It's like, yeah.
if Foppish wants to abuse statistics, he's entering into my land. Okay, if he wants to sit at the big boy table and talk about statistics, he
Okay.
can. But if he can't keep up, I'm not going to just cry tears for him and hold his hand. It's
Right,
not
but you
me
would
being
agree
mean to
that
him.
it's your land, right? Like it's your territory to talk
It's
about
the-
statistics.
no,
Like
no,
you
no,
literally
hold on.
work at a
No,
lab where
No,
these things.
because
There's a
if you
middle
put-
ground
no,
here.
hold on. If you put me against like a PhD statistician, not at all. Like it's my land, in fact, that like I know some of this information. What I'm talking about is the big boy table. If you want to talk about statistical norms, you need to understand how stats work at least a little bit, like a little bit. And if you're fucking wrong about your stats, you should close your mouth really quick. Or I'm going to explain how you're wrong about stats. And then if you're going to cope, insult me, comment about my body count, avoid conversations, and then just keep on saying that there's no way that I have one body count and other stupid shit like that, yeah, I'm going to roast you. I'm going to drag your
Right,
ball
but
sack
wouldn't you
over
agree
coals.
that it's a bit of a bad faith approach to like get into weeds
No.
of
Do
statistics
you
and how
even know
those
what
things
bad
work whenever
faith
like people
means?
bring up?
That's not what bad faith means.
Okay, it's okay. Are we gonna like do the? I mean,
Yeah,
bad
if
faith in a
you
way
say-
that it's like when it's like you're like with negative intentions, you're going into this conversation to make sure
Bro, you're
the
making
person
you're,
being
you're making
stupid.
you're making it seem like
because you're getting
Kyla-
into weeds about how these things like
bro.
work.
But
Sorry.
this is a false paradigm. You're making it seem like Kyla went in and used a bunch of big words that no one understood, and then kind of like strong arm her point. In
It's not
reality,
it's not just big words. No.
in reality, she didn't do anything that I could not follow. It's fairly easy to follow what she was saying. In reality, we have a guy who was making the argument that if he was a boss, he would hire someone who has no experience over someone who has some job experience. I think that tells you all you really need to know about the judgment of this person. Maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe he does have 40 body count, although I doubt it. But I just his judgment is extremely flawed. So I don't think Kyla pulled some like fucking advanced debate wizardry. I think she just like basically spoke like in a normal way that I think everyone was able to fucking follow. I don't know. I personally could follow it.
I agree,
Well,
but can I add real quick? Okay, like there was one. I think that the point that she was making, like there was an argument that he made that I think your response with asking those questions about statistics was actually kind of missing. Like you guys were talking past each other for a second because there was a point where he kind of at least backed off like appealing to the raw statistics, and he tried to claim that he was appealing to like the researchers and what they would say. The problem, of course, is that the researchers also wouldn't agree with the conclusions that he was trying to draw.
Yeah.
So he was trying to appeal. Yeah. So he was
actually, if anyone appealed to authority here, it was him by trying to claim the like researcher shit. And by the way, Alex is right. Nothing was super high level, right? It doesn't matter if he doesn't know what a cron max alpha is and an R squared is. The issue is that he was LARPing like he knew so much about stats, and that I was just a big dumb stupid girl in my feelings when he knew nothing about stats. The main point of everything I was saying is correlation does not equal causation, which you can go into like a bio 30 class and learn that. I'm not doing some advanced crazy shit. Most people are aware of that. Alex explained that, and Hugh explained correlation does not equal causation multiple times on the panel as well.
Do you think that if you were to ask like 100 random people, like whether or not they even know what correlation and causation mean, that they will know the definitions of those things?
Yeah, I think most people know what those two words
You
mean.
you think that the average random person would know what a correlation to anything even is?
Yeah,
you
dude, I
talk
learned
pretty easily.
I mean, there's a joke that American education is bad, but it's not that bad. I learned this shit in middle school. Wait, quick question for Kyla.
Okay.
Kyla, do you mind if I bring Ashley on?
Sure.
Or do you guys?
Ashley- Oh, shit.
No, that's fine. I think we're on better terms. I don't know. I let go
Alright,
of
cool.
stuff pretty quick.
All right,
That's
Ashley,
a
here's the
big
link. By the way,
podcast,
Ashley,
man.
I wasn't ignoring you. We had a full panel. I was trying to get you on, but then you dipped, so I couldn't get you on. But anyway, here's the link.
I guess
Okay.
my question would be, can I not talk about stats if people don't know them?
You can talk about it, but just not getting so much in the weeds of things where like you're able to like leave a
Or
person behind with not able to
explain
keep up.
Or
or
explain
That's my
explain
point.
why they are, important to your point.
Like asking about the methodology
don't
of a
explain.
fucking statistic. It's like what is the need for like asking those kinds of questions?
No,
I
you
mean,
can
is,
explain
Michael,
them.
is
I
your
get off
argument
by really
is your
intelligent when
argument
explaining
that
things.
is your argument that this voice changer dude is so fucking dumb that basically it was an unfair competition to begin with?
Yes.
Okay, you're trying to flip this into like him just being too stupid to keep up, but that's not what I'm talking
If he
about.
doesn't
It's
know
like
what
the average
correlation or
That's besides the
causation
point.
is, I mean, I think
Well-
I'm giving him more credit than you because I think he knows what correlation versus causation is. I think he's intelligent enough to know those two things because they're not that fucking
Well,
advanced.
the other Grace girl, she was probably struggling with.
I think she
differentiating
knows what
between,
correlation versus causation is, bro. Like,
no,
no,
she did not know that one did not include the other.
Queen.
She was
Versus
definitely
Alex, you're
struggling
gonna
with
fucking
it.
mod me on
But
that
like
though.
once I broke it down a little bit, like more slowly, she definitely started to map onto what I was talking about. So it's like I understand. I don't expect everyone to know how to do division. I don't. The issue is if you're trying to make claims about division and you're just false about it, and the option can't be Kyla's not allowed to explain division or the methodology or how it works, especially when you keep coping about how I'm wrong about division and keep saying things that are just like patently false and incorrect about division. We're just being like,
Yeah, I would
well,
just
this
say,
is
like,
how
for
division works. That's just not
Future
wrong. Right.
reference, just like try not to condescend down to people so much, and just like
I'm not
understand that
condescending.
some
I
people,
wasn't
some people just do
smiling,
not
going,
understand certain.
"Okay,
Yeah, but in a
honey."
very condescending way. If
No,
like, people,
I was
some people
being
do not
arrogant
understand.
at best. I was being mean for sure. But in what way was I condescending? In what way did I go, okay, honey, you know,
Giving them a
mommy's gonna
lecture-
help you a little bit. Lecturing
Well, that's
somebody
like an
isn't
extreme level of
condescending.
condescension, but like
No, yes, that
giving
is
them a
condescension. Being passive
now we're getting
aggressive
into weeds again.
and pretending to offer patronage is condescension. If what you mean is you should stop being mean, that's fine.
it's not even
That's a
being
fine
mean. It's
position to
talking
have.
down to people as though they're like too stupid to keep up.
I
And
didn't
that's, like,
talk
this-
down to him. It's his
Okay.
fault that he didn't keep up.
I gotta be honest. You're jumping and nitpicking like a mofo. Like we started off with that.
Yeah, I'm just
I
like projecting my own insecurities.
cherry-picked-
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. You start off with that. I cherry picked the panel to like dunk on my show, and then we kind of disproved that. And now then it was the
You
fact
disproved it, I
that
just
the average
dropped it.
person
Fine.
is too dumb to like keep up with correlation versus causation. And now the argument is that, well, Kyla, maybe you shouldn't be so condescending.
Well, I'm
Like,
just arguing that like the way the conversation's being had, like you're talking to normal people. You're not talking to like the fucking experts, debatable experts.
You don't have to
They're
be an
just
expert
trying to like
debate-
ask questions about certain things. But whenever you go into weeds, like just like go and see
Is
we can
Alex
go
trained
deeper
in
into certain
statistics?
things.
Alex, are you trained in statistics?
I'm
This
not.
is-
Not either.
Why would you
Hugh,
ask
are you
Alice
trained in-
whenever like knowing
Okay,
that he's
what about Hugh? Hugh, are you trained? Because I knew Hugh was understanding. Because Hugh
Okay.
explained what I was saying in
That's-
like more lay terms. Hugh,
This
do you
is so
do you have a
bad.
degree
Okay.
in statistics?
Do I have a what?
A degree in statistics?
Fuck no! What? I'm like not even old enough to graduate college.
You better say yes,
Like,
because you're
hold
about to imply that you're being stupid. Then yeah.
No, I'm not implying that they're being stupid.
I
I'm
am
saying the
fucking
concepts I was
retarded.
outlining were pretty simple.
To you, but yeah, that's if
It
I
was
say
super
that.
fucking
I'm
And to
simple.
being
Hugh,
stupid.
and
was
to
the
Ryan,
Yes,
and to
whoever
Alex.
disagrees with that will
Well, I'm
come
not.
across
I'm
as
not
dumb.
gonna
So
lie
yeah,
though.
this
I'm
is like a
kind of
very.
like a math
saying you're
idiot.
dumb.
But
I'm just saying that like
I can help
That's
you.
the way it's
I wasn't
perceived
gonna
now.
understand.
If whenever
You
you
just
say
said it's a
something is
math
too, it's
idiot,
like
and he
basic and
understood.
simple to understand. Whoever
Don't
just
say that,
disagrees
man.
with that is going to come across as stupid, like incapable of like keeping up. This is like the whole tactic that I'm talking about.
Homie,
Just-
like I literally like you're talking about correlation causation as if you need a PhD to understand. These are basic terms that I
It's-
learned in like middle school. I went to
It's-
public school.
It's not
New
something
Jersey.
that the average person would know. This is my point. If you ask like a
You
random
don't think the
fucking
average
person,
That
person
one-
knows what
no one would
correlation
like.
and
Can you
causation
define what a
is?
correlation is? Like people just like don't. Okay, never mind.
Michael, the problem is there are better examples of times where she asked like more specific, like specialized information, but she
Yeah,
did
there
pair that.
definitely
She-
are. The correlation
yeah.
versus
But
causation.
Nah,
she
that-
also
those are
paired that. Hang on,
also
hang on.
just-
Let me finish.
yeah.
She also paired that with like an explanation of why it mattered to the situation at hand. So like it was still relevant. Like
Those
even
were
though
also
I didn't
points
even
of
though I
contention
didn't come
though.
away with like a full understanding of like what those exact like letters mean in context, I understood. I followed like why she was making that point. You know.
Yeah, there's statistical factors, but like it's still like not everyone would probably know these things. That is like that's my point. That's all. So it comes across as bad faith, and like you trying to like. Make
But
the
that, I mean,
person
to be,
say
to
that.
be honest, like I was
that is
pretending to
not
know a
bad
lot of
faith.
things he doesn't
It
know.
Okay,
is-
let's just
it is
like
not
drop it.
bad faith to use your education and your intellect to make a point. That is not bad faith. It is not.
The problem
your
is the
fault.
intention.
There's
That is
some
considered to be
person
bad
out
faith.
there who's too dumb to know what correlation versus causation is. Like how you like? Am I supposed to speak in like really like?
No.
You
It's
were
not.
so
You're playing obtuse right now. You pretend to be obtuse right now. That's not what I'm talking about. It's like
think
the
you're cute,
intent.
Alex.
Like let's say if I'm an expert at math or whatever, mathematics, and like I have a conversation about a person, like whether or not 2 + 2 is 4, but the minute they disagree with me or something, or the minute like I disagree with them, I start getting into like this like philosophical fucking backgrounds of why 2 + 2 is 4. That is the point that I'm making. It's the reason why I'm calling it out is because like the person's probably, whenever I go down the depth of, philosophical reasons for why 2 + 2 is 4, they're not going to be able to keep up with that. But I am going to be able to, because I have the background in these things. And that's what I'm calling erudite out for.
So you're calling erudite out for
Getting into weeds and certain things, with like to the
most
point
people
where
learn in
the
middle
other person's
school
not able to keep up with.
because maybe there's a chance that someone is too dumb to understand. Okay, fair enough.
You can frame it.
Do you think I wanted to go into the weeds, or do you think that this guy kept on circling the drain, which caused
It
me to
got
have to explain
there.
answers and questions to his weed requiring
Yeah, well, it got
questions?
there, but I think that your judgment should have been better to like know that the person's not able to keep up and just like sort of drop it.
But I'm a Giga
it's-
Chad 9000 level debate bro. I feel
Sure,
like my
yeah.
judgment was probably pretty sound.
Which sort of backs me up in that sense, because you should have better judgment when it comes
No,
to knowing whenever a
Assume
person
that
knows
my judgment
enough
was
to be
probably
able.
more correct than yours, right? Based on my 9000 power level.
What do you?
If you want to like appeal to authority or something.
Alex, you pissed me the fuck off earlier.
Uh-oh!
Let's
Uh-oh!
What the
Uh-oh!
hell? No, we're not getting into this.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
we are.
honestly,
Ashley, tell him.
Yeah, like I'm trying. I like. I feel like I'm using massive restraint because if anyone should be annoyed, it's me. I wasn't. You're implying that like I purposely was like trying to avoid you, not have you on. I've had you on my channel so many times. I think that's a very silly argument. It just simply had to do with the fact that we were full and it was already a shit show, and I was.
That's
waiting.
not true. You weren't full. No.
Yeah, we were.
No, you weren't. I was
No,
backstage way before
we
a
didn't
few
have
people.
No, you're not understanding. It wasn't like it was like 9 or 10.
No, I'm
people.
understanding,
Where
and
the
it's okay.
StreamYard-
I just
where
want you
the
to be honest
StreamYard-
with me.
Where the
I don't
StreamYard
mind.
was. So I have some kind of secret vendetta against you, which is why I brought you on anyway.
No, I don't think that you do, actually. I think that you're a pretty good friend usually. And I also think that you scratch my back, I scratch yours, so I get it. But I do think that I've had issues with a couple people that are on your panel and several others that have been on in the past. And I think that that might maybe have been a reason for you to not let me on when normally you would have let me on sooner.
It's not at all. Has nothing to do with that. There was nothing.
And literally, though, for you to say a full panel when I was backstage for an hour is bullshit.
Yeah, she's not saying that erudite like DM'd you privately.
No,
so, like,
yeah,
she'll come
Let
on.
me-
with the
let me
video, you're not
explain
bringing
this.
her
Okay,
own,
so-
but, it's like
Yeah,
saying
I just
something
want to
else.
know.
When I say
because,
full
to be
panel-
honest, to say it was a full panel and it wasn't, that's
Okay, so-
horseshit.
Okay.
And for me to specifically say that I had something to say to Grace Thorpe, and for you, like all of a sudden, I'm just saying, like it's a little
Okay.
sus.
Okay. Let me explain this. So when I say a full panel, I don't mean like StreamYard is not letting people in. I mean that I personally felt like it was becoming too much of a shit show, and there was too many people talking at once. It was clearly a shit show for a big part of the point. There was a lot of people talking at once. There was a lot of people talking over each other. So I don't mean that StreamYard wouldn't let me bring one more person on. I mean that I felt that if I brought on one more person, it would deteriorate the quality of the show. And I didn't.
Okay, so why didn't you just tell me that then personally? Why did you say, "Oh no, StreamYard's full. I can't let you"?
I
on"?
never said. I never
felt
said.
like that was a
I never
code.
said StreamYard is full. I said it's a full panel. That's
Panel's
what I meant.
full. Sorry, panel's full. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
So the way
My
I
bad,
meant
my bad.
panel's full.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't mean-
mincing words here. I'm mincing words. I'm so sorry.
I mean, it just sounds like you got butthurt because I didn't give you preferential
I did get
treatment.
butthurt. Absolutely. I'm not going to deny
But do you
that.
feel like you're
But I
entitled to
wanted
preferential
to
treatment on
clarify
my
the
channel?
reason why I got butthurt, Alex. The reason. I just want it to be genuine. That's all. I don't want it to be disingenuous.
Right, but I think you know that I have nothing against you, and I generally try to get you
No,
on.
I think that
But I
I've
would-
actually deterred several people from being on your panel before. And I do think that that's a reason why you might, maybe, somewhat have something, quote unquote, against me being
No,
on your panel.
I'm having you on right now. This is just a conspiracy theory. It had
No,
nothing
I
to
know, I know. But it's
It had
after
nothing to
Grace
do with
left,
that. It
it's
just had to
after-
do with there was too many people talking, and the only way I could get you on, especially because I know you
It's
generally.
also
talk
after I
enough,
called
is-
out some people.
is-
So I mean, like, you know.
I don't care. I have people on who are way more controversial than you. It has nothing personal at all.
Well, thank you for letting everyone know and myself that I'm not as important as I think I am. I agree. But I'm just saying that I do think that maybe part of the reason is that you think that I might be a little controversial and that I might stir up some drama sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
It is not that at all. I had people.
Well,
on
then
who-
my bad. I digress.
This Michael guy seems more controversial than you. I mean, like, yeah, I have people on who are more controversial all the time. So
Yeah, well, nobody knows who the fuck he is.
It's
He's a
absolutely,
horsehead.
it's absolutely nothing.
That's actually
personal.
true. I agree with
It's
that.
absolutely nothing personal at all. It was true.
Okay, well, I took it personal. I was butthurt, and
Okay.
now I'm here telling you so because I have balls. I'm a man.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I feel
Are we
like
just gonna debate about like not getting people on
Hugh,
for
yeah,
shut the
the
fuck up.
stream,
yeah,
or are
this
we gonna
seems
like
to be like a
let
big
on
point
Really?
today. All right,
back there?
let's go back. Let's go back to the original discussion. Okay. So, Michael, so what were you trying to? What kind of the point you're trying to make?
I still don't buy it, but all right.
Okay,
Oh,
so
it's just,
I'm
like,
lying
that,
to you.
right?
You got me.
I
was
think
just, like,
that
here to
you are.
confuse
I think that you're bypassing the issues I've brought up. Absolutely, I do.
What issues? The fact that you've had issues with people on my panel.
We're right
I'm
back.
having you on this very second. Who do you think I'm trying to protect? Grace?
But after I called you out, you hate being called out.
What do you
I
mean you
know
called
this
me
about
out?
you.
You were just literally spurging out in the chat, and I felt bad for you, and we had an availability, so I
Well,
decided
thank
to
you
get
for
you on.
feeling bad for me
I
and
did
my
it out of
butthurtness.
kindness,
I
not in
appreciate
any
you
way.
bringing me on
You-
so that I no longer feel
Yeah,
bad.
but you have to understand, you're not in any way entitled to, as much as we're friends, you're not entitled to a place on my channel. So
I don't
I'm not.
feel that I'm entitled, Alex.
Okay,
I feel
so
I'm entitled. Actually, I do. I feel that I'm entitled to the truth. That's what I feel like.
Well,
I'm
the
entitled
truth
to.
is what I'm telling you is that at that point in time, we had too many people on for my comfort in order to produce a good show, and that's why I made you wait. Now, if you had waited around instead of like rage quitting, I would have gotten you on
I
much
didn't. I
earlier.
was backstage for an hour, Alex. An hour.
I
After
know
Erudite
there was
publicly said she didn't want to be on a panel with me, so I'm assuming, no offense, Erudite, but I'm assuming that that might have been why at first.
no.
guess
She
that's
didn't even
not
know you were
why.
backstage. I straight up.
I understand that now, but she has said in the past that there are certain guests that she will not appear on panel with. So it
Yeah, it's
wasn't
not you,
completely out of
Oh,
pocket.
shit.
I'm
It's
sorry,
not
Erudite. Hold
you.
on one second. It wasn't completely out of pocket for me to assume that that might have been why. That's all
It
I'm
was a
saying.
little bit out of pocket for you to get so butt mad about not getting brought on the assumption that it had
It's
anything
butt
to do
hurt,
with me,
Erudite,
which it
not
did
butt
nothing
mad.
to do with
That's
me.
just silly.
Okay, yeah, be pedantic about insults.
I am being pedantic. I'm being
Okay, I
very
think I can see.
What Ashley is doing is condescension, where she goes, "Okay, I'm going to be pedantic."
Okay.
Now I'm
Thank you for
condescending.
that.
Let me bring this back. I can see how you would come to
I
the
have been
conclusion.
subbed to your channel for 3 weeks and I listened to you at work, Erudite. I'm a fan.
Okay,
That's fine. I'm just saying this is.
I know. I'm just saying it's not
I
personal.
highly
homegirl.
recommend though that you don't burn the bridge with Alex because you wanted to come on.
I'm
the
not
panel.
trying to
Come
burn
on,
the bridges.
Erudite.
I'm
Why are
also
you
trying to
doing
be
this?
genuine.
This is
When I feel like someone is
so
genuinely
manipulative.
This is
blackballing
okay. This is
me.
not manipulative.
And I am
highly
telling you.
recommend not doing this. This is.
Why are
stupid.
you bringing that up? No one's talking about bridge burning. Why are you
Let me
this up?
phrase it like this.
Holy shit.
Butthurt
Well, no,
whiners
Ashley
daddy
is
because you
lucky
wanted more
in a way
headbacks.
that I'm a very hard person to burn a bridge with because I do generally try
I
to.
know
Like,
you are. You're
calm down.
amazing.
But
That's
there
why
are
I'm
some
sitting
people
here saying that. Like I'm so.
But when you said
surprised.
things like "I'm done," unmod me, there are some people for whom that would have been a bridge burning experience. Just I'm not one of them.
I
But,
figured
okay.
it was. I said so. Knowing
No,
that.
I understand sometimes you have a tendency to get a little
I
angry.
know.
And
I do.
I've accepted that.
I know.
So listen, let me explain.
I
like
love
this.
you.
I am swearing on everything I value. My dog, Natty, my mom, my fucking whatever, my non-existent hairline, that there is nothing personal. That what I'm telling you is the truth. That it was a simple matter of the fact that we were full according to what I think is full. And that is the reason I didn't get you on. Nothing with any.
Well, I got
nothing
butthurt when you
personal.
brought on Mr. Slave before me. I know how you feel about him. That hurt my feelers. It got me butt mad.
Mr. Slave before her, bro? Jeez,
So,
come on
just
now.
He did.
I think
I
it's
mean,
fair
Mr.
enough.
He is a fucking degenerate. I love
The guy
you.
he didn't even say a word throughout the whole
I
conversation.
think give you tons of kudos, Ashley, because you're just being like, yeah, it is just my language. It is just the feces, which is base, because you're just like owning it, which I think is
No,
better.
I'm
I think
dead
it's-
ass. Like I was butt
Yeah,
mad. I know.
I know. I'd say
Hyla's here to
kudos
handle
to
you, Ashley, okay?
Michael.
Just take it.
You're okay. Feelings in the moment is based. I have no problems with feelings. And just so you know, you've never, I want it to be clear, despite all of our differences, you were never somebody that I've ever said, like, I don't want to be on a panel with. I don't have, like, broadband
Well,
issues
thank
with
you.
It's just,
I
like,
actually
sometimes
was
I find it
questioning that. To be honest, I was.
Yeah,
I was questioning that earlier.
Alex can probably confirm I've never asked him not to bring Ashley on.
She has never said that about
I
me.
really was.
have.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I was completely questioning that because I was like, if that's the truth, just tell me. That's fine. Like, I won't be an ass in the chat and be like, dude, what's up? Like, I won't.
Yeah,
I will
it had nothing
respect
to do with me on my end. I have no problems with you. In fact, like, to be honest, I think it's more Giga Chad to come on and be open about your feelings than to like not be. I just think like in this situation, I understand why you're feeling frustrated. Just know like I don't think there was anything personal going on Alex's end. He
Okay.
probably was specifically selecting people who he thought would have more contention with each other than that. So he probably brought on Mr. Slave in part because there was a bunch of like very conservative people on the panel. That's probably dominantly what was going on. That because Alex kind of like is always
get
content
it.
right.
I
He's
get
thinking
it.
about the content, right?
And I do.
Yes,
tend to
I am.
have-
When
I
I'm
do
doing this,
tend to-
when I'm doing these shows, my brain is fully
We
focused.
still
Unless I'm
derailed.
eating like fucking berries, I'm 100% focused on the quality of the show. And
It
so
just
there's-
honestly hurt
there's-
my feelings. Like, I'm
We're
not even
still
gonna lie. Like, it
derailing.
really did. Like, I know that sounds, GHEY gay, but like, it hurt my feelings.
I mean,
It really did.
That's
I'm
fair.
totally
being
normal.
honest.
It's okay
I
to
don't
Yeah,
know
feel
what
that's
to
good.
tell you.
Do you feel like things are cleared up though
Weird
now that you know like it
derailing.
wasn't
Yeah,
like a
I
weird
do.
thing?
I just
Okay.
feel like it. I just feel like I don't know. I felt like because I've been so controversial sometimes. Because Alex, don't lie. There have been times you're not bringing me on because I'm controversial, and I get that.
No, but
Where's
that
Foppish Night when
has
you
never
need
that has
him?
never happened.
Where's the
Again,
logic?
you're far
But
from
that
the most
has
controversial.
happened.
No,
We've talked
you're
about it.
okay. You're far from the most controversial person I have on. Mr. Slave is way more controversial than you. Do you walk
Yeah, but
around
he
with a bowling
doesn't
bag?
actually
Do you
get
defend
people to like
pedophilia?
rage
You're
quit and
far,
never come to your channel again. Come
but
on.
you're far from the most
I've gotten
controversial
a
Wait,
few
person I
wait,
have
is
people
that
on.
a
do
good
that.
thing though?
My
What?
bad. No, I'm not saying it's a good thing. That's the whole point.
No, what I'm saying is that like that's not true either. I have never once not had you on. Look, I have a pretty blank policy. Either I have people on or I don't have them on. Like, there's very, very few people who I don't have on. Literally, it's like fucking Hormax or maybe like one other person. Okay, everyone else I will have on. Right? I just simply when I'm doing these live streams and there's like 20 million people backstage, I'm trying to go in relative order, but also in a way that I think will make for the most entertaining show. So there has never once been an incident where I didn't have you on because I thought you were like too controversial for my show. Because at the end of the day, you're not actually that controversial compared to some of the people I have on here.
Well, thank you for deflating my ego. One. And
Sorry.
two. No, it's fine.
We're beating
It's
a
fine.
remissive, rotting horse right
It's
now.
fine.
Dead,
It's
Speaking
dead
of horse,
But
should I
like
change
when
my
I
profile
come
picture,
back
Alex? I'm
on
sorry.
and I
Yeah,
see
that
a
feels-
horse
Michael's
face
catching
talking
strays.
about bullshit, I'm like, I have way more relevant shit to say than the horse face. And you didn't let me on.
Bro.
No, I get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
Michael catches so many strays right now. I'm sorry, Michael. Horse face. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so yeah, like once again, I'll tell you, like I guess for the 25th time, it's nothing personal. I didn't purposely not have you on. I just simply didn't give you preferential treatment in that one moment. And sometimes I do give you preferential treatment, but in that one moment,
Shut up,
we were just-
Hugh.
we were
Mr.
just
Preferential. I'm
equal.
gonna sit here on the sidelines and just
Well, I do
not say
try to
anything.
give.
Oh my
I do.
God, now you're
I do
ad
give.
hominem.
No, I do
Calm
sometimes
down.
give people
Catching strays.
preferential treatment. Wait, let me just clarify this for the chat. I do sometimes give people preferential treatment. I have regularly give Hugh preferential treatment because I like him. I've given Vikram preferential
And he has
treatment.
a penis. They have
Time and time again.
penises. I
And I have
honestly
given-
think that's why.
No,
I
and I
do.
have given
I think-
you preferential treatment many times also. Trust me, if you had to wait in
There's
line
a lot of
right away,
emotion
you
on
would be
this side,
on
though.
wait. There's
Oh,
a
is
lot
it
of people.
emotional because I don't have a
There-
penis? Is that
there's
why
a
it's
lot.
emotional?
It has
It's
nothing.
potential. Yeah,
actually-
correlation
It
is
has
not
nothing
causation.
to do-
Come
In this
on,
case,
this
It
is
has
content,
nothing to do with
Alex.
gender at all. Like I don't know how you can say that like I'm discriminating against women when literally like fucking
You
a
are
third of
such a
this thing is
womanizer, Alex. You're being such a womanizer right now.
by having you on and letting you express your opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm also
At
basically a woman.
12:30 at night. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know what you're
Ashley,
talking
have
about.
you
Anyway, let's
drank
get back to
anything
the
tonight?
No, I do need to hydrate. You're right, Hugh. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's a
let's,
good idea.
let's why don't we get back to something that's not relevant to not only relevant to just the two of us, like something that's relevant to the chat. So once again, Michael J, I think you've been waiting on a point, so go ahead.
Oh no, man. I'm. Oh, hello.
Stage is yours,
Hello?
Michael. Go, go, go.
Yeah. I'm just here to chill, man. I'm just here to
Michael
vibe with
Horsehead, take it away.
You were like super duper active in the private
Uh-huh.
chat. You were like talking massive shit, homie.
Well, yeah, it's like just about certain points that Erudite and Radical Coder, the other guy was making. But like as we go on in the conversation, I can throw in a couple of points or counter.
So what are these points? Bring them
A
up.
couple of nays.
Well, I'm like having like
Strays,
fucking
Michael?
off the top of my head. I'm just saying like as we go on with the conversations, like you bring people on or whatever. Like I could just like add some maybe red pill ish counter arguments or vice versa. So I just want to like be here to contribute. That's all.
Okay.
What's up, Powers?
What's up, Powers? You said you wanted to.
What's going on? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah,
Turn
there's some.
down your mic just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a lot of feedback.
If Kyla's mic was as good as yours, yeah.
Huh?
Is this any better or no?
It's a little loud. There's a lot of bass. I can manually turn you down.
I'm saying if your mic was as good as his, yeah.
I know. I don't know what's going on today.
All right. I had a couple of questions. So the first point, I've heard Kyla or NotsoErudite talk about this a decent bit. The concept of like where to meet girls. Currently, I'm in college, so obviously college is a great place to meet a lot of girls. But I'm an engineer, and so obviously as you go on, I have like I'm a senior right now, so I got like one girl in one of my groups for one of my senior design classes. But like in terms of like the entire like senior class right now, it's like 5 girls. And so obviously when I go on to like a more professional career, it's going to be much, much harder. And I'm even a part of like a volunteering organization on campus, just because I like it. Even that seems to be like somewhat difficult to meet girls in. And this is not trying to be, disrespectful or anything. There are a lot of girls in those orgs, but a lot of those girls are not very attractive. And it's not to say, obviously, that's not like a,
you're not interested. There's not girls that you're interested in. That's fair.
But I'm not interested in those girls, like you said. So it seems like, in some ways, like the way you frame some of the guys' issues, I think they're a lot harder than even like you or maybe like Destiny might say.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think it's harder than Destiny does. So Destiny has like a pretty like, he's going to be further along that of like, it's not too, like Destiny thinks it's hard, but he thinks it's not too hard. I'm going to be more on that side of like, when I'm talking about things like grass touching meeting girls, like volunteering and stuff, it's incredibly hard, right? Because you have to do lots of cold approaching. It can be awkward. If you're warm approaching, like you're kind of friends before, you like risk like fucking the relationship up. It's incredibly, incredibly hard. And you're right. I can only from like a distant, non-experienced like person map on my empathy to that. But like I haven't experienced it. I haven't experienced like approaching girls and like being rejected a ton, especially because like in like dynamics where like I ever try to like for like LARP or like speed dates like hit on women, it tends to go really well, but that's because like I already have the front of being another woman, right? So it's like I don't know how real that is. So yeah, I would agree. There's probably an element that I just cannot empathize with or understand the extent of it because I'll never experience it.
Okay. I guess
Powers, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How often do you cold approach?
Not super often. I will. That obviously is a thing that I'm trying to work on.
Yeah, because
I just kind of got into a little bit of
being in university. Like in my opinion, it was the easiest way for me to work on my cold approaching, and it's the most social. I have the most opportunities for social interactions you'll ever get. So honestly, like, you should try like cold approaching between classes. And just like I know Alex has a really good video on Day Game. Just watch it and just do what he says.
Well, I did have one question on it because one of the biggest things that I was kind of worried about when it comes to cold approaching on college campuses, because I've heard other people say this, is kind of having a reputation on campuses, being the guy who always just walks around talking to like girls and stuff, or trying to like hit on girls and stuff, which doesn't seem like. Obviously.
I mean, you could just go outside of your campus and cold approach outside of your campus.
It's a lot more nuanced than that.
Have you guys tried that app?
It's not that simple.
Have you tried Meetup? Yeah, Meetup.
I haven't heard of that one, no.
So Meetup, you can actually sign up for, and you can sign up for specific like genres of groups or activities or things you're interested in. Literally anything. I know this sounds really like nerdy, but like chess club to yoga to anything. And then you can meet up with people in your city. Now this only works, granted, for bigger cities, but like in your city, like I live in Tampa, so for me it's actually led to me meeting a lot of people that I wouldn't just meet on a dating app, quote unquote.
Yeah, I live in like a decently sized city, so that might work out.
Meetup. Try that. It's actually really, really fucking cool.
Are you more like an introvert, Power? So you seem more like an introvert person, or
I'm a huge. Well, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm an extrovert, but I'm pretty extroverted when I need to be. If you go to any of my friend groups, I think most people would describe me as like probably one of the funnier people in those groups.
But probably with women, you'd be a little more introverted, right? Because
it's not even with women. Like I think like this is one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about, but it wasn't like a disagreement as much. It was more so like I can talk to a lot of girls in a friendly.
Yeah, my point is like
way.
cold approaching comes with a personality in a lot of cases, right? Like if you're like more of an extroverted person, like more of an outgoing, like easier to talk to kind of person, you can sort of do more cold approaching. But like an introverted person, like girls would just smell that shit away, like from like miles away. Like if you're like an introvert, like if you're just like putting it on this sort of mask, like of someone who you're not, kind of thing. It's easily like transparent for.
Well, I think one of the problems is that even when it comes to like deciding like whether or not or when to cold approach, like he has to first like decide like where he's going to be when he's doing it, right? So like there's other problems to solve for.
It's a really easy problem to solve. Just go off. If you're worried about that, go off your college campus and just go downtown and approach girls here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
I was going to say on that
Go
note,
to a mall, any big social place.
Well, yeah. So for me, in college, I made a lot of friends, and one of the places, or one of the kinds of places that I hung out with a lot was like open mics. Especially if you live in a college town, I guarantee there's like a bunch of people with a bunch of talents.
I've been to. What were you out there reading like fucking beat poetry?
Well, no, I did stand up. I actually hosted an open mic across from UCF for a long time. So I did that for like a year. It was a lot of fun. But anyway, hanging out at like places like that, you meet tons of interesting people. You meet tons of talented people, and they know people as well. So like you kind of branch out and you can like meet people through that.
Right. It also depends if you have the personality to be found at those places.
Yeah, I'm not saying like you have to like do the open mic, right?
So you hosted an open mic night, but you're saying that people don't have to have that kind of personality.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not making that argument at all. I'm saying that those are real. Those kind like open mic are like really sociable places that invite like different groups of people every time. Almost every time that they're hosted, there's slightly different variations of people, and so you're very likely to meet new people and meet new interesting people who are interested in arts and like different and have like very different arts that they're interested in. And so there's a lot of different kinds of people that unite in these kinds of places, and they're just very sociable. And I don't know, I had a very good experiences there, so I would recommend.
I've been to open mic nights too. I really enjoy them myself. Yeah, but I was just.
I'm not saying host one, like if you don't want to.
Yeah.
If you are into that, definitely do. But
yeah.
All right, I do want to kind of wrap up in the next 5-10 minutes. So let's kind of move to the powers, I guess, next points or whatever. Anyone's last points?
I want last point. I think this was kind of where it was going to eventually lead to. I do pretty well. I guess it's just a question. I do pretty well when it comes to just talking to girls platonically. I think I'm pretty extroverted. I think I'm doing fine socially and everything. I think the biggest thing is just when it comes to like kind of moving to, as red pillars would say, like man to woman kind of thing, or kind of like starting to flirt and stuff, especially in a friend group or, with a random girl. That thing
like escalating.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like that's like the biggest thing. Do you mind talking on that at all?
How to escalate better?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, escalating, or how to kind of make it, I guess, more man to woman, like you say.
I think probably the reason that most guys have a hard time like having a man to woman vibe is they're worried, they're concerned, they're anxious about coming off as a creep, they're anxious about whatever, getting me too'd or whatever. So I think it's less about what you need to do and more about what you need not to do. And I think you need to really not give a fuck about what people think about you, not really give a fuck, if you're going to be labeled as creepy or whatever. It seems a little kind of counterintuitive, but yeah, not worried about it, or at least not worried about
advice, Alex.
Not worry about it nearly as much as you're probably worrying about it right now. And
he has like a line of options out there from like.
I think if you were like
work though at a surface level.
Shut up, you.
Not giving a fuck. Like you have to internalize.
Just let it be spontaneous, dude.
So what would your advice be for powers then?
Well, just be 19
I'm not
and cute.
Ashley, please let me speak. Alex, I'm not saying specifically that your advice that you just gave is inherently bad. I'm saying that you can tell that to 100 different guys, right? And maybe only like 10% of them are actually going to be able to internalize that because they naturally are already like that. If you're talking,
are you just infiltrating Coach Whitehill's
powers? Ashley, stop interrupting.
Okay, sorry.
Let's say powers, right? I don't know powers. I'm not going to make an assumption about him. Let's just say it's a hypothetical or theoretical, right? Let's say, if he is insecure about certain things, right? He really cares what somebody thinks about him. Just telling him to not give a fuck is not going to do anything with him. Well, he needs to understand why he has to not give a fuck, and he needs to internalize certain beliefs about himself in order for him to actually be congruent with not
Oh
giving
my
a fuck.
God.
Right,
Thank
like
you, Master.
not giving a
Other
fuck
than that,
approach
he needs
only
to
works.
grow into a
Yes,
different
you
direction.
are
than
partially
not
correct.
giving
He's
Just
not
be
gonna-
yourself, bro.
You're partially
Well,
correct.
yeah, that kind of
You
me telling him,
misinterpret
he has to practice not giving a fuck and internalize it. Yes, but that comes through practice.
right, but
I'm giving advice that worked for myself. I used to have a hard time being
right.
anti-women
That's because you have options to fall back
then-
to, right, Alex?
Not
Like
not
not
when I
everyone
was-
has like an option to fall back.
No,
if
wait,
things
not
are
not when I was
consequential.
19 years old, my man. Not when I was 19 and 20. I had no options back then. So yeah, like that's the big thing for me. Why I really struggled is because I was really worried about being judged. I was really worried about coming off as creepy. I was really worried about developing a bad reputation. And then I heard, I forget where, but somewhere, I think probably from RSD, stop giving a fuck what people think. And I started practicing that. I started practicing giving less of a fuck and less of a fuck. And suddenly I had a much easier time escalating, much easier time being man to woman. So I'm just going off what worked for me.
I practice
I think
that every
you're right.
fucking day of my life, bro.
I think you're right,
Yeah.
Alex. I think I have very little problem about like my self confidence when it comes to like basically everything else. I think the one section is just like when it comes to like, women and talking to girls stuff. Just because I think it's kind of like you said, like the fear of being creepy, the fear of being coming off a certain type of way. I think maybe this is more of a red pill kind of thing. I think like a lot of girls nowadays kind of use creepy a little bit more like liberally than they should. Where like any guy they don't like is kind of seen as creepy or kind of weird or something, which is not a very good label you want to be put on as a guy, especially if it's in a friend group. If like some girl in your friend group calls you creepy, it's gonna probably ruin your reputation in that friend group.
Yeah, well, I think just caring about that is gonna like not do you any favors. Like sure that exists. I just don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Just like pay attention to the sign. Just like be spontaneous. Just go along with the flow. If it goes there,
if some random girl thinks I'm creepy, it doesn't matter to me at all.
Well, I think that's kind of the distinction is that like when it comes like if there are girls like in your immediate friend group who you're going to see like very frequently, then you probably don't want to escalate things with them like in that same kind of passive like I don't give a fuck way necessarily until you're more comfortable with it. But like if you are putting yourself in other situations where this is why I talked about like situations where there are a lot of like kind of a rotating cast of people, because like then you're going to go to these events and you're going to be just doing your thing, socializing normally, but then there will be like new girls there that you can like practice like talking to and trying to escalate and making quips and jokes that do kind of like that are flirty and stuff, and like some of them might not be into it, like
that's
what it is, right?
It's like if it's the only female friend that you have, don't just like I feel like if that's the only basket that you can put all your eggs into, like don't just like not give a fuck kind of attitude. You have.
Yeah, it's less over the friend group kind of thing because my friend group, I'm not really attracted to any of the girls that are in my friend group.
Right. I mean, especially a lot of girls. No offense. I mean, many of the women that go into like fucking.
Those are the best ones to practice on.
They're probably there.
I think you shouldn't really give a fuck what some random person thinks about you. Whether I guess I don't know, man. I just never cared. If there's someone like within my friend group that a friend or a friend doesn't like me, I still don't care. Like,
how tall are you, Alex? How tall are you?
My friends can either take my side or not take my side. I'm 5'11".
Okay, yeah. Not every guy is fucking 5'11" with like plenty of other women to talk to. It's like
what is
some of us out there
is power. How tall are you?
The not get fuck
I'm
attitude.
5'9". I'm like average height. I don't think height's gonna be a huge.
Yeah,
but also appearance, right?
We're 2 inches apart.
Yeah, I don't think that height's going to be the biggest thing prohibiting me from getting a girl. I think
that's not my point.
be like
I've been
like not every guy, the not giving a fuck approach only works if you have like other girls to fall back to and like talk to.
I didn't have any girls when I was 18.
You have a lot of options out there. That's probably not going to be a good.
But when I was 18, 19, I was a virgin. I didn't have any other options to fall back on.
So you just burned the bridge with like the only girl that you could ever like have access to.
Why would you only have access to one girl?
There's right. That's my point. Like, if you have plenty of other women, you probably like gamble a lot more than like if you just.
No, but he has as many. There's as many women out there.
You can't make that assumption though.
What do you mean? There's
like he's talking to all the women.
College town, dude.
He lives in college. There's you're saying he only has access
having
to
plenty of other women around in like versus like having.
It also depends on
friends,
geographically
like,
where you're
either
at,
close to you or whatever. Like you have that level of trust with. Those are two different things. Can we not agree with that?
Dude,
what did I say that you disagree with?
Because what you're trying to make it seem like me and Powers are like me when I was 18 is like radically different than Powers because I'm like 2 inches taller than him.
Yeah,
in reality,
I'm saying
there was a lot of other women for me and there's a lot of women.
I never said that he had like more women than he's ever had. I'm saying like if you only have like very little amount of women,
that's
around,
not
so,
him.
like, you can
there's a lot of girls because he has access to just as many women as I do. So
right, that was a hypothetical. That's all that was.
But that's not true though. He doesn't have.
Applying to
might,
hypothetical to something not related to this conversation at all.
He might
That's why I say
have
if
more
that's the
access
case.
in terms of like who's around him, but in terms of like access physically, you and him are on two different spectrums. Okay, I mean he's younger, he's skinny, whatever.
I'm talking
You're
about me when I was
older,
18,
you're
19,
more
though.
jacked,
Yeah, but
whatever.
Alex,
You have more money than him.
I'm
Hang on,
talking-
let me make my point.
I'm talking about
My point being,
secular.
Alex, is
I'll
that-
give my
about
point
myself
right
when
now.
I was-
let me just
Homie,
say
I'm
my
talking
point.
about. Wait, I'm going to stop you because you're talking about nonsense. I'm talking about myself when I was
I'm not.
19.
I'm trying to
not
make a
myself now. I'm talking about myself when I was 19, when I was skinny, when I didn't have any money. So compare him
But
to me
you have
when I was
more
19.
access.
This is
now
such
to
a
women.
one-dimensional fucking
Okay, well,
argument.
hold on. Like,
Anyways,
I mean, like,
Just because you guys were the same age, it doesn't
Wait,
mean.
I'll just
I don't
respond.
think-
Michael
I
has
don't
been
think,
going
like-
on for a while. Like, I'll just talk. Powers, just ignore all this drama, Michael giving it Alex and stuff. All you have to do right now is just simply cold approach. For now, just try to
Oh,
get as many
fuck you,
phone numbers
bro.
as you can. Don't worry about anything else.
It's not that easy. You're oversimplifying a problem that he's having.
No, but for now,
Powers,
like,
Welcome to a whole bunch
the
of
thing
fucking
is,
women,
if,
man.
You're
if
gonna
you
make
have
me
an
go banalize
if you have an
everything.
insecurity in like your approach to women or your lack of social skills, I mean, maybe you
Yeah,
do.
women will
If
smell
you
that
have
shit from a
If you
mile
have,
away.
if you have any
Yeah,
insecurities, especially if we could start getting into murky waters with the black pill. The reason being, if you're a shorter guy, if you have bad social skills, you don't have much money in college, you're skinny, you don't go to the gym or whatever, you can't afford to have those insecurities. If you were like super good looking, super tall, super rich, whatever, you can afford to have a little bit more insecurities because the girls won't perceive that as much through something called the halo effect. But where you're at right now and where I was at like 2 years ago, I think we're the same age. Like, I obviously transformed a little bit, but before, women smelled it on me like a fucking shark with blood in the water, bro. You cannot afford to have any of those insecurities where you're
just
at
to
right
be
now,
just to be
unless you
clear,
get to there.
I think you guys got a slight
Is this helpful
misinterpretation
to
of
you,
me.
Powers? Yeah, I'm sorry, Powers. Is
Yeah.
any of this even slightly helpful to you? Like, they're just quibbling over dumb
No,
shit.
this is pure. This is literally just sending him down the wrong direction.
Take her hand, Powers.
Yeah,
Take her
it's
hand.
just-
It's not the wrong
Okay,
direction.
hold on,
What I'm
hold on.
saying
Alex,
is something
Alex,
that
please
Powers
mute
can
everyone
do.
if they're not like relevant to talking. Okay, Powers wants to get actual advice. You guys quibbling about random shit isn't super helpful. He's probably specifically asking Alex, I'm guessing, maybe me, although I'm not a dating coach. And so the rest of you like chiming in and like quibbling over random shit. Just stop. Let's just help Powers out. Let's be a brother to Powers. and we can
That's
go
what
on
I was
from
trying to
there.
do. Alex answered, and I made
Okay,
it.
Powers. My advice
Alex.
is absolutely ignore Michael, ignore Hugh. I'm actually kind of surprised that Hugh's just taking this argument.
Yeah,
Don't
listen to a
any
woman,
of that.
Powers. Yeah,
Practice.
definitely be there.
Here's my
Well,
advice
listen
to
to
you.
Alex.
Practice. Go out there and practice not giving a fuck. Don't worry about that. You might not have as many women. There's a lot of women out there. You're not going to burn through all the women. So just practice going out there and practice not giving a fuck. It's a skill set that you have to build, and you do it slowly over and over again. Interact with girls and just practice doing things that make you feel uncomfortable. Like, oh, I don't want to creep her out. Just do it anyway, right? I'm not talking about extreme things like, fucking whipping your dick out and chasing her around. But within the normal realm of things that a man does with a woman, practice that. And don't worry about anything else. That's my advice.
Yeah, this is a guy with a fucking
don't
150 body count.
Hold on,
by the
hold
way.
on, Michael. Don't even worry about like this weird advice, like don't show your insecurities. The reality is, the first couple of times you're gonna be anxious, you're gonna be insecure, it's gonna flop, you're gonna get rejected. That is just something to be expected. Just know that like when it comes to something like this, the reality is that like when you put in the reps, when you put in the time, you just will necessarily improve. The rejections won't hurt anymore. Your confidence will go up, and as your confidence goes up, you're gonna start noticing more and more success. Like just like do what Alex is saying. Don't worry about the rest. Don't do this like weird toxic thing of just being like, oh, I just can't have insecurities. You will have them. That's
Wait,
fine.
that
That's
wasn't-
all normal.
Yeah, I just want to be clear.
Ask your confident go stop.
I think you guys have.
Is this more helpful?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think you guys have in part like a wrong perception of me. I think of myself of like a very, very confident person. Now, when it comes to the whole women thing, absolutely, I have some deficiency there, 100%. But I think if you ask anyone who knows me like in person, I think they would 100% agree that I'm at least one of the top 5 most confident people they know. Maybe that doesn't come across through an online call, but I'm not some loser. I don't think I'm like beyond approach for improving in this area. So I do agree with Alex in like a lot of the
It's okay
I guess,
to
quote
be a
unquote Red
loser.
Bull kind of thing. But I think like the one thing was more so just like kind of the college thing, like the the reputation kind of thing, because I've heard that be kind of told around. I maybe even on your channel maybe, but I know I've heard it from other red pill folks saying like, yeah, if you're in a college and you're approaching everyone, then you might have to worry about your reputation kind of thing. But that's fixed if you go off campus and stuff, which I have to find time to actually do that. But I think overall, I think the idea is just to put yourself out there a bit more and to like Alex said, not give a fuck.
Yeah, and to be fair to you, that's why I prefaced my point with the fact that I said I don't know you. I'm making a pure hypothetical, pure theoretical with the then advice that ensued shortly after. I think Erudite bastardized my point a little bit there, but
okay, let's not get into
Same with me, by the way. Holy shit. Yeah,
it's okay. Either way, if the idea is to get like some good advice, I think I got some good advice. So we don't need to fight about.
I'm so glad, Powers.
We don't need to have like a third hour of meta conversation where we talk about whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, Powers, just go along with your gut. Whatever your gut feeling tells you, just go along with it. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for
one thing.
Thanks for that wisdom.
I would just it seems like you mentioned earlier that there are a lot of girls that like you're not really like into, that you're around a lot. So like I don't know, like you're probably not hitting on like every single girl that walks in the room, right? Like you have like taste and preferences, and like you're not gonna like freak out like the entire like female population. Like try not to worry as much about like it could be if you hit on like every single girl you saw, like yeah, of course that'd be a problem.
It's not gonna happen.
I don't think you have to worry about it.
We're not even close to that.
All right, that's what I'm saying. I think he knows he's not going to do that.
One main thing, Powers, one main thing that I can leave you with before we wrap up as well, like what worked for me. I think we're about the same age, so maybe you can resonate with this a little bit. Oh, okay, never mind. But you look young, so that's good. I think. Anyways, so my point is like, for me, like in high school, like talking to girls, I looked at it as like this huge like chasm. Like talking to a man has like this complete disconnect between talking to a woman, right? And in some facets that's true, but if you're able, you say that you can confidently interact with like everybody in a social setting, all your bros, all your girlfriends or whatever, but then when you try to approach a girl that you find attractive, then you start jumping, you start getting nervous. Try to interact. It's easier said than done, but over time it can be done. Try to interact with those females the same way you'd interact with like one of your homies or something. Like carry the same energy, carry the same nonchalantness and charisma with just a little bit more of like, like a hey, I like you energy. You don't have to be direct about it. You just have to like indirectly show the way you're talking, the way you're like, holding eye contact kind of thing. That's what I'd say. Because there's a huge disconnect. It's going to be a lot.
Anyway, I want to wrap up 4 hours in. Appreciate y'all. Fun panel. Yeah. Well, interesting.
Well, Alex, if you could add me again, that's supposed to like waiting 3 hours in the back.
I apologize. I made you wait for so long. I know you.
That's fine.
You and Ashley are entitled to first place on my channel.
No, not
I will. In the future, I will structure my channel around getting you on.
Yeah, to be facetious about it. But no, I was the guy that I was like the Rollo backer or whatever, Rollo Tomasi guy that you've talked to before. I don't know if you remember me. I asked you like plenty of times, like, what was your problem with Rollo or whatever? Like I was like the.
Yeah, I feel like I've answered that question countless times. But yeah. All right. Anyway, appreciate y'all and have a good night.
All right, man. Cool.
Thank you.